Coming through to see your profile. Feeling you so on away. Living you and imagine a lie to be so I could. Coming back to you. I'm still. Hola bang, halo Gasrot Mas Rangga, halo Mas Rangga. Gimana kabarnya Mas Rangga? And if I feel your sigh, counting a day, hear your voice again. Hear your voice again. Yep. Hear your voice again. Aduh, wajah gua dah. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Wait a minute ya. I see you smile. You know it in you. Let me with your side. Something like that. When I hear your voice again. Anzoy, Anzoy. Ntar ya. Yeah. Hear your voice again. Sambil dengerin beatbox enak banget nih. Tapi kita ini ke kota cuman bentaran aja ya. Karena kita mau nonton PCT. Ini siapa aja dah? Arthur, Auden. Arthur kan Benis nih, coba. Coba telepon Arthur. Halo Tur. 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 Tur.
Halo Badrun Gaming, ada yang bisa dibantu?
Benis buka tur.
Open, open
Alright.
sampai kiamat. Gak ada
Oke,
ATM
oke.
di sini.
Oh, iya kah?
Ya, jangan lupa bawa uang ya.
Berapa kira-kira aku bawa nih?
Apa? Kamu mau ngapain? Cuci, servis?
Benerin mobil lah.
Servis sama cuci nggak?
Nggak usah lah kayaknya dulu, nggak usah dulu. Masih wangi.
1000.
Oh, wes. Alright. Aku tewe.
Oke, oke. Ya,
Iya. Kok hancur ya? Perasaan sehat nih mobil kok jadi hancur ya? Oh, emang kayaknya ada trouble kayaknya ya. Antoy. Hear your voice again.
Badrun Gaming.
Lo tau yang pengiriman gak sih yang kerja
Tur.
ngirim paket bareng gitu?
Ya, ya ada di sini biasanya. Kan
Ini
tetep
Itu
tur.
di sini
bisa
gitu.
freelance gak sih?
Oh, nggak bisa, itu jatuhnya kayak
Oh iya.
sampah. Ini mau diapain?
Dicekin lah
Servis doang.
kemarin itu terakhir ikut balapan nih tur mobilnya tur. Cuman ambil
Wah,
nggak
melakukan
kenapa-napa ya.
tindakan kriminal atas nama Badrun Gemilang.
Enggak
Siap
tuh.
dilaporkan ke kepolisian. Bentar,
Kan,
polisi ada
kan
yang
yang
ngebati nggak?
ngadain Tanner tur.
Oh, emang iya. Emang udah selesai lombanya?
Yang kemarin udah lumayan lama, cuman
Tanner
mobilnya.
bukannya ilegal ya?
Oh iya. Udah kunci.
Lomba Tanner ilegal.
Iya kah?
Badrun. Iya.
Yang
Tidak
ben
bersertifikat.
yang bener tur.
Emang iya, anjir.
Gue diajakin ya udah.
Wah, melakukan tindakan kriminal ini. Ini Pak,
Tuh,
atas
tuh,
nama
tur.
tersangkanya.
Jangan tur. Begitu tur.
Waduh, mobil apa, Cuk? Mana anjing? Mobil apa nih? Waduh, Lexus bangsat.
Lah ada mobil.
Ada tuh di samping. Lu nggak lihat?
Jangan.
Jangan ngelihat daripada gak bisa tidur.
Dongo banget. Lu dongo banget tur gue disuruh lihat gituan.
Kenapa? Kan udah gue bilang jangan. Lo pakai
Jangan.
ngeliat.
Tahu nih Arthur bikin gue kepo
Mendadak pusing anjing lihat mobil.
Mau nih gue bawa sini nih.
Enggak usah.
Makanya gue taruh luar dulu daripada pusing kan pala.
Gimana tuh?
Kerja Padrun.
Tuh mesin masih cakep nggak tur?
Ku cek. Let me check.
Kau nanya apa tadi?
Kau kerja apa sekarang?
Sekarang ya aku
Tur. Gue mau tanya Tur.
Apa?
Ini kan bandnya sudah renov lagi nih.
Ya,
oh iya
itu
juga ya,
nanti
baru
ini
ngeh gua.
gambar-gambar ini
Enggak,
dihilangin.
enggak yang gue tanya ada toiletnya enggak sekarang?
Nggak ada.
Ah, si anjing.
Nggak
Tur,
ada.
ini
Tidak
kan
ada toilet.
lu bilang tadi diganti, Tur.
Ya, habis ini diganti. Soalnya ada gambar tetek-tetek di sana.
Mana
Hah?
mana?
Itu di ujung tuh ada gambar wanita telanjang.
Mana?
Mana anjir?
Di
Kagak
ujung,
ada.
di ujung kiri, lihat aja toh.
Ujung mentok
Ujung
kiri.
kiri.
Mentok pojok kiri. Nah, itu
Oh,
ada.
ini tuh. Oh, ini.
Oh.
Wah, banyak banget.
Bisa ke atas, Dek.
Gak apa-apa, Tur, hiburan, Tur.
Iya, makanya aku jadi lebih semangat. Cuman
Halo, Mimin. Kenapa?
kasihan kalau ada Hana.
Apa?
Gimana?
Kau kalau ngomong berisik lah sedikit gitu.
Enggak, tuh emang kayak kuping kau deh. Soalnya kalau HP tuh
Aku
besar
ngobrol
kali.
sama Arthur pun lagi deket pun sehat telingaku.
Kau di mana?
Di Benis.
Emang Mimin.
Oh,
Lagi sama Arthur
AB-nya
nih.
suka
jemput dong di
kurang-kurang.
garasi merah.
Ah, jemput.
Sama cuci gak ini?
Oret.
Eh.
Cuci tur. OTW. Lagi beli.
Kanan kiri Tur, bukan kiri doang.
Iya banyak,
Eh.
ada 3 tuh. 1,
Iya,
2, 3.
tengah. Ini
Tengah
gede
mana, anjing?
gampang.
Ini kan 1, habis itu yang kiri ini 2, habis itu 3 yang di belakang tuh. Ada lagi di atas nih.
Ada kan gue bilang.
Oh iya, Cok.
Banyak ini lu. Ujung.
Tapi masih belum sangar ini tur. Kan masih pakai gituan.
Ya, nggak kelihatan memeknya.
Masih anjing.
Lu mulut lu
Kurang
tur ya
jelas ya.
emang lu ya.
Perjelas emang.
Kurang. Selama tidak kelihatan memek, tidak hebat.
Lu mulut lu tur emang bahaya banget tur.
Dan satu guys.
Cek.
Ini pakai benis mulu. Bingung gue.
Don 1 katanya itu Don 1.
Servis kah?
Ya Mas, kenapa Mas? Halo?
Belum ganti.
Dan satu.
Jatuhnya begitu lagi bangsat. Banget.
Mas. Ini temu sampean ngomong apa enggak sih?
Lah emang nggak ngomong mah.
Oh,
Ngomong mas, dia kalau ngomong kayak gini. Lah gimana sih masih kenapa bingung?
Kayak gini nih.
oh iya.
Dia tuh kalau ngomong begitu kayak anjing.
Pastor kurang.
Jadi makluminnya.
Iya, Arthur cewek. Ya habisnya kirain manggil atau apa gitu ya kan.
Ya aduh.
Candu sih itu emang.
Enggak
Candu
tahu.
banget. Suara candu banget anjing.
Ya kan kebanyakan nonton itu.
Berapa tur?
Sudah.
Berapa?
Yun, bagus banget, Pak.
550.
Jangan lo openingnya tahu lagi.
Yun. Mobilnya mulus Yun.
Halo.
Gue tadi merosotkan
Editor.
sini langsung
Thank
ngerosot.
you.
Thank you, Tur.
Thank you.
Oh, mobilnya halus kan?
Ya kan habis
Bagus banget,
gelap,
Bang.
Mas.
Gila.
Wes, Mas.
Mantap.
Duluan ya,
Yo,
Mas.
hati-hati.
Yo, hati-hati yo, bro.
Hati-hati.
Tuh, ya ampun. Balik. Ada asuransi sebelum 5 menit.
Aduh.
Duh.
Tur. Ini tembok
Ya.
tur ngapa dah?
Emang baru ngeliat tembok di sini.
Baru tur.
Namanya juga
Aman,
harus direnovasi.
bodinya juga aman.
Iya tur.
Masukin garasi aja. Nanti kalau misal emang ada yang kurang bawa sini aja.
Iya tur.
Asuransi.
Thank you tur.
Yuk.
Lab apa jam berapa bang? Kalau lab gue biasanya sih dari siang ya, baru dari siang sampai kayak maghrib itu, baru rehat bentar, lanjut lagi kayak malaman gitu, sampai biasanya bisa sampai pagi ya, sampai subuh gitu. Min di mana Min?
Ini. Kiri.
Kiri mana?
Masuk garasi.
Mau kemana? Kemana kita ya?
Aku paling cuma bentar doang ini.
Ya sama. Oh iya.
Mau nobar kan?
Aku mau di apartemen berfokus mendukung Asia Pasifik.
Bukan bentar lagi loh.
Aku pengen ini men. Melihat Pak Madi masih di sini nggak ya? Pak Madi Kusuma. Aku nggak ada di telepon sama Pak Madi loh.
Oh, udah lagi.
Coba bentar. Udah lama aku nggak kerja sama Pak Madi. Nggak mau turun. Arthur, mulut Arthur bahaya banget.
Kenapa?
Itu stiker di Benis itu kan ada yang agak-agak berbau sara gitu ya kan. Tapi nggak apa-apa makanya masih nggak kelihatan memek gitu dia ngomong. Aduh. Pak Madi. Pak Madi, ini Badrun. Pak Madi. Oh, masih ada Pak Madinya, masih ada. Nanti aja aku bilang. Lu kenapa sih lagi kayak males banget gitu ngomong?
Aku lagi sakit.
Sabar.
Ini kunci ya?
Min, sumpah, kagak kedengeran. Suara lu terlalu kecil.
Terus terbuka nggak Rus?
Ayo. Yang pakai mobil inilah, yang lain aja. Kayak mobil.
Ada yang lagi store gitu? Pakai baju atau apa?
Ah.
Susu ada nggak susu?
Apa?
Susu.
Udah habis.
Susu udah habis.
Oh, punten Kak. Ada kepiting. Aku ambil dulu dah.
Kepiting kayaknya.
Mami dong.
Kelas deh.
Gimana? Sumpah jangan bisik-bisik.
Aku mau bisik-bisik. Itu si
Aduh.
kakaknya tengah jalan.
Iya, kalau Mimin suka mic-nya kejauhan. Gua kasih. Ini orang di Dipan lagi. Emang gimana ya ngasih tahu Mimin capek juga sih ngasih tahu Mimin nih. Balikin bang, lu ngomong ke bini gitu. Kalau dia mah gak kesel kayaknya, gua yang sumpah kesel banget gua. Nih ku bawa, nih ku bawa. Ini sumpah nih orang kelakuan. Nah, gue kasih ke Mimin aja lah inilah kan.
Siti.
Iya.
Oh, ini kakak siapa nih?
Nih Siti mukanya ketat Siti.
Saya Ibu Siti, bukan Kakak Siti ya.
Oh ibu. Iya
Kelahiran
mah.
tahun berapa kamu, ha?
Enggak.
Ibu Siti mukanya ketat banget ketat, Bu.
Kamu ngatain.
Si,
Bukan ngatain,
mending
emang-
sini
emang ketat.
Ibu Siti, Ibu Badrun dan ke salon aja Bu biar enak sini ya.
Waduh.
Ah,
Bu, salon, Bu. Salon mukanya ketat banget terus. Jadi Ibu tengah jalan ngapain?
Saya di tengah jalan. Saya tadi masuk di apartemen lagi bobo.
Oh, lagi bobo.
oh, Ibu kamar berapa? Kamar nomor berapa?
Apaan sih, Drone? Lu baru kenal nanya-nanya kamar gak jelas.
Saya
salah
lantai
lagi gua.
7.
Oh.
Terlalu agresif lu.
Ah, pasti gua mulu dah. Min.
Apa sih?
Ya, silakan Bu Siti naik.
Saya biasa di belakang.
Oh iya, salah. Lagi mikir.
Kok hilang?
Santai Bu Siti, santai. Chill.
Mata saya.
Enggak apa-apa Bu Siti. Ibu Siti
Itu
chill.
Namanya Fata Morgana.
Nah,
Oh iya.
perlahan aja Bu Siti, perlahan.
Ini setirnya di kiri apa di kanan?
Di kiri Bu Siti.
Oh iya.
Ah. Nah, ini
Mami, ini ada damping dari Siti di sini. Ini dibawa orang.
Apa sih ngomong apa sih?
Udah tahu. Bu Siti,
Iya.
Bu Siti kenal kamu tuh orang di belakang?
Tahu. Mungkin kenal. Agak tahu juga. Saya baru
Mending nih kan Badrun gak enak juga nih, mending Badrun stop sini ya kan, tanya langsung aja nih. Badrun
Oh,
maksudnya
iya.
gak ada maksud apa-apa nih.
Nah iya ini anjing.
Ini Mas, ini Bu Siti temannya kah? Tadi mau saya anterin ke salon.
Teman.
Mama.
Ren.
Oh,
Astaga, mau
kasihan
dibungkus
tadi
Badrun.
sendirian. Tak mau anterin ke salon.
Mau dibungkus sama
Halo, kenapa, Bro?
Badrun, anjir.
Astaga, Lumin ngapain fitnah-fitnah gua lagi
Fitnah
dah.
apaan?
SMS gua.
Mama diajak ke salon. Baru
Yo.
bisa. Sini, Mak. Ya udah, Papa.
Yuk.
Anjing bisa-bisanya bungkus mama lu ngentot.
Ah, Lumin parah,
Aman,
lu
ih.
awas lu ya Min ya, fitnah gua lo.
Gila anjing.
Ada gak Bu Siti polos banget kayak warga baru tuh gitu. Lumin bener-bener lu ya sama gua ya.
Cruiser.
Oh iya juga ya poster ya. Ikan lu butuh ikan nggak?
Oh iya, butuh.
Lu mikir nggak sih Min tadi kita langsung dibetak kayak gitu?
Sama siapa?
Dikira nyulik gua aja.
Sama siapa? Masih Torak.
Itu siapa?
Torak itu masih Karen kan?
Torak. Siapa Torak?
Astaga, Tupek. Enggak, maksudnya Tupek tuh punya
Dari siapa tuh?
dalam fokus ya.
Thank you ya. Bentar dicek dulu nih. Siapa tuh tadi tuh? Lu bener-bener emang. Thank you ya tadi dari siapa tuh? Bentar Min, gue cek handphone dulu. Punten bang, halo G Old, halo. Dari siapa tadi? Gue kaget. Wih, Nugraha Darmawan, thank you. Nugraha Darmawan, thank you 10.000-nya. Moga berkah ya. Thank you banget. Moga rezekinya lancar terus ya. Semangat bang labnya. Siap Fikranur. Mimin.
HP lagi HP.
Itu loh tadi ku bilang cuman niatan nganterin ke salon. Aku malah dibetak kayak gitu. Dikira apa?
Dipikirin. Let's go, kita berister. Lapar.
Disuruh ninggal like,
Oh
komen,
iya,
masuk ke
kamu
sama
ikan
Mas
ya?
Nugi. Oh iya kah?
Ikan kau di mana?
Wih, thank you. Ah, apa?
Ikanmu di mana?
Ini ada.
Oh, di bawah ya udah, let's go.
Iya. Semangat bang, thank you ya. Semangat bang,
Emang
siap.
suaraku beda ya? Sama aja kan?
Sama, tapi itu ibaratkan aku itu ngomong sama semut, Min. Susah dengernya kalau kau ngomong. Paham kan? Anjay. Thank you yang udah mampir ya. Ini sih licin banget ya di mobil ah. Semangat bang, siap. Thank you ya udah mampir ya ke channel ini. Thank you banget. Semangat bang, siap. Thank you banget ya udah pada mampir ya. Parkir sini nggak apa-apa kan, Min? Min.
Di atas mobil lu gede.
Oh ya udah sabar nanggung udah ke lurusin gini. Maaf ketabrak ya. Ayo. Bener-bener.
Iya.
Kasih makan obat.
Apa?
Mau nyetor apa mau beli makan?
Dua-duanya.
Dua-duanya. Ada sini setor dulu.
Lu temen sepi banget nih.
Gua jawab.
Udah
beres.
Min,
Mas
Min,
Nuk
kamu
masih
mau bantuin
mantap
saya
kah
nggak, Min?
bawa rombongan pula? Oh iya kah?
Pakai seragam dong, itu di atas ada orang. Kamu tanya-tanya dulu deh bentar. Mereka mau masuk cluster.
Tuh, udah sini di
Min,
nampan.
ini ku tungguin aja nih.
Tungguin lah.
Oh, wes.
Min
Menobar kan?
kerja Min, parah Min kerja Min.
Nanti.
Masa cuma 200, Bot?
Tadi aku setor ke ini ke dia kan baru mau buka.
Oke, nggak apa-apa sih. It's
Besok
okay. Bentar.
Duh, mukaku lebam-lebam nih.
Thank you banget. Kaget lah aku.
Ini kamu jadi 30.000 ya? Bentar.
Gitu. Itu si Luna masih di sini kan?
Den.
Bot, ada bonus dikit.
Anjay, aku mau beli ini. Oh, di mana, Den? Paket King 1, Shanghai 2, Bu.
King 1, Shanghai 2, minumnya teh kopi.
Teh. Den, kok di mana, Den? Oh, di apart. Oke, tunggu. Aku di rooster atau kau ke rooster? Beli makan. Sini.
Terus
Oke, ini punya kamu.
kamu monitor
By the
ikan
way,
kan
sini
tadi?
dulu deh.
Iya.
Nomor yang aku lihat dulu.
Nah, sini sama aku.
Taruh mana?
Taruh di nampan aja.
Aku taruh ya.
Tuh.
Dari depan dong sayang.
Coba cek.
Lo ngasih tahu.
Kenapa dari sini?
Bentar ya.
Habiskah?
Oh, emang sudah habis punyamu nih, mau perpanjang
Tuh,
nggak?
coba lu cek.
Berpanjang.
Bentar,
Kita 5
pinjam
menit lagi
KTP-nya
tuh
sekalian,
dia kah?
taruh di meja.
Wait. Mana KTP ku?
Coba.
78 sama
Dah.
98 ya.
Iya.
Bang,
KTP ku hilang.
ya udah nanti KTP.
Driver
apa sih?
license boleh gak driver license?
Boleh. Yang penting ada data diri.
Tuh.
Kenapa?
Lah hilang kemana, Cok? Wah,
Kamu komat kamit tapi nggak ada suaranya.
hilang, Bu. Mati.
Ih, kamu mah aku cari namanya Obot tadi. Robert ya, ada.
Iya, Robert. Ya kan
Eh,
panggilannya
Pak Badrun.
Obot.
Oh, astaga, ada.
Apa?
Bentar, aku balikin sama
kepiting
makanan.
tutup.
Ambil aja.
Oh, buat rooster.
Oke,
ambil aja,
udah.
nggak apa-apa.
Silakan diambil.
Ini ikannya satunya
Ini aku invoice kamu jadi 150, 360, $510 ya.
78.
Oke. Lah, KTP ku kemana ya?
Hati-hati lain kali.
Masih nggak nyari
Masa
beras, Bot?
Nyandra ngambil bener-bener?
Apa?
Udah ya, udah aku invoice.
Oke.
Pintunya mana sih?
Aku bayar, Bu. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Bot.
Bot, lu nggak
Den.
butuh beras, Bot?
Apa?
Ke Badrun.
Apa?
Min, kau layani dulu, Min. Aku
Thank you.
kan sini.
Iya.
Lu mau tinggal sini?
Enggak, gua nggak
Tuh.
kerja anjir.
Lah kau langsung setor ke
Mana
Bu Abel tuh. Sama aja.
Tangganya ke
Aduh,
bawah.
gua belum mau dati setan kan.
Ke Obot ya?
Oh lah ya ketemu Obot. Udah, nggak apa tadi aku udah sempet ngobrol sama dia sama kamu ini deh.
I'm back. Bu, di sini terima beras nggak, Bu? Saya punya beras, Bu.
Beras terima barusan tuh, tapi udah ada stok 1000 sekarang.
Ya
Kamu udah
ampun,
berapa?
semuanya 1000 dah. Sedih banget.
Aku butuh susu.
Aduh, tadi saya tuh ke Ubu juga gitu, Bu. Udah punya 1000,
Kan memang punya
Mas.
stok kita tuh Obot. Kamu gak masuk tuh ke Obot.
Iya, katanya si Obot suruh ke Ibu sekarang.
Rick, nobar kah?
Gas.
Ya, bentar
Udah
ya.
mulai nih.
Bentar ya.
Kopi.
Aku lanjut.
Semuanya kopi berarti.
Iya.
Sampai di jam
Oke,
kerja.
bentar ya,
Berarti
Mas.
kalian sama-sama
Oke.
bisa cuma weekend. Kalau di hari biasa itu mungkin kadang-kadang kali ya, atau nggak bisa sama sekali.
Kadang-kadang sih, Bu.
Kalau saya kayaknya untuk kedepannya nggak bisa sih, Bu. Saya benar-benar harus fokus di luar kota. Tapi weekend harusnya ada sih, harusnya.
Oke, untuk Cika sendiri udah punya paspor belum?
Saya belum.
Cika belum juga. Berarti kalian berdua nggak punya paspor.
Bisa lihat kartu membernya, Mas? Atas
Bisa.
nama siapa?
Kalau website kota Cika
Taruh
udah
di
punya?
iya.
Udah.
Taruh
Cika udah punya
ditunjukin
website
aja.
kota. Berarti
Tunjukin
kamu
ya.
5 jam ke mama kamu ya, nggak kesini ya?
Iya, ha.
Atas nama siapa ya?
Ubay.
Nonton PCT dulu sih.
Tadi aku bilang aku bisa bantu, tapi ada syaratnya Cika. Di sini bukan kerja magang, di sini full time. Full time-nya dalam arti ketika kamu on dati, minimal kamu harus kerja 2 jam. Setelah 2 jam kamu baru boleh
Saya kasih invoice ya.
off dati.
Bu, ini saya agak bingung sih, Bu. Pertanyaan saya ada pertanyaan nih. Ini harusnya penting juga sih. 2 jam itu 2 jam Los Santos apa 2 jam internasional
2 jam
bagian barat?
internasional.
Oh.
Jadi on dati 2 jam, setelah itu kalian bebas mau ada usaha keluar atau apapun itu bukan urusan saya gitu. Yang penting kalian menunjukkan kalau kalian memang ada kontribusi dalam pekerjaan, karena kan di sini jatuhnya perusahaan kan gitu. Jadi ada SOP-nya.
Bu, saya ada pertanyaan.
Udah saya bayar.
Jadi sebenarnya saya nih tadi saya baru aja dari triad.
Saya taruh di
Triad itu kan
bukan
buka
cuma di cek dulu.
lowongan untuk talent.
Kita nunggu Mimin dulu deh.
Jadi talent
bentar.
nyanyi. Nah, kalau misalkan saya
Makasih, Pak ya.
shake hand
Mari.
atau sama mereka, itu apakah tidak ada masalah?
Kalau aku pribadi sama Wuceng juga nggak ada problem ya. Terus
Ayo, Mimin.
Kamu kemana kamu? Kamu mau nobar ya sekarang?
Iya.
Oh ya udah tinggal aku di Rooster aja kalau gitu. Pikir kamu masih di sini.
Ya udah aku duluan ya.
Kalau enggak tidur di sini aja.
Ayo udahlah aku tidur sini aja lah.
Heeh.
Di mana?
Sini. Nih tidur di atas nih.
Internet pakai berapa Mbps bang? Perbedaannya apa by the way? Kalau gue di Kalimantan Selatan ya, gue adanya cuma IndiHome. Terus IndiHome gue makainya 50 Mbps. Nah ya udahlah, gue nyender sini sambil nonton lah. Terus
Oke.
samperin aja sini ya.
Ya ntar gue samperin.
Iya. Gue pakai IndiHome terus 50 Mbps. Sebenarnya ada XL Home, cuman di lokasi tertentu aja, dan itu bukan di kota gue, di kota sebelah. Itu yang gue tahu ya. Cuman ada IndiHome di gue di sini. Kita nonton PCT dulu ya. Ini mereka Dipan kan? Oh iya Dipan.
Kenapa?
Enggak kasihan aja. Kan di Discord juga. Takutnya ada yang nge-mute doang gitu. Kita kayak yang nobar gitu ya kan.
Kita pula paling rewel ya.
Apa?
Kita pula yang paling rewel, kita yang nobar. Kasihan mereka nge-RPU.
Iya. Kaget gue ada Mas Nugi yang mampir.
Ya tadi pure GTA rewel banget anjir. Gua kan sempet lihat si Nugi. Nggak bisa, Cok. Kota sepi memang. Banyak polisi-polisi, orang-orang lain tuh nonton VCT.
Iya. Nggak, maksud gue tadi waktu timingnya waktu Mimin ngomong sih. Harusnya kan Tupak, dia ngomongnya Torak aing.
Goblok.
Dongo banget emang Mimin.
Tapi Tupak sama Torak tuh gak beda jauh anjir, sama tempatnya
Iya.
soalnya awalnya.
Dongo
Itu
banget.
yang buat pembiasaan ngomongnya itu loh.
Sumpah Mimin dongo banget
Takut terkadang salah ngomong.
Lu pada nonton yang di mana, di Twitch kan?
Gua
aku di
tips
tweet
dari
nilainya
Tarik.
lebih dikit.
Iya, di Twitch aja.
Dari Valorant-nya tuh apa? Gua sih dari Tarik.
Aku udah
Paling
tarik.
nanti pindah ke Valorant.
Yang ditarik mah dari Twitch yang di Valorant-nya juga.
Heeh.
Iya.
Ya masih belum di tag window capture-nya. Bentar friend. Sorry. Pantes masih gua tutup.
Anjing.
Celananya
tarik
pendek
ya.
kali, Bah.
FPX ya?
Iya, FPX. Wih, sumpah kalau lihat dari bracketnya, FPX ini awalnya
Nah, ini
ronde
si
1
siapa
udah turun
nih?
ke low bracket anjir.
Siapa nih namanya nih?
Ya, man.
Inilah true MVP-nya nih.
Si Domdros ini.
Bukan yang sebelumnya.
Sugetsu.
Zuget.
Kalau itu emang airnya sakit aja juga.
Pedes,
Namanya
Cok.
copyright kayaknya.
Iya sih.
Namanya copyright, Cok. Gak suka aku.
Iya sih. Ntar gue QC dulu dah.
Dia harus beli license-nya tuh buat namanya.
Anjing, beli license.
Copyright. Sebagai penggemar Naruto gak suka.
Introducing PRX.
Tapi sayangnya di RX kalah loh.
Iya, itu doang.
Di PT sebelumnya tuh di RX gila banget anjir.
Oh, Benkai. Ini
With a
Benkai.
With a meme.
Ini Benkai, sumpah.
Mind freak.
Ini Aaron polos saya dia. Dia anak orang kaya loh, Cok. Rupanya, Cok.
Ya kan?
Iya, anak orang kaya nih.
Oh, pantas dia bisa masuk ke DT anjir.
Asik, babang anjay.
Asik. Davai.
Ini Badrun nih. Hyperzone nih.
Anjay. Nama gue ya tiba-tiba kayak gitu ya, F0.
For second.
Anjay.
Oh, Jason. Aduh, Jing apa nggak masuk kah?
Jing ada.
Udah ada ya?
Ada tuh.
Jing COVID.
Ada Jing.
Enggak, udah ada.
Udah ada?
Udah negatif.
Oh, udah negatif dia.
Kemarin kan masih kayak apa ya? Nunggu belum hasil tesnya belum keluar. Jadinya Jadinya nggak di venue mainnya.
Kursnya kayak campuran Singapura Amerika ya?
Harusnya Amerika ya. Amerika Singapura.
Iya, Bang. Berarti kan aku bilang campuran Amerika sama Singapura.
Kalau campurannya nggak tahu. Dah, PRX lah bro, PRX.
Anjing Benkai sih betah banget begitu ya. Lihat tuh Benkai itu betah banget gitu ya.
Benkai dari kemarin pakai baju ini tenaga covid kemarin. Sekarang
kan meme
Dia paling aneh memang sih. Memang di tim PRX itu tukang lawaknya Benkai. Benkai itu tukang lawaknya. Bentar gua di chat sama Discord apa teman gua yang bule. Tetap.
mapnya tadi picknya dapat apa mapnya?
belum lihat.
Gak ada yang nonton.
And I'm glad you brought that point up because that
Sabar.
means we have a truly global e-sport. I know it's hard to take Paper X seriously, Tom, but take this moment seriously because now we can say on the global stage we have a worldwide tactical FPS that encompasses every single region.
Yeah, maybe global esports will be making it to
Udah
champions.
mulai,
Who
Drun?
knows? I'm sorry, I had to
Udah?
do that pun. You gave me the opportunity. But yeah, Bala again. Two very, very, very good teams, and they definitely.
Gue share screen-nya aja udah biar sama kita.
Absolutely, both have. Paper X has just shocked the world with their play style, and FBX has gone through the ringer of a lower bracket. It is ridiculous to think that they made it here after all of that.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's bring it back to this best of 5 at hand when it comes to the maps. Again, Paper X are in a very comfortable position. They've banned 2 maps out against FPX. Although having said that, the last grand finals we had, when Loud had a similar
tuh map ban tuh,
advantage,
gue lihat ya.
they kind of let that slip away.
Let's be honest, when you get to this stage of a tournament, the maps don't necessarily matter as much. You are playing with 2 world-class
Yang baju
teams on
rambut
the stage.
pink kayak
They're gonna
Uya-Kuya.
have a map pool good
Benkai
enough.
dikira Uya-Kuya aja.
Realistically, any of the maps could go any other ways. I think FPX have proven that throughout this
Bisa-bisanya.
They can even play a map that they were perma-banning before and
Kita
still
nobar
win
ini
it
aja lah ya
versus
dulu ya.
tough teams.
Udah kota
They are
dulu.
world-class here.
Yeah, I agree with your point, Tom, but I don't want to understate this advantage that Paper X has. This is probably the worst team to have made it through the upper bracket finals for everybody else in the tournament. So FPX came into this looking at that and saying, oh, this is going to be a tough road ahead, such an uphill battle.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming agent select here for Bind, of course, Jess. Surely they bring back the Yoru.
Give it to me. It didn't work when you
Map
took
ban
it out
lagi.
of composition. So
Yang
for
ngepick
sake,
siapa ya
if you
map
can
ban
hear
ya?
me, buddy,
Masa
across the
PRX sih yang
stage,
ngepick?
I need you to pick the Yoru. And there we go.
Yoru keluar.
Gue disuruh mabar lagi di sana.
Kalau Bain jelas lah Yoro anjir, kemarin aja udah dimarahin tuh gak ada yang ngepick Yoro di Bain.
Moved on over to the stage here.
Cuman kan harusnya kan udah ketahuan kan strategi main Yorunya kayak gimana agresifnya gitu kan.
This is a guy who's going to try to get his TPs
Takut
through
gua
the
agak
bind
takutnya jadi
teleporters,
bumerang gitu
try
loh.
to get it up short and try to get it into flanks
Udah
as
pada
well. So
aware
a lot of
belakangnya gitu loh.
misdirection can come from Forsaken's TP, but with Sage, you can put a wall to block
Ya
it from
tema
going
ranked sih. Yang teleportnya
Mereka makanya KO aja counternya.
More so on the attacking side. Like, how are you actually going to have your same setups and same executions even?
Duo controller baru ngeh gua.
Has gone completely.
I wonder if we're going to be looking at
Oh
these
iya.
walls against
Wah,
the
susah
Sage
sih.
and these TPs. Then
Mapnya
we have the
Bind.
Raze head-to-head.
Bind.
Of course, coming out G,
Wah.
being one of those players that can
Vipernya
traverse the
ini
map
nggak
in a
tahu ya.
single second and
Bisa
zero
ngap-
on one of his
PRX
best
yang ngepick.
agents in his entire agent pool here. We have players on
Oh,
an
map PRX.
individual level taking
Ya, PRX
agents
yang
that
ngepick
they
Bind.
are well known for on the global scale, but the head-to-head, the counters, that goes down to the
Oh,
micro
FPX
level now.
taking.
I mean, FPX, they know exactly what Paper
Wah.
X can do here with the Yoru. Angel, he plays the Yoru. How much faith do you guys have in their preparation here? Or do you feel like the other day Paper X played, is this a free win?
Ah, Benkai. Itu Benkai pakai begituan terus.
Enggak udah
Anjir.
dilepas sama dia.
Oh, udah dilepas ya?
Itu buat meme dong itu.
Buat maju depannya doang.
The agents are locked in and it's time to get into the server. Copenhagen, give it up for Bren and Sideshow!
Serius bang, itu Uya-Kuya Batch 2 versi putih. Anjing.
Anjir.
Bisa-bisanya anjing. Uya-Kuya Batch 2 lagi. Kalian siapkan snack-snack kalian ya. Snack gue udah habis duluan anjir. Salah
Gue juga lagi.
Chance in either direction as well, but this is not a case where we've got a strong favorite and a library.
Viper sih di sini gak ganggu banget bakalan. Mana sama Brimstone lagi.
Team that's going to try to crush all of that. And look at this to start things off. You've got a flash down into sand.
Agresif parah sih langsung. Scare nggak sih? Scare nggak sih?
A bit of a contact play, but the corner will be a check to Chow. Oh, what a play! Could you find a more perfect example of how they're going to try and react to this? Zipan caught out though, missed his shot.
A bit of a whiff still, a jump and a right click. Sugetsu does claim that one, down now to the 2v3. Positioning is all over the place. Angel ready and waiting right around the corner. The pistol round looking all but done and dusted.
Ayamnya pedes-pedes kan.
And the desk was talking a bit about that FPX preparation.
Tapi Optik kalahnya 3-1 loh.
The Haunt comes over to Fountain, reading the push. And now it's all left in the hands of Benkai. A 1v3 that he just can't manage. FPX, they start out incredibly here.
Kalau kalau ininya nggak ngepick sih, mati sih, dapat 1.
How PaperX are going to play this map?
Yeah, the preparation is clearly there, underlying.
Masih tadi dapat 2 ini loh.
Kurang bagus. Nanti langsung vandal loh.
Pakai klik kanan nggak sih dia tadi?
Klik kanan.
Pakai kanan kedua kali.
Trigger disiplinnya agak lumayan sabar gitu, bagus. Miss banget sih nengoknya.
Langsung vandal loh.
Siapa?
Ini nih.
Langsung mau dibully ya.
Apa sih? Ardis.
I'm sure Forsaken is anticipating his positioning. Comes out of it round the corner, but the shorty's going to get shut down. And this is where Forsaken is going to find possibly his largest challenge yet. Cracking this FPX default is going to be so difficult. And the way that FPX play around their guns here means that they're going to have an enormous advantage, or at least compared to usual.
Kadang yang kayak gini-gini gue salutnya itu sabarnya itu loh.
Very slow approach for now with a slow orb just to try and clear a bit of space with the Viper orb up.
Astaga, dapat spraynya loh.
Spray down. Should be absolute free low, I think, to try and get that spike down. A TP play. It's
rata lagi 5-5 nggak ada dapat 1.
No problem.
PaperX didn't show anything new in that second round though. They have a very deep playbook on this map. But this is what I'm talking about with the economy.
Nih Ron ini apa namanya SOP udah SOP Ron ini.
FPX have managed to get themselves in a position where they've got a load of rifles on board. It's 4 Vandals heading into the bonus round. And this is what makes them one of the best teams in the world at being able to carry on momentum from a pistol win.
Huka deh.
And this gate crash from Forsaken, you can already see it.
Kemana ya?
Huka, bukan. Oh,
shower. Power atau shower?
Hipen.
Just a fast
oh iya,
anjir. Shower bener.
Spike gonna be claimed there. Benkai gonna be backing away though. Has to respect the possibility that it could be lurking. Maybe see that Viper wall. A lot of misinformation as well being thrown into the mix, and PaperX might get a bit antsy here. Might overstep themselves just a bit for that info.
And there's Angel just trying to mess with FPX's heads. Jing takes one. The stun player around the corner, and Angel's not going to be able to get away.
Wonderful work recognizing that. 2 players down.
Dah.
But immediately the response is there. Zhao is taking matters into his own hands. A bit of a nade into backside zip and not wasting any time. Zip straight in. What a kill to find with only the Spectre.
Ya, for second nge-whiff.
Whip bah.
PaperX in a situation where they've got to play retake here. Zhao's angle. Do they anticipate this? Have they thought about the fact that the Sage is in the comp? Flash pushes him away.
Yeah, a bit of information, a bit of space gain. Now, wow, players trying to flood into the back. Kill's going to be traded out, but eventually down to just Mindfreak. Not able to do it. Perfect crosshair placement there by Zhao, anticipating where they were coming from. That's the bonus converted.
Ditarik ke delay ya?
So dangerous.
Ya jelas lah.
Jelas lah kan pihak kedua lagi jatuhnya.
Gue Valorantnya dah.
Ini gue lagi nge-share screen ini.
Oh lu nge-share screen?
Dari tadi.
Trying to handle it. And Xiao does amazingly as well. Currently 5-1 in the server of just finding another pick on the other side of the map after his team had failed to take showers in emphatic fashion.
Mas Bay ikutan nonton nih.
Play, but the money's not too great here for PaperX. They're hoping that a couple of these FPX players end up just funneling into them.
And I think the key for PaperX might be finding mid-round timings.
Once
you have a bit of information like this, is there a potential for some
dapat gak yakin lo main teknis satu?
Some little set play doesn't quite catch.
Yeah, Mindfreak tries to swing it off, anticipating that maybe would have caught onto somebody, but look
Baca banget sih main mereka.
Offloading this, the Stimmy dropped down. 2 shots rounded off by Divine, not enough. Can't get that reload in action. And of course, The flanks being watched. Forsaken trying to
Trigger disiplin semua, Cok.
Showstopper online.
Oh, backdrop.
Kayak jatuhnya kebaca nggak sih counternya gitu loh.
Right around the side, but shut down once more by Shao.
Gak dikasih main.
Jantungan gua.
Hukanya aja nungguin lo di sini. Di sini nungguin papernya.
Dia bener-bener main line up, Cok. Bener-bener di belakang banget.
Kan jatuhnya awareness-nya itu loh.
Iya sih.
The crowd giving them the best chance. Hyping up the PaperX players, wanting them to get back into this game.
Bab
And
Killjoy
it is rifles on board to vie with an operator as well. Perhaps taking an aggressive peek here out of sand.
Oh, lagi di
using
scan.
the fact that FPX are not going to be taking that area of the map aggressively.
Kedetek kena nih dua orang.
Over the top. Going to be landing there on top of Showers. Can't be broken. That's going to be good information game for Ardis. But there's two players trying to play towards there.
But his job
Udah
is
nggak
simply to
ada
hold on.
ini
While I
apa
thought he
namanya,
might have gone for an aggressive peek
granite
over at Sand, he's just
laser
holding
itu
this.
sama flash udah hilang
And
satu.
perhaps this is the adaptation for PaperX. Drop into a more passive position.
Oke, Nya mau nyulik ini.
Try not to get punished. And wait for the time to tick down. Sometimes FPX's worst enemy is the clock.
Clone's going to be removed easily enough. You are right, Josh. Down to this minute mark now. Prowler spotting the players split all over the bloody place, but the
Wah,
spike now
si
starting to end
Sugetsu pakai aim kayak apa? Crosshair kayak gua lagi.
one familiar direction. To watch this being
Ih,
made.
nggak dapet,
Defy misses the shot.
How did he not catch at least one of them there? Benkai's still coming around though, and as the time ticks lower and lower,
Nah, ini fix
Jing and
ini.
Benkai's ultimates may be important.
Roller wanted to push them back to Showstopper.
Ay,
Not let loose just yet, but still the kill found.
Nggak mati kayak gitu, bah.
He got leg space being gained. Definitely leg trying to make the
Aduh.
most of it, but again the trade is there. The back of the side.
Jason nih, momen Jason nih.
Over the top. Segetsu finding
Nggak
his
bisa.
mark slower.
Bisa, Jason.
It's hard to try and play through.
Ah.
And an easy enough shot, a flick of the wrist. 5 rounds in a row for FPX.
Piper
Absolutely demolishing
apa
their
namanya,
opponents at this point.
Yorunya
Brent.
ke counter
They've
parah
got
nggak
the
sih?
read here on Bind, and I
Iya
think this
sih.
is what
Dua
PaperX were
controller.
afraid of when they went up against Optic, and they decided to move away from the Yoru. This playbook is deep, but a lot of their defensive aggression
Langsung
has the
time out
same
main.
theme to it.
Same patterns.
The same patterns that you can detect and theoretically shut down, but it's incredible to see FPX have so much success without ever having played PaperX before. This is another grand finals where you have a team that's gone straight through the uppers and one that's clawed through the lowers. We saw that play out at Reykjavik as well, but this time it's not a rematch. And I think PaperX are very difficult to play against for the first time. So major credit to FPX. All their
Si
theory
Benkai pakai apaan tuh
working
di
out
pipi
so
kanannya?
far.
Itu manik-manik.
They've got a phenomenal understanding of how they want to be trying to break down what PaperX were throwing at them, and that's what this timeout's going to be used for. Try and work a way around it. What's been going wrong for them? The aggression's been getting punished a lot of the time.
Yeah, and also these slower rounds, they've just not
Harus
quite been
muter
able to
kepala
hold on.
sih
Listen,
ini.
round 5 there were many times where Devi could have taken an op shot and maybe stopped the FPX aggression. But he just missed the first time and leg shot the second time. Those are chances you can't let slip away against a team as drilled as FPX. They're going to be all over you.
Wah,
You have to
dimaluin.
capitalize when you're handed those. So much of this map, honestly, is just ended up with that hookah control that these teams have been fighting over, and look at this. The weaponry obviously a bit poor, but still Zipan taking the shot, the nade. Not favoured, the 1-for-1, but
Cuman
still
nyulik
this is
doang.
a half buy for PaperX. Giving up the space that they've gained.
And immediately looking for the pivot off, expecting some kind of fast reactive
Dapat
push.
pula ya satu ya.
Remember, PaperX normally play against teams like that. Teams that are
Forsakennya
going to
kena
try
lagi.
and react against them. Instead, FPX have just frozen. They hold completely in place, waiting for the defensive team to lose all idea of where they are on the map.
Yeah.
Yang bilang lu tuh pada mental gara-gara
Benkai's
maju.
going to start to get itchy at some point in this round. Once
Aduh, ini
the
B
clock's
lagi
ticking down,
nih.
a minute, 50 seconds.
Pack terlalu renggang, jadi
maybe with their
kepret
face.
terus sama FPX.
Those are
Kalau
opportunities that FPX
kalau
are
menurut gue sih
looking for.
gameplay yang dia kemarin agresif itu udah ke counter parah sama main dua controller.
That's going to be the prowler into
Kalau
the
menurut gue
TP.
ya.
Good information gained as well. Latches onto
Oh, udah
the
fix
FPX
B lagi.
players outside, and Angel. Tablet in his hands there, looking like they're gearing up, ready to go. Here we are, outside hookah. The utilities drop down, but there's the orbital strike to split them up. Pushes them away.
Aduh,
to
nggak
stun
kena
as
lagi
well.
damage-nya.
Ininya.
This attempt has been slowed down, and Josh is getting dangerous. 23 seconds in this
Aduh,
one.
nggak
They
dapat.
need to be finding these
Aduh.
kills, but as FPX once more opens it through.
Awareness-nya ini
These
banget
players
sih
are just too
ngecek-ngecek.
sharp right now. Even in a dangerous round like this, where the clock has gone against them, it's all Shao.
Main FPX nih sakit kali, Cok.
9-1 or something?
This guy's on fire.
Shao and Sugetsu, the two players who are holding these passive positions, are unkillable. Unkillable.
Hah, technical pause apaan nih?
Right, I can feel it. The momentum behind FPX. These guys in the grand finals, Josh, all on the line. History will be made on either side of these teams, but just a better read for now.
Ciaron.
Yeah, gonna go into a short tech pause here as things
Aran
get
emang.
sorted out. It
Enggak,
does give
itu
Paper
bukan
X
tuh
some
si
time
Jing,
to
si Jing.
consider, at least within
Tuh
themselves.
si Jing
what to
kagak ada di
go
kursi.
wrong.
Ada deh.
But FPX have come out with a great game plan. And Bren, I think the
Ciaron,
macro
komentar
discussion
Ciaron.
that the desk was
Barusan.
having is so important. Because again,
Enggak,
we
Ciaron
have
aman tuh
another
dia.
team, Paper X
Oh,
now,
iya.
loud last
Anjir,
time,
kok udah
that
0-6
make it to
aja,
the
Cok.
finals whilst only
anjir.
winning on 3 maps. Fracture, Bind, Haven. I suppose they did win on Ascent, but they were forced to ban it in this series.
Bagus lu tidur
So
lah anjing.
out of the
Nggak
5 that they're going to be
baca
playing,
anjing,
2
Main lu ngapa ada tadi torak jauh banget dari tupak torak saya.
Gue udah nggak fokus anjing.
Lu diketawain
Lu-
Nugi anjing.
different feeling for both of these teams.
Nugi lagi nontonin gua tadi.
Tom made the point on the desk
Nugi
as
ketawa
well.
parah gue lihat
When
anjing.
it gets to this point,
Oh iya.
into the
Iya, ntar
tournament,
gue kasih lihat.
Gue udah nggak
doesn't
fokus
really
cowok
happen
asli.
where a team is favored on these maps as well. You make it to this point, honestly, your map pool is deep enough that you can take teams, even if they are theoretically favored one way or the other.
And we saw the same thing happen when FPX
Dibilang
played.
mixing lu.
FPX tuh.
Mas Bay.
Fnatic, you would assume
Coba.
favored on Bind,
Cik.
and yet FPX came
Lu-
out, they won the
lu-
pistol,
lu
they won
bangsat
the
emang.
bonus. They're just incredible at keeping momentum going.
Dari FPX yang technical
They
pause.
don't give you an inch to breathe.
Tuh, sumpah
And
anjing.
Paper X
Gak enak
have
banget ya pilek
only
ya.
lost
Aduh.
3 key rounds here. The rest all anti-ecos.
But it's snowballing,
Si
isn't
Jing
it?
sama kayak aku, tangannya
Just
berkeringat.
waiting as well, gonna get
Jantung
a
jantung
restart
lemah
on one of the
berarti.
players' PCs. Just to give you a quick update here with the tech pause.
Padahal ruangan dingin jantung bisa berkeringat
But it needs
apa?
to be
Ta-
an answer.
Kalau gua
ruangan
kaki
dingin,
biasanya.
tangan bisa berkeringat.
Gua kaki.
Telapak tangan itu. Gua enggak sih.
Gua kaki kalau biasanya dingin
And I think
terus keringat.
the biggest problem for them is
Mati
they're
monitornya
struggling to
lihat.
figure out when FPX
Siapa?
are in a
Ini
vulnerable
itu
position.
nggak lihat tadi dari FPX itu
FPX
yang
will throw a
technical
little bit of
pause.
utility at the beginning of the
PC-nya
round, then
mati.
they'll try and contact take some areas of the map. And once they actually execute, it's too late.
Badajing, badabum anjay. Let's go Peprex. Fnatic optik dicoret aing.
It's been awesome seeing the crowd out here for the first time for a Masters level event. We've been seeing creativity.
Sui. Sui.
Anjir ribut banget, Cok. Rambut yang di apa ikat 2 biji kiri kanan tuh, Cok.
Really sick to see, isn't it?
Ceweknya.
The first time that they're coming together
Yeah, waiting for these crowd events as well, finally.
to crown a Masters winner.
Sign Wukars.
We're
Hah?
getting hopefully into the round shortly. Like you said, Josh, you know, a bit of a breather for Paper X, I think. At times they felt like the people's champions as well from the cheers that we've been hearing.
Bring back split.
They've stolen everybody's hearts, I think, with
Bring
just their
back
play
split
style.
anjir.
Minta
I want to take a
split.
look though at one of the big
Jadi nih
feature
Killjoy
matchups
sih
you're gonna be
orang-orang
seeing
pada
here.
ini
And one
kenapa
of
ya?
them being this Raze head-to-head that you've got in Bind. Jing, Zipan, in terms of their run throughout this tournament, you know, Jing has been all the way up at the top, who everybody's been talking about, right? On the other side of things, you've got a player that flexes around a little bit, isn't always
Dia
playing the
lebih
big
kencung
entry
damage
role,
juga.
but has still put up extremely good numbers. You listen, I would expect Jing to be running away with this because he's been playing all of those big positions where he can trade off the Seiken, get aggressive.
Pun
Zipan's
plus
just quietly been putting up excellent consistency throughout the event, and his road has been arguably more difficult with so many more matches to play. But this is going to be a fantastic head-to-head throughout the series.
And yeah, Jing has been obviously supported a lot more. That's the kind of play style of Paper X that you expect, you know, those heavy hitters for Seiken and Jing. Really just all the resources put behind him. And Zipan, I mean, honestly, in terms of the talent on FPX, it's spread quite evenly. Normally it's Shao and Sugetsu are at the top, and they're playing the more supportive roles in general, but hopefully heading
Oh,
back into the action
orang ini
soon
di
enough
balik
leads.
ininya ada
Face off between
headset
these two
untuk
teams.
ini. mainnya.
pakai earbud,
Yang ini
earphone lagi.
earphone. Yang ini cuma buat mic doang.
Buat ini mix sama nutupin noise suppress dari luar. Jadi dia fokus sama earphone.
Iya sih benar.
And that tip has been broken off, and it's pretty hard to beat FPX with just a staff of wood.
Sure.
You need a better weapon than that.
Yeah, especially when Doomrose has been up all night prepping. When you heard him in the post-game interview, the guy was saying, I was up until 4:30 a.m. prepping, woke up early in the morning prepping.
Yeah.
That was yesterday, I mean.
And I'm sure that Alex has been doing a similar level of grind.
Of course.
But FPX have been a difficult team to prep against because they're willing to throw very similar comps, but with a slight twist. And that's what you've got here. Shao
Final technical meetingnya. Tadi monitornya gue liat mati aja monitornya.
Even more
Monitor si siapa?
Dari yang FPX.
Of their default.
Itu yang di tengah, tuh yang di tengah. Oh, udah nyala tuh, udah nyala.
The issue is resolved. We are going to be getting back into the action here. 6 rounds in a row for FPX.
Ketinggalan ya duitnya.
Anything up their sleeves, obviously.
Banget lah ketinggalannya.
Reflect on what's happened thus far.
And it looks like they're going to go for some short aggression here as well.
Oh, mau di-push. Gak guna sih. Mereka selalu main B.
Yep, fault line's going to be ripped off there. Flash off to the side as well, not finding any players.
But just trying to trigger a response, a reaction out from FPX.
They're so passive though, Josh.
Oh, momen A nih, momen A nih, momen A nih. Ini momen A nih.
Look at how far back they are, just looking at that mini-map. I mean, not willing to give anything up, Angel. So obviously lurked his way into this, a bit of a forward position, but now the contact.
Itu angle apa kayak gitu, Cok? Keculik dah.
All these players, are they going to be able to catch this?
Keculik, yakin banget aku.
No. That Angel has played this way before,
bener kan?
The crosshair placement, just immaculate mind free. Not ready for E4, and even 2 kills. The clone finding it a little bit there. The flash just to block the vision. The kill does go their way, but finally the response by FPX already moving their way in.
They don't think the Forsaken's already up here. He had a timing. He had an opportunity, but it's just not quite going to work. Sage wall popped down by Shao as well. Trying to stop anybody that would be on the A side. That's not where Divine Jing are coming from.
Can really still play this one, but the Viper's been up. Sage were blocking a portion of it. The money's not good on the side of Divine and Jing. The percentage play, honestly, is going to be the save.
And that's a heartbreak.
Oh, saving.
You're 0-6 down and you're forced to save in a round like this. That's catastrophic. And you're also starting to see the Paper X teamwork and synergy break down a little bit there too. FPX is starting to dig into that mentality. When Benkai went for the first challenge, nobody there ready to trade, nobody ready to back him up. All scared, holding angles for each other. Not approaching it with the same kind of zest that you usually expect from Paper X.
Aduh.
Take a look at this one again. When
angle-nya,
Angel finds the
Cok.
first kill, apologies onto Mindfree. It all falls apart. The timing on the swing is not there for the trade. And Forsaken's reactive push is not enough.
Yeah, bit of a solo play for them, and right back into it, of course. A bit of a
Timeout
pause.
lagi,
This
anjir.
time, though, it is a timeout. From
Dua kali
Paper X.
timeout, Cok.
A tactical one.
Yes.
And Alex is going to be barking out orders.
And honestly, it does feel like, Josh, Paper X has been getting baited into this incredibly passive hold. I mean, you made the comment, FPX carved in stone, it seems like, with their positions.
Tapi percaya nggak, mereka nih kayak gini, bukan dalam Discord, mereka pakai TeamSpeak.
Willing to give up a tremendous amount of space early
Mereka
to
pakai
try and
TeamSpeak.
bait out that aggression by Paper X.
Gue waktu Lenovo ID,
Almost every single time.
Discord tetap loginnya di sini, tapi ngomongnya dari TeamSpeak waktu Lenovo ID turnamen PUBG gue.
And make sure that they have it exactly how they like.
Gue dari TeamSpeak, disuruh sama coach. Dari apa lawannya juga pakai TeamSpeak.
Biar gimana? Biar apa?
Biar gimana ya? Lebih kan Discord gimana ya dibilangnya? Kayak ngontrol suaranya itu apa? Enggak sensitivity dari Discord itu kan kadang bisa bocor juga. Kalau dari TeamSpeak itu kontrol suaranya itu enak, sensi apa segala macam. Udah gitu suara itu nggak hilang putus, apa bilangnya? Kayak putus nyambung gitu loh. Sekali lu ngomong memang keluar semua.
Honestly, at this point, you got to just get that one round on the board, I think. That shift of momentum. I mean, one of the hardest ones to find at times. It feels so suppressive, I think, sometimes when you're on this big stage.
Gue pindah ke HP
First
dia cuma
time that
kuat buat
Paper X
gue
have
nih.
been able to play on the stage together.
Very true.
Tidur aja Min, jangan dipaksa
Ditigain
Min.
B-nya anjir.
Ball taken out as a close knife, so they know that nobody's at the backside of Hooker. A bit of a flash and a play into it. Angel has to dodge it though. But Hooker control is going to be gained. Now an aggressive play. That's going to be the Nightfall straight down into a tip-ad. He's going to be satcheling away. Another one in play to try and set himself up, but the kill comes through anyway. Jing finds an opening. Control still along and a second one. Jing ripping off the heads, Forsaken from behind. A pincer to try and make the moves. Angel, rifle in hand, 3 kills. All lining up for him, and Segetsu follows it up once more.
Angel has just pulled out the most almighty clutch there to get them into this round, to get them favored here.
30 seconds.
Can Benkai, the IGL on Paper X, do anything similar? Only a Marshall in his hands. It was looking so good.
What a difficult ask it is. Weapon's not ideal, a bit of a jiggle information going to be gained. He's going for the no-scopes, but of course, perfect timing with the swing. Segetsu takes the crossfire, another one on the board. And brutal for Paper X.
I guess it's just going to be one of these days from Angel, huh? He gets a 2K in one of the previous rounds when they're pushing him at showers, and then pulls this off when his team
dapat 2. Itu doang salahnya, 3 pun.
grabs a 3K on the site. And I thought to myself, Brent, that's the first time actually that FPX have chosen to reactively push off some of the mid-round aggression. They flooded into Hooker, and that's exactly what Paper X were after. That's what they wanted them to do. Forsaken was ready to punish, but not even that round has been working. Paper X must be scratching their heads at this point. This time though, Paper X's players in showers have avoided the 0 point. Is this going to bait over aggression from Angel?
Doubling up, trying to find it. Angel!
Apa itu?
Who has replaced this guy, man? Sipping at the fountain of youth out of his Red Bull cup, it seems. This guy is just insane.
It's everyone from FPX. It's everybody. They can't miss a shot.
And why not? Flex on him. 400
Lagi nggak
credits
bener
down
nih.
the drain to try and get the high ground advantage. Just down to Benkai once more. This is absolutely brutal stuff.
Utter domination to start off the grand finals here of Masters Copenhagen.
Mati.
Paper X are getting choked out. They're not being given a chance. Paper X keep wanting to land these big haymaker blows, and FPX just back off and commit to the chokehold. They've just been strangled out of this game.
It was a question that we were putting up time and time again over this tournament.
Itu apaan, Cok?
An Angel, I mean, this guy.
Itu yang apaan, Cok?
Anjir, the past few series, he's leveled up, elevated. I mean, he's one of the oldest players we got at the event. At this point, the oldest. That experience, I think, just showcasing itself.
Dipaksa beli dong, armor semua. Sini nggak ada armor, Davai.
Angel is certainly challenging the narrative that your skill fades away as you get older. It really isn't a matter of reflexes. It's a matter of how much you're willing to dedicate yourself to your craft. And Angel has been there for so long. And he's still so hungry. Here goes Forsaken with a clone down short. Trying to get any value, any information out of this. Angel and Segetsu refuse to bite.
Bit of a kill coming through, but through the walls, Angel. Oh, it's a dodgy one. The exchange of fire, eventually fighting it again. And oh, so many of these outcomes, just opening up with these first kills. It all comes down to FPX again. The slow siege, absorbing any sort of aggression, any attempt of information. And here might be another one. The horn off to the side. Jing this time responds in kind. And they need to try and favor them. Angel still grabbing the one.
Shao, however, has a res, and they're looking to punish Jing. He's going for it with the showstopper.
Catches onto the player. Too far out the corner. An artist, the confidence is there.
Nah itu pula, kalau nggak Dudu bisa mati loh.
Every play from Paper X has an answer. And now the res comes through and suddenly it's a 4v2. One of those rounds that could potentially have gone the way.
Time though.
The APAC team.
14 seconds left in the round. Time needs to be getting through here. The rolling thunder to disrupt them when they're coming in. It's gone so low. Off to the side. You can't whip that. Maverick doesn't find it. The plan don't deny.
Aron.
Oh. Benkai anjir, hampir Cok.
Segetsu swings and shuts it down.
Sumpah.
Light at the end of the tunnel in that round. But Paper X again, it gets
Itu
extinguished.
apa tadi sih? Main Ih, Aron
It is
anjir,
just
anjir.
impossible for Paper X to win right now. Take a look at the replay here. Benkai does an amazing job of spamming down Zipan, killing Xiao, and the trade is just instant from Sugetsu with a second on the clock.
Time was so tight there. But this is just sheer domination.
10, cok.
From what I can remember, Bren, I've never seen
Udah
a
nih GG
13-0
sih,
in a
GG
grand
udah
final.
kayaknya nih mereka mah.
But it's
Satu ya.
looking like it.
Agresifnya parah kan.
Ke counter kalau gue bilang ya.
FBX, it feels from the style that
Iya
they
sih.
play, they're just,
Oh, ini dimajuin sekarang Shower.
now Angel mixes it up.
Yeah.
I was gonna talk about how slow they are in these rounds, but
Wajing
FBX
force
have just
bay
walked
lagi
their
dong.
way through showers with
Sama Benkai.
still a minute 15 to
Work with.
One tap.
But Benkai's there
Mati.
ready and waiting. Orbital strike to try and clear out that space. Force the positioning of Forsaken. He's in trouble. The flash to try and swing through Zipan. Oh, bullet to the side of the head.
awkward timings, awkward timings. Paper X just cannot get a read of how this flow of the game is happening. Angel right now in full control, the puppet master.
Yeah, you never anticipate that. The round 11 conditioning coming through. But it's a fast approach once more. The footsteps being heard, the season to the nade. Zipan around the corner. Avoiding all that damage for the time being, but still holding that ult, holding the rocket, waiting for his time. Slams it against the wall, but again, now the clock still
Mati
ticking.
nih. Mati nih. Benkai.
Here's the 4v4, but trying to retake into this one. The Viper Orb again impeding them. They can't get through it. Bogged down by other utility. A stun off to the side. The shot's just not coming through. The confidence is lacking. And Xiao, what a star this guy has been.
FPX just have a wealth of players who are willing to make plays
What
like
the
that and
hell?
come up with the goods. Sugetsu still only has one death, friend. We've played 11 rounds and
Bener-bener
Xiao and
sabar,
Sugetsu
Cok.
both feel unkillable. And look at the heartbreak. Absolute heartbreak.
Aduh.
Anguish. And FPX have
Wah,
no
kayak
mercy
lebel 13-1 sih nih.
whatsoever.
13-0 nih.
One absolute killing blow. That
Udah
would be
PDL orangnya, udah di atas panggung kok.
feel the analyst that's going to be scrambling for opportunities, but this is going to be the shower scrunch. Plays being made. Paper X finally with the advantage they were looking for.
The first time
Anjir,
the set
timing
players
banget.
worked, and Forsaken choosing to commit to the aggression now knocks things back with only one player advantage for Paper X. So far in the tournament, they've been amazing in these situations.
Bisa-bisanya 2
But
off
this map
lagi
has
lagi.
been a completely
Bisa
different
revive
story.
Yuri lagi.
Iya benar.
What is the response? What is the answer to this one? One round on the board doesn't leave much of a buffer when you head into that second half. And again, Zipan, Xiao, perfectly happy to just let the time pressure accumulate over the course of the round. It's slow and methodical.
The lower the clock gets, though, the better Mindfreak and Benkai's ultimates become. And so for FPX, if they want to close this out perfectly, they need to find these players over by lamps.
No way. Zipan with the one still to trade the return. Vi will find it. Haunt off to the back, but
Mati
this
nih.
lurk into the back of the sight.
Mati
Oh,
nih.
it's so unsuspecting. The spike drop down. Players finding it. Benkai.
Aduh, Benkai.
Has he got the read?
Nyari yang di City dia
Pushing it is a game of
anjing.
timings. Into the back of it. 17 seconds in the
Alah.
round. The play is being made.
Mati kan, bener
A
kan?
bit of pace now injected. Xiao, wall in play.
Ya udah ngeres
Spike in
sih.
his hand.
The ult.
Rolling punter to try and deny, and that is going to be
Oh,
enough
main
time.
time.
You just need to survive, Benkai. You just need to survive.
Ya.
2 seconds
Nice.
left into
Main
it.
time, main time.
And he does get it. The first round on the board.
Allah.
The final round of this first half.
And it's such a hollow victory for Paper X. Not even
Pecah
keeping
telurnya,
the
Bang.
player alive to rejoice at the end.
Yeah.
They are going to need a miracle to get back into this game. And I'm worried about their mental in the series.
Absolute slaughter. Let's send it down to our analyst desk to break it all down from what we've seen thus far.
I think you guys summed it up perfectly there, Brandon Sideshow. A bit of a slaughter. Do you guys think
Hacker
maybe
lagi abis ini.
anything to do with nerves here,
Derek.
perhaps, on the side of Paper X?
I mean,
Huh?
absolutely. When you have the pressure of this
Hacker
crowd
mereka di sini.
rooting for you, at least half of the crowd rooting
Iya.
for you, it's
Sama ya
definitely
sisa
very different. Jinx
chance
first time
mereka
stepping
tinggal
on the
cuma
stage
dua
as well,
dua
for
round.
sure.
sense mereka bener ya.
It has to be, yeah. It's so uncharacteristic. I'm like, there has to be a
Kesempatan
reason of some
mereka.
kind because it's not their gameplay that's lacking because we know what they're capable of. They've come down, they sat down. I think they've maybe bitten off more than they can chew with the crowd and the whole pressure.
Well, two people that are definitely not swayed by any of the nerves here are Sugetsu and Xiao Bala. They're having a cracking start.
Yeah, I also think
sabar banget,
right? These guys stepping up to the plate when it matters most. Look, Sugetsu has 2 deaths after an entire half. That is ridiculously good.
Yeah, I think the thing as well is they've just had some
Ini loh, padahal udah ngontrol loh, bisa kalah nih. Nah, di sini udah bagus banget, Cok. Udah bagus banget di sini, Cok.
Pulling out ridiculous plays exactly when they needed it most. Every single time there was a moment where it looked like, okay, this is it. Don't worry, Paper X got their first round. Well, it took until round 12.
I mean, this is the big thing I've spoken about Angel. Like, the moment you put him on Brimstone, the moment you put him on Bind, the man just wants to be the opening fragger. Even though he's not the duelist, even though he's not necessarily meant to be the leading man, he finds a way. Think about Over and Showers, how many opening kills against some of the best duelists in the world.
Ngegesernya banyak banget aja, kagak bisa tuh kayak gitu-gitu dah.
Banyak.
Ngegeser mouse-nya banyak banget baru kegeser seperempat.
I also think that the game plan that they had was exactly what you expect to make going against Paper Rex, right? From the beginning, from pistol round, they're holding the pushes, and guess what? Paper Rex does it. You expect it, and it comes. And they dominated that round, so immediately confidence gets shook against Paper Rex.
The worry for me now, though, is that so far in this tournament, they've only lost 1 map, and they were not bodied on it. So for Paper X, this is a completely different ballgame to what we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament. Do they have the ability to mentally reset?
Game pertama mereka yang memang sangat berbeda gitu loh. Kayak mereka lagi ngedrop banget nih kayaknya.
Kayaknya mungkin ya.
Bener kata casternya.
That's certainly the question, isn't it? But FPX are no strangers to being the narrative killers. They
Feelingnya
knocked
mungkin
out
lagi nggak
Japan in
dapet.
groups. They denied Korea that top 3 spot. They took out their EMEA brethren as well. And Optic, that 2-time
pistolnya
title
Porsche
spot.
Bay.
No, that's been denied as well.
Main
These
flicknya
guys
beli
have been
armor sama
battling
full smoke doang.
all the way through
Sama Steam Bacon.
They are just utterly merciless. The fun slayers. But that's FPX. They're not going to give you an inch. Here comes Forsaken, though, aggressive on the attack. Starting to build the confidence.
But still, the crossfire FPX, it's too much. Artist and Angel finally dealing with one of them. The pop flash round the corner, the buy. Confidence back under their belts, but it's down to the 2v2. Spike, it's got to be planted here.
Oh, 2 orang.
Players are low. Snake bite off to the side.
Aduh, dapanya sih tipis banget ya.
Going down.
3 HP there.
Perek lagi mikirin cicilan kayaknya. Dari awal kelihatan banget kebanyakan nge-hold. Ya, kalau gameplaynya di Bane itu udah kayak ke counter ya. Aduh, nih dijagain banget lagi.
Absolutely everything positioning known. Still goes for the swing. The shot still being found. Xiao.
Aduh, ketawa.
This guy absolute menace in the clutch. Over and over again. And if there was any hope of Paper X making their way back in this map. Oh boy, Skeletal wins.
Anjing, FPX sumpah nahan banget, Cok.
Sumpah sabar banget anjir.
Sabar banget anjir. Jadi pengen menyerang FPX nih. Sumpah, tapi kesel sih nengok FPX. Sabar, bener-bener sabar banget.
Sumpah, sabarnya tuh naudzubillah sabar banget. Asli. Bukannya gimana-gimana ya. Gua sumpah kalau kayak gitu-gituin gua. Asli gua marah-marah banget gua. Jadi kan ini kelas PCT, oke lah. Wah-nya di stuck gitu lagi bedroom.
Agresif banget, Cok.
Tapi mau nggak mau mereka kan force by di sini senjata masih Spectre.
Apaan itu anjing bocil?
DTB-in 2 orang damage-nya. Tukur gak mati tuh ngeding lo tadi lo.
Mati lu.
Ini mereka sih bakalan nahan banget ya pakai Spectre. Harusnya sih force by ya, ganti ke Panda habis ini kalau menang nih.
The attack side
Enggak,
of Paper X
saving
on this
mereka,
map is
saving.
Enggak,
really
kalau
good.
ini menang, ini menang.
But I don't think we're gonna
Abis
be able
ini
to see too much
pada
of them unless they
pakai
are utterly
Panda atau
flawless.
Phantom
There is
udah,
no
Spectre
buffer
dibuang, wajib.
With the rounds whatsoever.
Mau
It
sampai
has to be
kapan
10
pakai
straight
Spectre?
for it to even be a possibility.
Aduh.
Ya kan?
FPX perfectly
Oh
happy
mereka
to
sih
get
santai ya,
percentage
saving
play.
pun santai mereka ya.
Not forcing the issue. They have lots of rounds to burn to try and finally close this map out.
Heavy showers take from Paper X as they move their way forwards.
All of the players.
Main
They're going to meet
cepet
showers
cok.
to get to.
Utility used off into the side. The crossfire though. Gotta be wary of it. Boombot taken out. Against still with the one, but eventually cleaned out through the smoke. These players, they're weaving in and out, but
Udah.
down to just Angel.
Udah ini udah menang, ini udah menang.
Smokes, there's so much confusion right now. Off onto the corner, Angel, you gotta be joking. The wallbang angle. Shots being found, but he has to shot.
Udah menang, itu udah pasti menang itu.
Favorable fight being taken there. Benkai, another one on the board, but it's getting
Ini lihat
close,
aja.
Josh.
Si main flick
Biggest comeback
buang
that Paper X
Spectre
would have to
kayaknya.
make. You heard it from
Enggak.
Tom when he was talking on the
Mungkin
desk.
enggak ya.
They've only
Enggak.
lost one map on their run through the upper final, Paper X.
Nah kan bener kan?
Oh iya buang.
Wajib kan udah 12 maksud gua.
Iya sih.
It wasn't this. And they're used to winning. Domestically, they have been slaughtering
Aduh,
their
Rexnya pakai
competition
oh
at
enggak.
home. Easily the best team in the APAC division. Can they dig deep? Can they dig deep in the series? Never mind just in this map.
Who's next?
Oh, popped off there for Forsaken, gonna be trying to use that.
Oh cuman checking area.
Utility coming through, pinging into the corner, bit of a body block in action as well. Flash into the side, Jing with the satchel play. Shao's positioning, not the hold and the running and
Angle-nya
gunning.
sumpah.
Eventually Jing is shut down at the back of the site. Forsaken
Aduh nggak
trying
ada.
Alah kan Iron si Jason kan lagi aneh kan.
returns it, it's down to that 3v3.
Angel got ult.
Mereka lagi berantem tuh.
Siapa?
Si Jason sama si Manfred.
Udah GG.
Berantem kenapa?
Gara-gara ini rebutan bon-bon.
Anjir.
Volley over the top, that's gonna be half
Up
of the
lagi
fuse.
Jasonnya.
Mind freaking opportunity. No one's sticking it, it's all down to him. The shot's not found, no, and FPX, pure domination in map number 1.
Udah nih FX emang kuat banget counternya sumpah.
It's an absolute statement opener from FPX. People were calling blind an easy win.
BO berapa sih?
13-3 skornya, BO 3.
Absolutely not.
Cok.
FPX coming with a game plan, a slight
Di
adjustment
early
to their
pun
composition,
anjing banget sih.
demolish
Tapi sih
their
mereka
opposition.
kalah ya no prop
Every
ya.
part of that was utterly clinical.
Nggak masalah ya karena kan mereka tim memang bener-bener baru buat
Iya sih.
yang udah sampai final gitu loh. Itu kan udah bener-bener bagus ya.
Iya. Enggak, tapi dari strategi gue jujur counter parah cowok gameplaynya hari ini. Map buy-nya. Makanya kan gue bilang masa pick Yoru lagi, bukannya udah berapa match cowok main buy pakai Yorunya sama kayak gitu.
Especially in the final round
Fix
there,
Iron Star
to be able
bakal
to
kalah
get the
sama yang
ult
jago
online,
nyulik.
destroy
Iyalah kalau
the
itu mah.
post plant setup and carry that forwards.
Enggak, masalahnya
FPX have everything going for them right now despite
bukan
the
Iron
two
Star,
map
mereka pun
veto
aimnya punya
disadvantage.
Sakit sih emang sakit FX.
Gue semalam ya lihat ya.
WC dulu sabar bro, WC dulu bro.
You're heading into the map pick of FPX. Let's send it down to a short break. On the other side of things, our analyst desk is going to be setting up the rest of this series in the grand finals.
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Learn more on redbullcampusclutch.com.
GG.
Oh, Drone ada yang live
Apa?
ini kayak bukan yang apa? Yang ngevlog sambil dia jalan-jalan gitu loh. Lo tau gak apa sih namanya itu?
Ngevlog sambil jalan-jalan.
Iya, apa ya namanya ya? Kayak streamer apa itu namanya? Ada tuh
Motovlogger.
yang lagi di tempat turnamennya. Namanya Jaken Bake Live. Lagi di tempat turnamen VCT-nya dia. Lu lihat ada Twitch.
Namanya siapa?
Jaken Bake.
JAKN.
Jaken biasa, JAKEN.
Sabar, lagi koneksi.
Jaken Bake Live.
Oh iya.
Nah, itu. Nah, lagi di tempat turnamen VCT ya.
In real life Copenhagen, anjir. Nih. Bayu mana Bayu?
Oh iya, kenapa?
Nih Bay.
Kenapa?
Yang waktu tadi gua.
Ini Noval. Ke depan lagi lu, ke depan.
Nih.
Nih dibilang mixing lo, Bang.
Mixing aja.
Lu denger lihat dah, lihat.
Gue kaget, kirain siapa, gue cek kagak di emailnya anjir.
Yeah.
Beneran Nugra. Beneran Mas Nugi yang internet, thank you banget dah.
Bocil GTA biasa pada rewel.
Nih.
Nah kan dibilang mixing lo nih. Nah. Tengok PCT, Cok.
Si belum.
Berapa menit? 15 menit ya? 15 menit ya? Mas, berapa lama, Drun?
Edik kalau ngeduk apaan? Edik banget maksudnya gimana? Maaf banget.
Dengar, bentar. Lihat live-nya Nugi, Dra.
Hah?
Oh, lu lagi lihat live
Ini?
Oh ya. Ngomongin Nica.
Udah apa sih itu dah. Gue ngakak banget sih Mimin kayak gitu.
To his raise. On this map, I don't want him to. His Sage is so much fun on that defensive side with just how aggressive he's going to be. But the worry is, after what we saw on the last map, FPX was so ready for any of that sort of shenanigans, is the way I'll put it. So if he's going to be trying to play like that, again, he still performed to a relative standard, but now we need to see if it will still work when teams are ready for it.
I do have a bit of a scary stat for you guys here. This is as far as I can see the way that it goes back in the history of this org. They've played quite a few best of fives. They have a lot of experience in best of fives, but out of the times they've lost the first map, which happened 4 times, they've only ever gone on to win the series once.
I don't like that stat, so I'm going to choose to ignore it.
Is that a quarter of the time, maybe? But usually they win their best of 5 3-0. They are clean when it comes to best of 5. But somehow when they go one map down, things don't usually go their way. But the saving grace is most of the times they didn't have Jing. This was kind of the pre-Jing.
We're throwing back.
I completely ignore that era of Paper because it goes against my narrative of they're better against the EU teams and stuff like that. Because last year it was definitely different, and obviously they've learned so much since then. I think it's going to be interesting here on Icebox because this is their weakest map. For whatever we could say about whatever, this is Paper X weakest map. Whenever they're in a best of 5,
tapi hoodie-nya fit
it's the one that they do.
Keren juga ya.
Keren, kalau hoodie-nya keren. Cuman kalau gue lebih pasiti lah kalau pada hoodie.
Uncomfortable map for them. I wasn't sure if that was something they would turn around and go, "Ooh, let's get rid of too uncomfortable for us," rather than target banning. I had either Icebox or Ascent on my list as being one of those 2 bans. The fact that they got rid of Ascent, you have to play this. You have to be ready, and I got to see it.
I think that's a great point. Brendan and Josh were talking about how Paper X has only won on 3
Map
maps in this
2.
event, right? So you have to kind of think about that in the grand scheme of things and think about how that makes you comfortable. That's what I was coming into this thinking FPX may have a chance, is because Paper X looked slightly uncomfortable in the way that they were counterpicking against Optic, that sort of thing. And we saw it again on Bind in my mind, right? So maybe actually, since Icebox, they really do have that many different comps or anything like that, maybe they'll go back and it's going to be comfort again.
We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. FPX, they've liked to trial a lot of stuff here, but what are you expecting from Paper X, Tom?
I think in the past they were still running their jet combination alongside the chamber on device, so I will see if they stick with that or maybe try and switch things up a little. By the looks of it, it's going to be exactly the same. I don't necessarily mind that.
Duelis gue lihat-lihat.
Very different, but this also gives much more opportunities for Forsaken to take that space, which I think is going to be so important for them because when he does it, he's an absolute superstar.
Devi on the chamber, I mean, I love some of the shots he's been hitting. He's one of the most underrated chambers just because it's not one of his main agents that he does take into the pool, but on maps where it's necessary for him to move on there, for other players to take other agents, he's been stepping up and being a quiet monster with the 2 to 4. So I'm interested to see if he's shaking off that map number 1.
He's up against Artis though.
I know.
This man on this map, even when they play versus Fnatic, was unbelievable on the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday against Optic, it's the same story for Artis. I also think the KO interaction is going to be interesting here because we have Chamber on the other side. FPX will target your Chamber with that KO, but they also have a Jet too, so it's like a layer where you have to find out which one is on either side. And I think that will be a difficult thing for FPX when both of these guys are so aggressive.
I asked you this before, Bala. You said it was a really big advantage for FPX that they could have that much prep, but they don't have that much prep of this Icebox here. So is that an advantage leading towards Paper X?
I think for sure, like hiding the strats on Icebox is definitely a good thing, but also just that stomp makes it the momentum being an FPX side. I may have just jinxed them.
Well, the momentum was really building for
Hari
the
ini
side
Senin.
of FPX on map
Iya, udah
1.
lewat. Jadi
Bren
hari
and
Senin udah
Sideshow, let's
Senin
see if
ini.
they can keep that up in map 2.
Oh, di lu jam 12 ya, di gua masih jam 11.
Di gua jam 1, jam 12 lewat.
Let's get to it. Map number 2 here in our grand finals, and it is FPX's map pick. These guys have been scrimming against Fnatic the entirety of stage 2 on this. They've been fortunate, haven't they? And now an opportunity for them to potentially go 2-0 up in our
Si
grand
Jing main
finals.
sage, Rick.
Carry that momentum forwards, like the
Yeah.
Des was saying.
Yeah,
Udah
and
deh.
no one really
Modi-modi
expected them to
rengkat.
be here. They are the underdogs.
Sage nulis
They
kita
believe
lihat.
in themselves, of course. Even with a stand-in, they were saying they would make top 4. But I think
Sagenya kita lihat
this is
beli
their
apa?
opportunity to really
Beli
prove
armor
it.
sama wall, udah
Denied
basic lah
the
biasa
chance at
kayak
Iceland.
biasa ya kan.
Where everyone would have been able to see.
Just how good they might have been.
Udah,
Missed the round on the way.
Pai.
Paper X got to be
Yang
playing
main
with a bit of
chamber.
confidence here. The dash engage already on the top of 410 Forsaken.
Aduh, gong gua
Bit of space
kerokok,
being
Cok.
taken.
Ih,
To the side, throw it off with your head, Ardis. What a shot.
Sakit banget, aing dapet
Right
kayak gitu.
around it. The wall's already up, so they are going to be getting into this
Ih, tipis
post-plant
banget loh, kayak
situation.
gitu
But
loh.
already, FPX not wasting any time. The wall broken down bit by bit. Shots
Mama
rattled
kau.
off. Benkai.
They finally broke the other piece of it, but their players are falling as well.
They're all
Xiao
wall up though. Xiao just trying to stick it halfway. You cannot be kidding me, man!
Ih,
Off
di
of it in the
counter.
end. Push it forwards. The vulnerability applied.
Nice.
And Paper X, they return back into the fray, around on the board, and it's the pistol.
A huge start mentally for Paper X to get themselves back into this series and believe that they
Bulldog
can win
langsung.
these maps. Take a look at how this one goes down. Xiao trying to put the wall up in front.
He was going to do that.
But they had players in these post-plant kind of setups. And that's a bit of the hype that you need to see. You
gotta
this
see
team. They normally play with
Terlihat
such
semangat
joy
sudah
in
mulai
their game.
membara.
That started to trickle out a little bit on Bind.
They're a team that really do relish the opportunity to play with that limited pressure. Just come here, have a bit of fun, you know. The goal, make champions, maybe take it a bit further, but here on the global stage is the opportunity to try and grasp it.
Great engagement from Forsaken, taking so much space. And Jing is right there as well. Getting run down by Xiao. But that's easily traded by the rest of the team.
Look at this, Forsaken's actually giving it all up. Still doesn't matter, does it?
Bisa-bisanya
Gets
buang
2 deaths on the
Spectre.
board far quicker than previously on Bind.
Yep.
Paper X starting things off with a bang here on Icebox. And their composition has a lot of aggressive elements to it.
Really does.
You look towards the Jet and the Chamber, but actually it's going to be Forsaken and Jing still. Jing on Sage is going to be running you down a lot. So you've got this triple threat that FPX are going to have to try to deal with on their defense side.
Yeah, a lot of his play is going to be on top of his own walls, but here's
we
the
got a
bonus round for Paper X.
little mid to B setup, a set play perhaps coming out on the bonus here.
Orang Amerika ya, itu FPX tim mana?
In fact, the Cloudburst just cutting off that angle and zip and what a
FPX
shot!
tim mana?
Using the information that was given to him
FPX tim mana?
by Angel in mid,
EMEA.
claiming that position from Forsaken.
Europe gitu, European.
Oh, Europe ya.
Europe.
Orang Amerika pada dukung PRX.
Straight up Xiao, of course, taking that fight to spray down.
Anjir.
We're going to get the second, but the damage is definitely starting to get done.
What an awesome punish by Xiao to be able to get one back off.
Spike's not even down as well, Josh.
Fly moves forwards, get caught by Sagetsu.
Wah, BNK-nya kecil parah sih.
How do you regain position?
Udah nggak dapet ini.
Falling, but the double up again. Bulldog, what a play being made, but now
Ini sagenya.
shut down, still
Aimel.
denied. The buyer out of
Lu
FPX
lihat nih
goes their way.
teman-teman.
Good control by FPX, especially from Xiao.
Ada
He's
dukung
been
PRX.
such a playmaker for this team,
Iya kah?
finding them impact kills in the mid-round
Temen gue nih.
clutches as well. The point of him being on top of his wall, if you start to break
Bukan
it,
yang
if you
ngedukung
spam
tim
it down,
mereka
if
nih,
you want
malah
to try
tim
and get the
Asia yang
plant,
didukung.
Xiao's going to be able to swing on those players that aren't aiming at him, that have their spray all messy towards the wall.
Sure.
He's always going to be favored there unless you expect it.
Already you're seeing those adjustments by FPX. Playing hard and fast to try and deny that post plan from even getting set up. Aggressive approach once more. Not onto the top there. It's going to get pre-fired, so no information really going to be gained.
Lalu lihat kah? Dukungnya itu, Cok.
Bentar,
PRX, Cok. Gua Asia. Ntar aja, siap ini.
Masih buffering. Yang lu screenshot ini kan?
Ah. Nanti dulu. Siapin aja. Ini gue tebak sih main A lagi ya. Yakin banget gue. Oh enggak, Cok. Main B, Cok.
Bufferingnya lama banget dah.
Zipan's still got a nade to be able to work with. Try and deny the plan, buy some time for rotates to come through.
Prowess is going to go to the left side of the yellow box with the wall up. Plan trying to get denied there, yet the fragment, that's good.
What an awesome play.
Yeah, pushes them away.
Underhand throw from the fragment grenade, making sure that it can still tack onto Jing.
You eventually get that plan down though, and still Divide holding down his long sight angle. Operator and mid is being watched. Xiao, what a kill to find.
Look at this swing as well.
Jangan kelihatan kali
Angel, I thought he
Indonya.
was going to go for it.
Flash bomb! Tries to make the play, but the res online once more going to hold it though. Positioning known. Half on the defuse. Xiao wins out that fight, but can't claim the second.
Let's go.
PaperX shrugging off the awful approach to that first map that they had. Here to play now.
Ngedukungnya apa?
Nggak bisa, lama banget buffering. Kayaknya gara-gara gue streamnya sambil share screen juga dah.
Enggak.
Masih burem.
Element of how they managed to go up 8-4 against Fnatic. And then this reflank back through mid completely destroys what Xiao was going for. So that puts FPX onto an eco. It's got to be the first eco that they've played in the series.
Feels like it, yeah.
I mean,
I'm not keeping track, but one would assume, you know.
Yeah, they just demolished.
Gen buang. Hehehe, halo.
Over the top, yeah, that's going to be a horn pushing back that rendezvous, so has to respect it with a TP.
But there's everybody here from FPX. They're willing to over-rotate with only pistols in their hands.
Yeah.
See if they can gamble on it being an A hit.
Jing yang maju
There's a
anjing.
moment though, Angel having to re-clear and watch mid just in case.
Kecil lah itu. Oh bukan, kena wall.
Udah gue liat yang dari DM lo.
And it's latched onto him. Look at that off to the side. They know it. Now with the positioning there, Xiao tries to wiggle around with the movement. The play being made. Oh, shots though. Still headhunter. This guy is a dangerous element.
Ah, nice.
Rattling it off.
Di
one
spike
after
lo
the other.
berani lo.
Not gonna be rewarded.
Rekornya.
Forsaken's
Aduh,
extremely
mati
weak
nih
as well.
Forsaken.
Dangerous. Updrafting, trying to escape. No way does he survive this. Snake Piper getting down to 7 HP. Now the knife across the side. The plan still not
Mati
going
tadi,
down.
agresif banget.
But now finally
Nggak
they
bisa
get
main
into it.
si
But
Jason
positioning
jadinya.
is still there. FPX over the top. Zipan into nest. Only has the sheriff got a reload against the wall now. And he knows roughly where the
Rasa
players are.
OP ininya,
Off to
sheriffnya.
the back. But Forsaken a great swing to try and
Go.
shut down.
Go, let's go. Let's go.
Ini OP juga nih.
And that's
Si apanya?
close eco round for
Oh,
FPX.
enggak
But
OP,
Forsaken
enggak OP.
was
Enggak OP,
never
enggak.
afraid.
Mereka tadi
And I
info.
think that's
Kalau OP tuh,
Dapat
ultinya
duit tuh,
September.
lihat. Satu. Ini
Despite
dua.
all of the
Ultinya
damage that
September.
got done to Forsaken, 7 health, still pushes through the Viper wall, still ready to trade on Divide.
Di Singapura ya ini ya.
Singapura.
They are starting to believe, as are the players, I think.
I think
they've forced a timeout from
Time
FPX.
they have.
Oh setiap 5 round sekali ya?
Enggak.
Okay, well, I guess that
Kayak gue
map
bilang, kayak orang main basket. Kalau timnya on fire banget itu di time out biar apa? Ngilangin ritmenya mereka lagi gencar-gencarnya lagi on fire banget
can't
itu.
turn up to the grand finals. Not be willing to play
Paham
with
nggak
that
maksud gua?
confidence that you've shown the
Paham,
entire
paham.
time in Masters 2.
Intinya kayak gitu. Makanya
I
time
totally
out
agree. I think it was simply a case of
ngeriset
aggression getting countered
gameplay musuh.
in map 1, and they didn't exactly have anything to fall back on when it came to bind with the Yorucom. But we know that this team has more than just aggressive set plays.
Of course.
We've seen fantastic mid-round by Benkai, awesome lurking by people like Forsaken even when he's on the chamber. And Mind Freak has been one of, if not the best clutcher in the tournament. You'll have to have that discussion with Xiao throughout this series. So they definitely have the other pieces that they need. It's just a matter of putting them all into place and finding a map where it works.
Here.
Forsaken looking like he wants to monitor some kind of aggressive push. No, he's going to go for the double updraft play with his knives.
Play some in hand, seeing if he can catch anybody.
Bisa kayak bisa deh nyari angle-nya ya. Ai.
The adjustment here, you can see Ardis now.
Kita nggak bisa nyari kayak gituan, nggak bisa gitu.
Kita aja baru tahu dari dia.
No longer playing towards B, man. That information
Kan line up set gue dari BNK ya, yang lihat BNK.
Oh, line up lu dari BNK?
Iya, lihat di PCT ya, makanya gue.
Si Davai juga ini loh. Aku malah tahu yang ngasih tahu rank waktu di mana tuh namanya? Yang kulempar dari pintu yang main sama kawan aku.
Itu gue dari BNK itu.
Iya, itu kan titiknya. Aku lihat si ini malah Davai. Anjing banget Jinx, Cok. Ace. Aduh. Jing.
Giliran panas
Lagi duelis.
And I think it's fair to say
emang nggak salah emang lagi duelis.
Lagi duelis.
I'm gonna go quietly into the night, not yet.
Jing 11 and 5 off the back of the ace. He was still positive even before this though. What a punish on Ardis, who had a prowler.
Oh, abangnya ngeriak ini juga, abangnya sendiri ngeriak adik ya.
Abangnya siapa ya? Tense.
Enggak, buat Tense. Si Excured sama Jason kan abang adik.
Oh, kira si Jing.
Enggak.
The fight being taken instantaneously. A dash forwards and his Paperx looking to capitalize. They want to take space off of this.
Udah.
Aduh.
Good shot by Xiao.
Last spellernya. Aduh. Sumpah, serip-seripnya pro playernya sakit-sakit banget.
Si Sage. Gua masih ngakuin si Sage. Sagenya siapa tuh? Si Sao. Sao juga kan?
Apa-apaan dah. Seripnya rasa OP.
Dibalikin, Cok.
Udah main pick, ayo main pick. Oh, line up.
Dibalikin, Cok, dibalikin.
Gue kebelet anjir. Kebanyakan minum.
Power behind these FPX players, the individual talent that they can make it that close even when they're on just those sheriff buys.
And that, I think, is where the danger's starting to come. Listen, PaperX is still in control of this map, for sure. They're up 6-1. But you can tell the tendency is to keep going and keep going. For FPX,
Davai toxic banget ya. Uncle.
They're getting overwhelmed.
Ini kayaknya bakal multi nih. Oh ya, dia ulti.
For FPX on their attack side buying. This ability to punish the aggression just hasn't been coming through.
I mean, Forsaken's instantly updrafted and dashed forward to try and punish this Viper's Pit. It's almost like they were ready for it. And look, forced off the high ground, Together has to hold close. The Prowler reveals his positioning. They know he's not up top anymore.
And that's huge info. Do they clear Xiao as well?
Aduh, mati.
Oh, slight timing. The spam with the Vandal reveals him a Forsaken. Wants to try and take the fight anyway. Moves through off the ropes. A bit of noise being made as well as he steps into that slow orb.
That's Benkai having to recover the spike and finds a kill to respond as well and bring us back.
Tapi kok nggak kedengeran ya?
These are normally the moments that Benkai calls for.
Suaranya Dun, waktu dia make tali terus jatuh ke bawah.
They choose not to get detected by the 0 point. Can Mind Freak
find an opening
here in the map? The defense spreads so thin.
That was his cue, I think, as well. A lot of the big information gathering tools of FPX. The Haunt and the knife was used a couple of seconds prior.
Main A lagi.
Ditabrak lagi kah?
Main A lagi.
Aduh, nggak dapet.
Bit of a reset there, the aim, he finds it in the end. Crosshair placement's
udah
good as
kesalahan.
Angel. Here's him on the top of the ropes. But now he's trapped off to the side, up to Divide. 1v3 and no time to really make anything of it.
A good response exactly when needed for FPX. Zipan with the crucial kill that wins them the round. Being able to collect that flank from Mind Freak, the lurk through mid, it also immediately told them that it was going to end A.
30 seconds
As
left.
soon as you see the Viper push through mid like this, you know that they're trying to wrap a player that's anchoring. And Angel even hears Benkai on the ropes and is able to immediately place his crosshair.
Oh, okay. Great answer for FPX.
I think you just heard Angel say as well, get the AWP, and Ardis says, yeah, I have, don't worry. So now Ardis with the operator, moving himself over to green.
We've seen this in prior matches.
That's where Forsaken has been updrafted to, and you can see that FPX are already thinking about it, looking to try and pre-fire it. But Forsaken's one step ahead, covering it with a cloud burst.
Counterplay upon counterplay. The adjustments that each team is making. Obviously, the dash wasn't able, has to spend it. Moves to the side, and the wall is forced out early. Burst down. Not going to be stopping him. In fact, Shao's ended up offloading a boatload of utility. Orb and a snake bite just to try and prevent too much from happening with the rendezvous. Though back to safety, but the Viper's pit is down. PaperX want to be fighting over this one. 2 for nail, but the positioning. Sugetsu reveals it.
I got the
I believe the Trace is just showing exactly where he might be, and Device doing all sorts of work.
PaperX are going to have to be cautious here, but they have such a player advantage.
Liquidnya ganti yang fruity dingin bang, biar nggak gampang. Ini gua fruity ini, pakai El Hero. Orang ini creamy.
3 kills. What a play! Can't reset it enough though. Benkai finally shuts this guy down. A menace, an absolute defining factor potentially in this round, and finally a Nightfall to push the players back. No sound cues online. Hardis, you're only taking this one, but Mindfreak so close underneath, time running so low. Could come down to absolutely anything, but with the horn revealing it, down, dropping to the side. Now the 1v1. Shao's been so good.
Ketahuan.
Benkai, but the shot is found.
Udah ketahuan. Tadi udah ketahuan, makanya dia di situ.
El Hielo, rasa
And PaperX
anggur.
almost let that one slip away from them after doing so well here.
Kenapa gue sering koleksi juga karena gue tapping sedia ginian nih 2 botol.
Mereka enak ya, kayak nggak spray langsung jumpa, spray kontrol gitu PD. Mereka klik satu kiri kanan gitu loh, kayak ngejiggle gitu, bukan jiggle sih, kayak type spike jauh lawan jauh, paham nggak kan?
Paham sih, cuman maksud gue padet tembakannya tuh loh, padetnya tuh loh, gue irinya tuh.
Banget. Aduh, 2 lagi yang ngeliatin.
PaperX showing some different shades, I think, towards icebox gameplay.
Ya, mati nih.
Mati
nih,
ya,
chambernya.
That trademark, but his aggression once more being played. Ardis, risk being taken, backs away into his rendezvous, and Tiffin with the re-clear, but the trade online, and so is the resurrect. The advantage just turned around.
Cloudburst.
Anjing, mati lagi.
Sakit banget nih orang. Dapet loh, dapet spraynya kayak gitu, dapet. Coba kalau kita kagak bisa yang kayak gitu-gitu.
Susah. Kalau Pento masih enak dikontrol. Dilepas tanya. Oh, barusan ngebangunin ya, ngebangunin sini.
Si
Sagenya kah?
Iya, barusan ngebangunin Sage ya.
Sage musuh apa Perek?
Sage musuh.
Oh iya kah?
Iya, barusan ngebangunin juga. Barusan ngeres juga. Aturan 3 lawan 3 tadi.
Zipan's running through, trying to make himself the bait here. But he's just run out of the null command. Drops permanently, and Jing with the third.
Angle defined, and a TP back away.
Aduh.
Kenapa kau cari, anjing?
A slow, patient approach.
Kenapa dicari, dapat.
And it nets him the kill, it nets him the round.
Thrifty lagi.
Thrifty. FPX barely brought anything into that
Kenapa
round.
dicari?
And yet, every eco has been so dangerous.
Last player standing.
Aduh, kena
landing shots like
ini,
that
Jo.
can't hurt either. Just outstanding. Look how calm he is.
Ini accurate, abang.
Throughout this entire tournament.
Bukan, itu si ini Suigetsu.
Bukan. Aku lagi ngebuka accurate.
Buying time for Suigetsu to get here.
And none of their players experienced at an international masters before.
No,
but you wouldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it.
You want to play?
Too many times in the past, but
Let's.
this fight that could be taking place. The jump peek.
Aduh, bawah
Mati.
kau.
Kliknya dapat.
Itu bantingan kenceng loh itu.
Cok, lu nih ya, nanti ya, siap ini ada video yang pernah aku bilang, Davai lawan ini. Davai si Jason lawan abangnya. Bantingannya gimana?
Sumpah bantingannya sih.
You cannot
Nanti
predict
ada
Jing.
video.
And look, they're not even allowing the players to get close for the retake. Applying so much pressure before Sugetsu's even
Kena flank nih.
fraction.
Kena flank.
Sakit nih orang udah mulai sakit banget nih.
Sabar, sambil aku cari.
To playing with their food on Xbox.
It's relentless. It's like we're watching a different team.
Replay, saya butuh replay. Itu dari atas nge-pick Raptor gitu loh. Sumpah, OP-nya.
Flick-flickan anak ini ngeri, Cok. PRX.
Itu picknya Raptor, anjir. Aduh, sakit banget nih orang aimnya dah.
It can't be easy, but he makes it look it. Another eco. These are the rounds where FPX has been looking exceptionally dangerous.
Playstorm whiffing still. Aware though of the aggressive play by Artist, he pushed across the ropes. No sound cues being made, but
Angel's going for an ult here.
Diligence, yeah, off to the side.
You're ready.
This looks like they want to be set up for a fast retake off the spike plant noise. Here it comes.
Empuk sekali itu kena ininya.
Still in those post plant positions. Jing can't hear anything. Prowler. The entire kitchen sink just being thrown into this corner, but can he hold it down? Can he lock it down? Weaponry still not ideal, but it is the final round for them. Segetsu comes through. Rifle is good enough. Jing rewarded with that resurrector clean.
Gak mati loh, itu kalau mati bisa dia.
Itu lihat band kaidernya berapa?
That's the third that I've counted.
5.
He just seems to put more
kan?
and more on the board. 18 kills for Jing. And an awesome half from Divai as well.
Absolutely. Analyst desk, is this what you wanted to see from PaperX off the back of that map number 1?
Sekarang metanya kayak gitu kayaknya dah. Metanya map yang kita pick kalah, map yang dipick musuh menang baru menang. Metanya kayak gitu kayaknya.
Jing, absolutely incredible.
He's been insane. What a turnaround to go from getting stopped on binds to first came on stage as well, and then to put up this performance on stage. Who early in the tournament he played against Gilda, and it was potentially his worst map.
He's not got as many assists, you know. That's at least one positive.
I mean, healing himself. How dare he?
Yeah. Outside of that, maybe less assists means that he's just, you know, capitalized getting his kills too.
Finishing his dinner.
Yeah,
That's what you call it. But
I
no,
love it.
King
Imagine
Jing.
ending a half 18-10. You end the half 18-10 and you're a battle stage. I mean,
It's just the way that they're actually playing, though. It's like he's not giving them a moment's rest. Like this in particular,
that
it's
was
just like you can't even predict that if you're on the other side. And I don't feel like a lot of this is like deep calls coming in from Benkai. I think this is them finally giving Jing that freedom to take over the game.
Oh, udah mulai. Nih, tonton dulu nih. Kau tengok nih bantingannya si Jason nih mana.
Sabar.
Because some of these times where it looks like he's about to end.
Nih.
He is. But his team
Ini
is
kan
right
dari
behind
POV
him.
abangnya.
Aku udah tahu ini. Aku juga udah lihat ini.
Udah tahu lu.
Udah
Nah,
tahu.
nih. Lu lihat nih bantingannya nih kayak mana? Di mana dapatnya? Di mana dapatnya?
overheating.
He got 5 in 1 round. That was alright. Not bad.
Too bad. The man doesn't
Gitu
look. This is a
bantingannya.
stark difference
Udah
from
lihat
the
gua kali
previous
itu,
map.
udah
Their
lihat.
pace has kept up. They are now the ones dictating the pace, and that was not
Makanya
very
gua
present in Bind. So
kalau-
I think this is something they've learned.
Gua kalau
Maybe
mau
they've shaken up a
dua
bit
enak
of the
sih,
nerves as well,
wah,
jump around,
sih.
you know, get the blood flowing a bit, and now they're on stage. They go, all right, now we know what to expect. Now we know how to do things. It's looking better.
Yeah, we're moving to the attacking side though for FPX. This is where they kind of swung the game in their favor against Optic. It was a 6-6 half after Optic kind of swung a bit of a lead in the beginning, but this is the half as well where they can accept the aggression really, really well from PaperX, and it's on their own terms.
Well, it's FPX that has to try and get back into this map now. I'm very excited, Brandon Saisho, to get into the second half.
We'll see what answers FPX have got for us here heading into map number 2. Of course, they're leading the series here in our grand finals of Masters Copenhagen. But PaperX definitely rebounding with great confidence.
Wah, ini nyari 3 ya, berarti ya.
He was the player that came alive from
nyari
the
4.
chamber when FPX played against Optic here.
Oh iya, bener.
Dominating Yay. on this side of the map, in fact, able to have so much impact on the attack.
Tahu di push.
And to me, I think Paper X just took him out of the game completely. Barely allowed him to play.
Oh, fracture abis ini.
Heavy hitters.
FPX ya, Perek yang ngepick map 3-nya, fracture.
Has been powering his team through many a moment, but this pistol round, it is very slow.
Sabar banget, cok, anjing.
FPX is how they like to play on their attack sides.
Slow, cautious,
main B.
default, but that also means that there's going to be
enggak.
opportunities happening here. And Artis is taking his headhunter over towards the jet and the chamber. Took a shot.
Penculik push chamber ya.
Get the heal.
Oh, udah diserang sama sini, Jason.
Udah.
Doesn't latch on to anybody. Paper X are pretty certain, I think, that nobody's going to be lurking just yet.
But FPX are gearing up for an exec here. Looking like they want to hit A. Benkai's already read it. Gets back into position, ready to throw his horn.
It's about disrupting this one as it comes through now. The horn onto the back. That is going to be Mindfreak revealed. Barely gets away with his life, and a horn for a horn, but Artis through the wall. Benkai's found. What is that? Just ridiculous scenes. Jing with one instantly traded. Still coming through right into the snake bite. The trap laid down. Mindfreak, he's got all the utility to cut off any sort of attempt of space, and time running so low now for them. A jump peek round the corner, Artis gets it. Mindfreak though, still that nuisance. Down to the 1v1. Spike will go down, Angel whips it around, Forsaken!
Itu Jason loncat sambil nembak itu apa maksudnya, anjing? Lu lihat nggak tadi?
Player bebas, bro.
Bukan, dia bisa kena.
Iya, makanya pro player bebas. Kitanya mah mana bisa.
Kita mah nggak bisa ya. Gue yakin sih agresif lagi nih, bakal di-push.
You need to pull out something interesting here.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Money situation obviously not ideal, but it's about as even a fight as you're going to get at this point. You need every single round.
Si Saus doang sih yang harus diculik sih. Sumpah, tapi dia main belakang terus. AMD yang memang benar-benar pedas.
On point here, you're going to see this Viper Orb looking to try and deny some space, probably at the back on rafters. Close as well. It's not going to be latching, I don't think, onto too many targets, but maybe information's gained. But the Viper wall's up. No time wasted. It's pace and aggression. That's the name of the game, Artis. Great kill to find onto Jing. This guy has been so dominant over the course of this map.
Taking him out is a major win condition. Mindfreak's going to come around up the top. They know roughly where his plan is. And he still finds one. Goes 1-for-1 up at the back. And now Shao repositions.
This reposition so smart. And the flag being washed down. Forsaken shut down.
Nice.
Can't make it happen. Benkai was aware though. The rendezvous, the shot's way through.
That's the escape artist we know and love. He's in, he's out.
Dapai.
Just like that, FPX. Come back into it. Clawing their way into the map.
But still a major
banget sih
journey
ini.
to go if they want to even draw things level here on Icebox.
Dapai doang tadi, kalau nggak misi bisa dapet ya. Si Benkai bakal nggak nyariin tuh.
Pushing in at the tip with his team, taking advantage of all of the utility that they're throwing, and his job is just to get those entries.
Yeah. Use the rendezvous to get back a little bit as well, but the money situation looking a bit better now for FPX. Really eco taken by Paper X, of course, and as you can see some dodgy plays
Anjing di
being made.
situ,
That is the
Cok.
shows. Okay. Shorty play with the haunt. Shut down, I believe that was a prowler in his face, but Jing still close here, ready and waiting. Is there going to be any sort of clear? It's
Aduh,
there.
dapet.
FPX are so diligent with these
Masih
things.
free sih memang
We
udah
saw
nggak
it
bisa.
in their game against Optic as well. They just check every
Untuk
position.
menang tuh nggak bisa.
The power of this team. Always holding the crossfires,
Memang
always
nggak bisa,
knowing
memang nggak bisa.
which angles they
Berat
should be
lawannya.
watching to help their teammates get into those spots. Incredibly good
Drone,
against those
scanan
eco
itu
rounds.
harus dipelajari sih Drone, kok dia Xbox Drone.
Apa?
That's not what's coming
Yang
out
tadi.
right now. Paper X back with
Yang dari mid.
rifles in hand.
Iya, yang dari kitchen.
Back into their favor again and stop any
Dari
kind of streak
kitchen.
that FPX might be
Iya.
looking to build.
Nggak
Si
lihat
Dapai
gua.
barusan.
Nanti.
Results to work with too here. But I'm looking at the
fokus.
positioning of their players. Wondering if Forsaken wants to go for something aggressive.
Si Xiao pula yang pakai itu. Nah ini Drone.
Similar default on the defense side. We just
Nah,
saw
itu, Drone.
over the top.
But it is
Time
some
pre-fired,
aggression
yeah.
over towards A. Jing and Forsaken holding this area pretty aggressively gives them the idea that there's no one really here.
Taking belt. We've seen this before when they played in the regional games of this tournament, of course. First time.
Oh, ada ulti ya.
Icebox, still a fight being taken place. The shot rattled off.
Dapet, Cok.
Damage was done prior. And the Benkai
Udah kontrol, udah dapet. Tapi nggak tahu ya, si Sau ini bisa clutch loh. Ngeri aimnya nih.
Able to throw out all of his information, play a high-low setup over with Divide. All left in the hands of Xiao, who only had a Guardian to work with.
What a squeeze, man. What a squeeze.
Sau ini ngeri, Cok, aimnya, Cok.
A great round by Paperex. Everything worked on both sides of the map. The aggression that you see from Forsaken and Jing, the Sage running towards Belt, and on the other side, your anchors, Benkai, Divide, choosing a high-low setup where they can spam down these players that are trying to take B. Everything in the game plan working here for Paperex. And it's forced an FPX timeout.
It certainly has.
FPX's utility is so diligent when they go towards B. Angel uses prowlers, haunts, seizes, everything to try and stop people who might be playing aggressively and catching them. But what they weren't ready for was Benkai and Divide holding to stop them even getting the plant down. Not looking actually to hold those hyper-aggressive positions at the front of B.
Itu kalau Fate ngelempar bola skenannya, ngejatuhinnya itu tekan E lagi berarti itu.
Ah, tapi ada batasnya, nggak bisa jauh.
Oh, nggak bisa jauh ya?
Otomatis turun sendiri dia.
Oh. Berarti kita bisa kontrol jatuhin sendiri gitu ya? Tekan E lagi.
Bisa. Cuman nggak ada batas maksimalnya. Kalau kejauhan ya udah turun sendiri otomatis.
Oke. Kayak Fate ini bisa gue pelajarin sih. Gue nggak mau hero-hero yang sulit, Cok.
You don't have control rather of mid or either of the extremities early. You've got to go and take them. You've got to go and fight for them.
Gua aja kan mati.
Mungkin kemana nih? Pony City.
This is the setup they had
Spawn,
before,
ini spawn.
with Jing flooding forwards into the top, taking the rope. He's slightly slow on it this time, but they're still going to get that duo set up. And they buy time for them to get into position with Mindfreak's Snakebite lineup.
Surely this is known, but look at how the players are playing this one. Yes, ready and waiting.
Kelihatan ya kayak gitu ya.
Behind the ramp. Anticipating and expecting the aggression. Shao and Sagetsu. They answer back in kind.
Shades of bind for sure. We were just talking about how difficult it is to hold such a safe passive default on this map. But FPX manage it immediately afterwards. Paperex need to scrap that aggressive strategy over on A. Maybe to the extent that they can go and hold pipes, sure, but not over pushing into spawn, at least not without a lot of information on the other side of the map.
Yeah, when you're not particularly favored, and look at how ready they were for this. Prime game in flawless, keeping all the guns moving into the next round. They just knew it was coming.
Itu pasti
And there
kepala,
is
Cok.
a snakebite that's being thrown there by Mindfreak that might be used as somewhat of a tell. But even in the rounds where they don't want to go for aggression, he's had his Viper's Pit online for a while now. He's just choosing not to use it. It's more aggression, actually. Mid of Forsaken again.
Yeah. This time with an operator in the hand of Forsaken, and he's pushed up onto that mid angle. Look at where the spike is around the side here.
And this
watched on top of the wall, reset!
Hampir.
A headshot
Damage is done, yeah.
But barely any damage.
Jing drop down, you can't be kidding me, man!
How is Zipan getting two out of that? Jumping onto a box.
That had to have just been threaded right between the legs, surely.
You will not
That had to have been it. And the Resurrect, of course, it's online. Kill prior, not even going to be mattering now, turning it into that 5v3. Risks need to be taken.
And Mindfreak looking to be the one going for it.
Again, FPX are so diligent. The utility to try and clear them through. Viper's Pit is a bit of a response here from Mindfreak.
In a
3v5.
And he's dead! He's dead, just getting spammed through. Slow over to the back, Haunt on top of it, Benkai. A monstrous task ahead of him to try and push back the onslaught. Surrounded on almost every single side.
30 seconds left.
It doesn't particularly look doable.
No.
But they have the funds to be able to commit to this and still buy for the next round. So Benkai and Divine might try and make this just a little expensive. Zipan is having none of it. He is not having any of it today.
A triple push over the rafters, a reflank through mid. Benkai can just hit footsteps all around him.
There's nowhere to watch.
Gue nggak dengar ada yang drop.
And Zipan gets
Gue
four in the
juga
round,
gak
but it's the
expect ada yang
first two that
kagak
confused
denger
me.
gue ada yang turun.
That shot.
Asli gue nggak dengar ada yang turun loh.
To claim his first target. Let's take a look at this on the
Nih
replay.
tadi.
Oh,
Right
ini
between the
anjing
legs. No, he
banget,
did. He just jumped over the op shot.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Didn't realize he was an
Orang nih.
acrobat.
Pass reset at the aim and
Kayaknya sambil nembak deh dia turunnya
just
itu.
that bit more dangerous, I think, for Paper
Iya
X.
sih.
It absolutely is.
Kan kayak gitu tuh biasanya orang tuh sekarang nembak satu pelor sampai turun.
They've been very diligent in these anti-eco rounds.
Wait, is this?
Oh,
Hold on.
Gak nyampe.
Nggak dapet.
No strangers to these kind of plays being
Dapai,
happening as well. That
dapai.
was a snake bite and a seize happening over towards the A side just to punish the orb being grabbed and Divide. It's going to be that first casualty.
Kosong melompong banget tanya.
My ball dropped off, a fast approach, no time wasted. Now Horty reveals the positioning perfectly. Spam around the side, but still, the kills flooding in one after the other. Forsaken is right in their faces. The Blade Storm not giving them any options. Somehow, it's come down to the 1v1. In a blink of an eye. Forsaken. A bit of a read. The crosshair placement is there for the wider swing, but he dashes back, and now he knows it, but still, the noise being cut down over the top Sugetsu. Does he know about this repositioning?
Nice!
Kayak gitu flicknya. Tadi bisa. Ini bisa. Tadi pakai OP nggak bisa anjing.
To take Paper X up to map point. 12 on the board now. And that's around where it starts. Forsaken missing his jump to go for a double updraft. And I'm sure he's glad he's still having updrafts available to win this one out on the A retake.
Ini bisa loh, tadi nggak bisa.
Monitornya sampai miring kayak gitu sih gue. Enggak deng.
Enggak. Memang posisinya kayak ini.
Gue kepancing gara-gara keyboardnya miring. Lumayan sih itu.
Jangan Jing, jangan.
Nightfall pushing him back, and they're taking the fight right up close into them. Prowler going to be denying the vision, but still, Jing right off to the side, and the team is helping him all the way pushed up. They want to end it right here, right now.
Gue bilang jangan Jing, jangan.
Devi's on the ropes.
It's just absurd.
He's on top of Angel's head.
Ships in the night.
Teleport's ready.
Dodges back, but surely he's going to open
Aaron
himself
di
up to
mana,
an
Cok?
angle here. No, eventually backing away with the rendezvous.
Itu nge-flank.
Dapet flanknya anjir.
From the back, Mind Freak, what an opening, what a
Overthinking.
timing to catch.
Engine enggak.
Overthinking.
Iya, udah menang nih. Udah menang, udah push nih.
Paper X.
Mind Freak and Divide to fight. The crowd to fight as well. 86 health, though he does have the spike.
Ayo kamu
Silently moves his way over.
30 seconds, Josh.
30 seconds left.
He might be allowed a free
Mati.
plant here, Bran. He's just walking backwards, though. Into the side
mati.
of Divide.
Udah bener overthinking segala tempat.
Gak maksudnya tadi si Aaron nge-flank ditinggalin, itu overthinking parah cowok udah. Dia nggak mungkin dia kalau pindah ke B balik jalan balik itu nggak mungkin. Overthinking udah itu.
Dia takutnya udah di lock kan.
Jing gokil anjay.
That is a great response. Not only in the manner that it was 13-7, but
Sakit
also
angel
the level
kepala,
of
sakit
aggression
kepala
that
angel.
they showcased without
Angel.
getting punished too much.
Sakit kepala.
You had all of the same diligence coming out from FPX. They were still trying to punish the aggression, and they did at times. And yet you still had moments like this. Jing pulling out an ace, going for play after play.
Just outlandish stuff. All over the map.
Ini hampir banget kok.
Sakit banget sih emang Jipan nih.
Trying to answer back, crawl their way into the map at hand, but even out eventually.
And you just can't let yourself get to that kind of deficit where one eco round and that's it, that's the map. At this kind of type of level,
Yang di PJ juga pada break lihat
that will make
WC dulu.
like the Des was saying at the beginning, every map is winnable.
Iya,
It's
Cok.
just what you bring to the table, and you're already starting to see the two teams' different styles.
And who knows which direction this series is going to be going, man. The maps are just going to get even more crazy. We're going to go to a short break, and of course, on the other side, our analyst desk breaking down all the action and setting us up for that crucial map number 3. Don't go anywhere.
Greget nih anjing tadi ya.
Apa lo mau kita login Palo dulu kita?
Hah?
Login Palo sambil nunggu main ini aja spike rush gitu-gitu aja ya. Mau
Ya
nggak?
ya. Mau
share screen gue matiin dulu ya. Mau apa?
bebas.
Ayo, spike rush aja. Kan nunggunya mah bentar doang ini. Ikut gak Min? Mimin tidur, lupa, sorry. Kayaknya nggak bisa login. Bisa deh. Gue kira kagak bisa login, bah. Go capture, matiin dulu. Game capture. Lo bisa nggak? Login.
Speedrun.
Spike rush. Lu RM.
Kompe.
Lu RM, woi. Jangan kompe kelamaan. Nah, spike rush aja.
Match found.
Alhamdulillah. Icebox langsung.
Everyone.
Coba petnya. Tadi ngedropnya di mana ya?
Dari
tempat kitchen kan? Pintu kitchen itu kan?
Tapi titiknya itu aku lupa deh.
Enggak, kalau yang kayak gitu harusnya ya mungkin bisa gua
ini dipilih kan, Run? Acak kan?
Enggak, ini kita milih ini.
Oh, bukan dipilih-pilih berarti ya?
Itu replication yang dipilih-pilih itu. Kalau ini senjata ntar yang dipilihin. Sama semuanya. Biasanya sih chamber enak sini karena ultinya langsung bisa OP kan. Kalau gue matiin sini gimana? Ngedodge bah. Astaga.
Match found.
Heaven. Di sini mereka Heaven main pakai Fate juga loh di sini.
Fun ya.
Udah ada sofa. Lu pakai apa?
Sih gua.
Gua pakai mana nih?
I am on a higher plane, Charlie. Literally.
Spike rush.
This killing is terrible business, but I always say if I must do something, it's the best.
Going Astro, guys. That'll work.
Keren. Iya, bisa kayak ini doang.
That'll work. Enemy spotted mid. Bomb buddy.
Careful now. Embarrassing. Someone's B. Reload him.
Covering it.
Lah, gua malah.
Got it, C. Last player standing.
Ini apa sih duar-duar kepala?
Bisa-bisanya dah.
Itu.
Surrounded by us. Up I go. About there. Take that boomer soldier boy out. That should work.
Someone's mid.
There. Concealment. Blocking vision. Enemy spotted C. Still in sight. Taking that back. Reloading. Recovering it. Still in sight.
Who's next?
There. 30 seconds left.
Right there.
I have them.
Enemy punch. My ult ready.
Situ satunya.
One enemy remaining.
Gimana?
Dari Emen. Itu tuh. Kita di sini nih.
I would apologize to them, but alas, they are dead.
Sumpah gua.
Last round before the switch.
They're in for a rude awakening.
see now. Right there. About there.
Oh, Yorunya selalu nge-push ya?
Tak ayo, gue ulti nih. Paranoianya lama lagi.
Bener. Lu pakai apaan sih, Tun?
Penta, gue Astra.
I need a star. I'm out of astral stars.
Dekat gua, Drun.
Well divided.
Oh, di belakang semua, Drun. Cabut, Drun. 4-4 yang situ, Drun. 3-3 yang situ.
30 seconds left.
Sumpah, Ren. Gua liat bang.
Taking that back.
Udah, Run. Ke A aja, Run.
Need that back.
Gue motong.
10 seconds left.
Blocking vision.
Spike planted.
Nyudut belakang. Heaven 1.
Concealment.
Dua-duanya. City Drone.
Oh, iya.
Dua-duanya Heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Satu udah side.
Pulling them in.
Stop, Drone.
Last player standing.
Masih atas. Awas,
Switching sides.
Mad guys.
Ini.
Udah main. Habis ini kita ini.
No prisoners.
Heading to the above. Obscuring vision. Right there. Concealment.
Put down. Going see. Going see.
Geret anjir.
Spike planted.
Need that back. Recovering it.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
Banget ya.
Match point.
This has gone on long enough, I think.
I'm going above. That'll work. Right there.
Yes.
Obscuring vision.
Hey.
You want to play? Let's play.
Blocking vision. Killer. Need that back.
3-3 di long.
Concealment.
Ada kiri kan.
I've got your trail.
30 seconds left.
Ini Reina itu nih goblok dulu. Lu main solo sih.
One enemy remaining.
Too close. but close enough.
Defenders win.
Gue stay lobby dah.
Stay lobby maksudnya?
Valorantnya kagak gue logout. Lanjut nonton lagi. Tapi gue nggak share screen ya. Takutnya nge-lag.
Dia kejedor dapat 3 dok.
Udah 2-1 aja ya skornya.
Udah play.
Udah. Ultinya. Anjir ke counter.
Moves in, but he is being swarm surrounded. They know his positioning. TP away, the nade pushes him back, and he's so low.
Definisi timing banget.
Such a fantastic response from FPX in this round.
Defendernya siapa?
Everything once
FPX.
Dapat.
Dapat 2. Nice, enggak
And
apa-apa.
that's a great try. Awesome spray transfer as well. But the same issue in the clutch, and it's the same issue to open the round. There are too many players in halls for Paper X to get through.
Just ready to deal with it.
Even after they ult Angel away, Zipan is there to go and help Xiao. And Xiao only had a Guardian, and yet the combo with Zipan has just locked that area of the map straight down.
Sees nade, the paranoia, it's all used to disrupt that kind of play. And again, gonna be joking, the same sort of setup. The players are there. Paper X
cover going out.
Have the weapons this time, working with just a bit of a lighter buy, of course. Half on it, flash through into Samba. Shao, he deals with it easily enough. Mind Freak though, instant response. The trade online, the door's still open, and this is causing more than enough issues. How are they returning the fire like this?
All of those sheriff shots were so
Ke
precise
timing.
from the side of Paper
Aduh
X.
mati nih
And
Jason.
Forsaken's going into spawn here.
Mati
Does he
kan.
try and close the gap?
Absolute
Si Jason.
madness.
Tahu aku.
Artist shuts down any sort of funny business.
No fun on my watch. Not unless I'm the one singing. That's what Artist says. He's got an operator into this round. And for Paper X in general, they have just been battering their heads against halls.
Halls all the time.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again.
Langsung
In theory,
3-2
it
aja
makes sense you should be able
tiba-tiba.
to get around it. If you can have Jing or Forsaken or both of them playing up by Dish, even 3 players from FPX can't watch both sides at once.
SOP round kalah kah Perex tadi?
It should be possible.
Break.
They may want to try and have Divide purely playing as bait there. A lot of the fracture meta tends to revolve around having your chamber, trying to take and break the trap plays happening in halls. If they can force out one of those early paranoias or a seize nade, and then react out of Dish, maybe they can start to get something working. Or you know, there is a B side to this match.
Sure, you could lean over to that side. Timeout to try and think about what they want to do. You are right, Josh. Normally teams, when they're playing this one on their attack side, you see those 4-1 setups. Usually the chamber player alone, just with the rendezvous setup, trying to bait and pull out that utility that might be being used. Could be an option for them, but so far it's just been complete conditioning, or at least the attempt by Paper X to try and drag players over towards A halls of everything they're pumping into it.
And it will work. FPX are committing 3 players over to A, and I think it's quite unlikely they start with 3B at the beginning of any of these early rounds. Both chambers with an op, and Zipan's made the move over to the B site, now playing with a showstopper to try and shut down any kind of adjustment in the strategy. But from the look of it, Paper X are still content to send the same kind of pistol round look, where they're slowly prodding towards halls with both duelists up at Dish.
It's a stun and obviously exchanged. Prowler's being used. That's a lot early on from Xiao just to try and clear through in case there's somebody there. But it is more tempered and space has been given up. That drop location. Players are watching it though. FPX seem relatively aware that it could be a possibility, of course. Compromise, you've got to be knowing it.
Angel's getting a little antsy here. Gonna have to refresh his one-way soon, and I think that's the timing that Paper X are going for. One way back up, Angel wants information right now. He's playing much further forwards than he has done previously because there's been no noise from Paper X.
It's been cut completely.
Only one rendezvous is what he hears.
There's not a lot to go off, but with the Viper orb down, there's a fast lane to try and split this one up. And now the showstopper play into sand, cut it across, but this wall impedes it. Sugetsu, Twilight lives! An absurd series of events. How do you get away with that one?
And the pressure still being applied. The corner not being cleared. Angel returns back into action. 2 kills for Divide. Will eventually trade it, but he's left alone, isn't he? 1v3.
Oh, diagresifin ya. Biasa kan PRX kalau pakai ini selalu diagresifin.
Crossfire, this chokehold that FPX have got onto the site. Almost impossible task.
With only 10 seconds left, he is not getting past the brick wall of Ardis. And PaperX, I've never seen a Raze player get robbed so frequently as Jing with his showstoppers.
I mean, that was just absurd.
138 damage he did. And also a bit of a miscommunication there as well. Mindfreak not realizing where he died from.
Yeah, and Angel just not being cleared out fast.
Yang pakai bridge siapa?
Yang pakai bridge
Benkai. Gue yakin Benkai dimarahin gara-gara klip barusan. Gue yakin.
Happy to keep up a similar kind of default. Yeah, they're really trying to hammer home this conditioning. Perhaps trying to make space for Divide to work his operator in there.
One against the other. Tour de force could be a huge.
Mati duluan sih.
Si sabar aja, sama-sama sabar aja.
Slowly creeping up on these
Benkai mati nih.
Ardis is going to have the better
Dapai.
angle here if Divide comes close.
Timber gue Dapai mati.
Kalau dia ngegesernya kayak gitu, jalan kayak gitu, mati dia.
Situ, harus flash. Dia nggak ada tele lagi, enak banget, Cok.
Setting it up for though.
Oh, ada tele ternyata.
That's going to be the rolling thunder, and now Forsaken, the overdrive is all the way deep in their spawn. 1 kill found. Satchel attached to Getsu. You should not be favored there. Sunba still locks down tower, but he's being squeezed. Not able to push back the approach of the players.
Aduh, dapat
With the Vipers
playnya.
been down.
Aduh,
It's looking like a difficult task, but
Not for
Shao,
much longer.
listen, he takes that threat out now.
Apa
He's
sih
making it
Dapai?
work. Him and Angel against the world. Forsaken. Ult's going to be fading. Picked up a Bulldog. God, they still need to get themselves onto the site. Angel has TPs available, but it's red. And a satchel across. Playing it well.
Dapai
PaperX,
2
3
kali
kills in a
miss
round
loh.
for Jing. What a way to win on their
Ya mau
thrifting.
gimana ya kan?
Great stuff by PaperX there.
Kalau kayak kita nggak apa-apa miss. Dia jangan lah, pro player lu.
Two players out, Angel and Shao through halls. That's how Shao got behind so quickly. But they weren't anticipating Forsaken to be this aggressive. It's one thing to know that PaperX are going to push you. It is another thing to suddenly find them in your spawn.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
Let's go, boys.
When it was looking like, honestly, the momentum of this first half was really on the side of PaperX. Or FPX, I should say.
But they found something that works, and this time Forsaken Divide getting
Oh,
very
diambil ke OP ya?
quickly
Oh,
past the
enggak beli.
one-way smoke. Making sure they hold for any kind of setup.
Ini ulti
I'm not
Ardis.
sure what their plan was if they got hit by the paranoia here. Maybe just to flee. But at this point, Angel's missed his opportunity.
Moving it back, I mean, he's still holding close to the wall.
Juga drop.
It's awkward, though. It's awkward positioning from the FBX players. Angel might just end up running into Jing.
Still coming through. Jing trying to take the timing. He's given free reign there at Dish. Misses the opportunity though.
And this is Sugetsu's classic mid-round Viper's Pit.
Oh,
Popped
fake
onto the
rotate.
A side. A little bit of sound bait here from PaperX as they try and make
Oh,
it sound
masih
like
ada
they're going
time.
over
Mereka
towards
main time,
B.
mereka main
Or
time.
is this just indecision? Pings all over sand would indicate PaperX are still going to try and fight through this.
Needs to be watched now. You can see them moving all the way through to stun. That's going to be a connection. Forsaken moves forward. It's a fast lane to split it up. But this is a
mati nih.
difficult one again to deal with up close and personal. Gets on the high ground and the Viper's Pit remains intact.
Oh, ini udah fix rotate.
And it has to be a pivot. It has to be an adjustment.
And Ardis stays in his position here. They're going to go... No, thinking about going over the ropes. There really is indecision. Littering the camp of PaperX right now.
Hotel.
They are
Sabar
normally
banget
so good in
Chamber
these
itu.
mid-round decisions.
A tour de force as well. A dodge to the side. Ardis, he could shut this down single-handedly. Holding behind it. Dies. The shot is found. And the slow field placed across. The showstopper is the cherry on top. Not a chance in hell for PaperX to find their
Udah
way back
setting,
in.
mau nggak mau.
And Divide, the silver lining to this catastrophic round may be that he just keeps the operator online. But FBX immediately rip back control into their camp.
Nah ini kejauhan.
This setup is so difficult to crack. Sugetsu on top of B. with inside his Viper's pit, and Xiao playing inside it on the bottom. Xiao's more often going to take first contact, and even if he dies, the pit remains active.
There's really no way to clear out Segetsu when he plays back against the wall on the high ground there.
After a very successful map 2, Forsaken's stat line seems to indicate he's back to bind. Just getting shut down, hammered by utility. Has to keep giving up these early fights.
No
but he
way.
wants to force another.
No way.
And what is that shot?
What a flick, and the angle
Lihat
was
nggak lu
divine.
flicknya?
He's got his back.
Lihat nggak lu flicknya?
Enggak. Sambil
More
main Clash
relentless
Royale
Forsaken
gua.
though this time.
Hai.
Foot off the gas, now the
Sumpah nanti ya lu lihat
It's up
ini
to
ya.
Zipan to see if he can lock this one down. He knows
Replay.
slowly being squeezed with the
Lihat nanti
positioning, and the
replay.
timing was everything.
And it was perfect.
Telat flash.
Flash into the corner,
Jadi dimarahin
Ardis
main kan.
rattling off almost everything in his clip there. The headhunter finding it though, still, it is a 2v3. Segetsu, what a kill to final to Jing. Choosing to refight into this Divide with the shot though.
Saving juga
Down
sih, mau nggak
to
mau
Ardis.
saving.
And with only an operator in hand.
Di goblok.
This one doesn't look doable. In fact, rendezvous in
Oh,
to
dapat
donate
area
the
yang
eye.
situ dia telenya.
Just thinking that he was inside the other totem there. PaperX managed to claw one back.
Nih.
Look at this shot from Forsaken. What is that?
Flick one tap-nya drone. Anjir.
Absolute filth. Divide as well, sneaking an op shot underneath. Look at the face on Angel.
Also, they had a great read, I think, of how to disrupt that one. The players were up close and personal. The paranoia was skirted across.
Berkeringat loh air, lihat.
Do you really anticipate Forsaken to just be sliding and gliding across the floor, cutting up the crosshair placement, immediately retaking that space?
And I think the other point to note is that from FPX's point of view, the team that's now taking a tactical timeout, there was nothing wrong there tactically. The guy just hit a crazy shot.
Gara-gara kena flick one tap.
And that's what you're going to get with PaperX sometimes. Jing and Forsaken in particular are so talented. They've been able to turn up to these events since the very beginning, since their first showings at the International Masters events, and shock people with how talented, how skilled they both are. Forsaken obviously
Ini
for
bukan-
quite a bit longer.
Ini coachnya kayaknya yang gemuk itu ini drone, dia yang main drone.
Moments of brilliance, something to just even
Soalnya
out
di
the
pelatihan
rounds. What a map we've had so
FPX dari tadi coach ya nggak banyak bicara loh.
To keep pulling off those miraculous shots.
Iya drone, kuperhatikan loh.
Strategical point of view, things are not going so well for PaperX.
Oh mereka mau
On
satu
an
lane,
attempt to brute force, it might just work if you
mau
have the
satu lane, mau
force.
satu lane.
Still leaning over towards it. I mean, it's just absolutely outlandish behavior. The double satchel in the showstopper. Rip through,
Duh,
trademark.
ada yang
Oh, Slowfield's going to be throwing a wrench into the plan, I think. Just trying to clear their way through with the flash. The fast lane, the
Nggak
players
dibuang
offside
sama
Shadow.
Jing.
Oh, he's right around this corner, and the timing here could be everything for them.
Forsaken's going to plant in a
Oi,
position where
kena.
Mind Freak has those snakebite lineups. So now, possibly for the first time, we get to see the PaperX post plan. And how do FPX deal with it? Are they going to go for something quick? They've denied Dish. Actually, Mind Freak's not going to. He was looking to go
cover
for
kok.
a mad wraparound.
Forsaken! The Horn is just lighting this guy up, and somehow he still lives. Alive, but for a moment, Zipan will eventually deal with him, but it is just
Omen
Horn's
mati,
control.
harusnya nggak bisa.
That's all the PaperX are dealing with. It makes it hard for them to try
Harusnya nggak
and
bisa
push
nge-smoke
back
lagi.
this one, but it looks like they've got a setup to deal with it. Control being gained,
Klan
Divide
pro
with
lagi,
the
klan pro
operator.
lagi.
Opening after opening with the nade sent flying. Nobody can get onto this one. Rattle it off and flick to the side. Divide eventually
Oh,
shut
di line
down with
up.
a snake bite. To get too weakened. No more time. Has to stick it. And
Itu
it's
line up
clinical
dari
by
mana
Mind
Cok?
Freak.
Nggak tahu
There you
gua.
see the power of the PaperX post plan. Mind Freak was actually
Bukan
thinking of going for a big
bocah
wraparound
line
flank
up gua,
through
kagak
B,
pernah main
and
paper
instead
line
countercalled
up kagak pernah
by
gua.
somebody on his team, just deciding to play it safe. Look at that shot from Divide. Divide's really woken up in this game. Determined to take his team deeper and deeper, hoist the trophy. And now, after that insane run from FPX, it's PaperX that are in control and looking to take a sixth.
Oh ini baru lagi.
The economy's on their side. The flash to the side and all of that conditioning still. It's a bit of a gamble with players leaning over here, but Arcade is being played for. Satchel play right up close. Forsaken's moving through. Needs to support a little bit more with fast lane. Artist plays inside of it, and guess what?
Whoa.
Segetsu still in tower. Still locks it down despite the fact Just being
Mati
pressured
Jing.
from the back there. Jing ended up sending in his nade and this
Mati kan.
placement. He
Tipisan
just knows it's coming.
Tipis
Sugetsu
banget
has the
itu,
spike
mati
as
lo
well.
wajib Jing.
It is so difficult to try and retrieve that.
Takut mereka,
And
takut.
even more difficult now.
Good luck.
Secure
Iya,
point
iya.
sih lebih tepatnya.
Iya.
Bagus sih.
In such a rotten position.
Aduh nggak dapet.
Aron anjing ini nggak sabaran kali.
Gonna take quite a bit more for him to find an edge. Every shot whiffing
Aron
eventually
bangsat ini
Segetsu
nggak
comes
sabaran
out to
kali.
bail out his teammates. The thrifty win.
These anti-ecos have been a real problem for Paper Rex. Even when they haven't lost them, they've come extremely close. And now it's Paper Rex going from having a booming economy to none at all. Oh, I say none. They've still got something going. But Sugetsu is the playmaker, the master there. It is a well-known IGL strategy. On eco rounds, or on anti-eco rounds rather, send it to the other site. Keep them guessing, don't always hit A. But completely failed there. Angel rotated instantly, Zipan pushed out Dish. They just knew they were going B.
Stun's going to be revealing quite a lot there, but this time it is on the B side of things. Mindfreak.
Oh, depan pintu.
Supplementing the rest of this push now, right onto the top of stairs. So it's going to be pushed forwards, and I think the goal there to try and push him forwards into the aftershock. They've already taken tower, but look at that cross-end placement. This guy is impeccable.
What a monster! Making a serious case for MVP in this tournament. And in this map, finally gets taken out by Forsaken, who goes for a side play.
One after the other, the plays just keep happening. The shots are rattled off. Back and forth. Artist, how do you retake this one? Operator, the Viper's pit in the choke.
And you have to go for it. It's the final round of the half. Either way, FPX have 6. Question is whether Artist can put them out to a major advantage. This would be an outrageous clutch if he could pull it off. If he could find the timing, and it's just not quite there.
Not quite there. Paper Rex even it out in the end this first half. So back and forth. We mentioned at the beginning, Josh.
Nah, ada yang minta
importance of this
maple
one to get
anjing.
that edge in this series, your grand finals of Masters 2 Copenhagen.
And every other Masters final
Tumpang
that we've had the pleasure of watching has been a one-sided affair. This is the first time where a team's taken a map, and then we go into a third, and it's close on either side. I mean, Copenhagen, you are getting a treat today.
What a match to have the crowd here watching. Let's send it down to the analysts to break it down so far, what we've seen.
Yes, like you guys said, this is anything but one-sided, both teams showing up. And it does come down a lot to the Rave players. Jing and Zip and Tom, they're having a hell of a head-to-head.
Yeah, the way that things sort of started off between the two of them, it was like Jing blast packing his way into the site, and then you almost had those multi-frags coming through on the other side from Zipan. But I feel like we started there with those two players, and then after a while, it just started switching between whoever was just going to pop off in different rounds.
I think Ray's players on map of Fracture is just so incredibly important. There's power positions. I was a little interested that they weren't that interested over towards B a lot of that half. I was like, okay, maybe there's a lot of space you could take. They decided to hit A time and time again, and I don't know if that's the G2 special that we keep bringing out, that only A side exists, but for both of these players, Jing was able to traverse the map quite efficiently. Zipan was kind of the mid-round kind of guy as well, so it was different, a little bit different stylistically.
Yeah, I mean, Jing was full-on W gaming in effect right here. There's so many moments where he was trying to set the tempo for Paper Rex, and then Zipan came alive, right? So he was starting to shut down Jing trying to take the space, and unfortunately there were so many moments where Jing's showstopper just didn't find any value. This specifically is where it started to turn for FPX, and I thought that they might go on a mad run, but instead, they're doing exactly the type of thing that you expect, right? Being able to shut down the Hall's position, being able to shut down the fast push, and then Paper Rex just turned it on again. It's just crazy how back and forth this game has been.
Yeah, I think we need like an honorable mention as well for the likes of Devi, like some of the operator shots, but also towards the end, Saigetsu basically winning them around with a shorty. Like, it is just, this man is just illogical in every sense of the word, and a joy to watch.
I mean, we said we were really lucky to get Fracture in the first 3 maps. That way we would be guaranteed we would get here. Well, we knew it was just going to be an absolute slaughter on both sides of the coin here. I have no idea where this is going, but I'm wondering whether or not the attacking side might favor a particular team going into it. That's where my head is ever so slightly.
I want to see an overtime, you guys. I want us to go all the way into OT. Brandon Sideshow, what do you think about that?
I only hope we'd be so lucky, I think, Sue.
But we're heading into the half now, where FPX managed to completely neutralize Optic's Neon aggression. And that I think is going to be the big question here. For the rest of Fracture, are the set plays on defense that PaperX love running, are these crunch plays going to actually find value? And I think we might get the answer very shortly.
They're just holding for it. There were pings on the map, that was for the fault line. The angle, but look at this positioning, this crossfire. 3 players watching it, just the angle still. Stuns off to the side, Artis in the back, Headhunter. One after the other. Not the cleanest shots in the world, but it doesn't matter.
And Benkai has to limp away, 13 health. A failed venture completely there. Maybe Mindfreak can save something though.
Over the top, reveals his position. And there's still a kill being found.
Devi's worried about being pushed from the other angle. He does have a little bit of space to work with. But Ardis pushes even deeper. Devi catching him in the back, 1v2.
How do you deal with this one, Devi? Hopping around the corner, the Prowler. Nobody wanted to capitalize off of this, but it's a double face. Have to be careful. The 1-2 shot, the damage is done. 2 HP in a dream, and it's not enough for him. Pissed around for FPX to claw any sort of advantage coming into this map, into the second half of Fracture.
And the way that PaperX like to play on their defense side, it's exactly what FPX are waiting for. They're sat there anticipating it on the pistol again. The same thing we saw on bind from them on attack. Completely reading where the aggression was going to come from and set up with ultra disciplined crossfires to shut it down immediately. Looks like PaperX are not bothered about it though, they're going to go for it again. Another attempt at some bridge aggression. Trying to control the north side of the map. Meanwhile, FPX is
dilepas, Cok.
looking at tunnel, looking at taking stairs.
This is honestly, again, a bit of a hard read, I think, from FPX.
Berlawanan banget
Coming
anjir.
into this, knowing the aggressive plays were coming.
And what a boom bot. That one
enggak.
notifies them that somebody's pushed out arcade.
But still, how do you deal with Devi? Hello? Rest of the players over
Sakit.
across the ropes there. He's taking off 2 of the players' heads. Another bit of action. Shao, Guardian. Tricky weaponry, but eventually doing the job, isn't it? Evens it out. Now a 3v3. But could still get dangerous.
Shao gets every kill to take them out of
Ini
dangerous
sih kalau
situations.
Aaron dapat ya.
Mind Freak. Attacking here is absolutely everything. The right click! You have got to be kidding me. How are we getting away with this one, Tipan? Bit of a retreat, finds a shot. Now a weapon, one shot to the head, but Shao shuts it down. It got hairy, it got dicey. But Shao is good for it.
Guardian v Guardian in the final moments. Devi finding impact though. 2 headhunter kills that just came out of nowhere, whistling himself up to the top. I'm concerned about this one from Shao though. Just before this, Jing had caught it, or rather, yeah, there. Forsaken swings, Jing swings afterwards. Why no double face? Why not try to take out Shao? You let him live to clutch the round. You can't allow that. At least PaperX did enough damage to stop these bonus rounds that have been carrying carrying FPX's aggression through. Normally in round 15, PaperX have rifles to work with, bulldogs, everything. This time, only the 2 from Angel and Shao.
A-nya dilep. Oh enggak.
Zipan just hoping somebody gets up close and personal with him.
FPX have got to assume in these kind of rounds that bridge, the north side of the map, is taken. If they don't have somebody up there giving them information, you can't assume that PaperX have decided not to push.
It's re-cleared. The timing here.
No, Jason.
Shots exchanged. But it is that double face. You have to be so careful here if you are Forsaken. Smoke drop down, blocks it still. And now the contact once more. FPX are hoping that, again, that patented PaperX aggression The way that they play might just be working out in their favor. This time, though, it strikes for him. A satchel body blocked. Aggression not really getting too much done here, but it's still a crossfire all the way back. But now, 30 seconds in the round.
And Paper X have prodded, taken map control, and not overpushed this time. The time pressure is becoming an issue for
Paranoia fades, Benkai! The rifle, the shots. Just perfection.
Map krusial banget dah.
And Paper X are able to come out with that one prime game flawless. That's a bonus round where FBX came into it without too many weapons, but they're still going to be able to have a deadly one, a deadly buy this time to follow up. And I like the way that Paper X approach that defensive aggression. They go aggressive and take the top side of the map, but they don't overface. They're not trying to force the issue. They're just slowing the round down, denying map control from FPX.
Ensuring that they don't give away any free kills, easy ones still. That's a TP forwards. Horns over the top and a bit of spam through. Play cooked up, Angel. He's so deep there.
Aduh, mati nih trigger disiplin.
But this is a battle on multiple fronts. Shao pushed up close, right to the side.
Kebiasaan.
The satchel play, and listen, I don't blame you. You missed a bit of the action there. That was just pure pandemonium on multiple sections of the map.
Yeah, crazy stuff going on actually. They push
out. Gua udah megang nih map FPX.
Forwards. I thought the round might be over for
kalau kalah ente ya kan, udah lah ya.
Nggak map ini ya, kalau turnya nggak tahu gua.
Jing just double blast back past him, unable to do anything, and manages to land himself. Jing, that is, lands himself in a nice, tasty specimen for the rest of the FPX players to clean up.
Nggak dapet.
Dapat yang bolong ini.
That might make FPX a little cautious. Usually Paper X are playing
kelihatan ya?
this time not. Going for another peak that Zipan is ready for.
And this is just shades of bind, I think, at this point.
Sumpah, itu pasti Dapai pun nggak tahu tuh dari mana.
Again, you know what to anticipate when it's coming from Paper X. When they're running the double duelist with the neon on the raise, you know they're going to be trying to take control, making risky plays. A bit of a double satchel there, now to Nightfall. Push them back, he does get good information, they know that there's a player there, but now the response, Rolling Thunder. Viper Wall gonna be blocking them, no more sound cues, double stunned up into tower to try and find it, but again the crossfire, just watching. FPX so good, they're just tempering all the aggression coming towards them. And the lead getting steadily bigger and bigger for them.
And FPX just look untouchable in these attack sides. It didn't work for them necessarily on Icebox, though they started to mount some level of a comeback. But here their players are just so diligent dealing with the threats on all fronts. That might be the first time I've seen the Sugetsu pop off. Even he's feeling it out here in front of the crowd.
Passion definitely going through here. The crowd as well playing a huge part of this one, the cheers.
Time out lagi.
Reverberations being felt by the players on either side.
And every fun play that Paper X cook
Defense-nya
up, every
arogan
time
kali,
they want
Cok.
to dash forwards and go for something off kilter. Every time they have a set play, it's just getting crushed.
Watchful.
Nah kan dari court aja kagak ada, mereka ngobrol-ngobrol aja timeoutnya. Karena ngilangin ritmenya itu loh, nge-stop ritme on fire-nya musuh.
One thing we haven't necessarily seen just yet is Paper X going aggressive out of tree and trying to crunch the players on the south side of the map. It's where FPX are normally going to be starting most of their people from, with Angel looking towards tree. Angel likes to do the TP behind the box, as you can see him setting up for that on the minimap right now. If you have a read that he's going to be there and utility to stun him up, maybe Paper X can cook up some kind of anti-strat set play. But if they haven't brought it out at this point, maybe it hasn't factored into their preparation work.
Jason satu lagi ada ulti, beli full armor aja sih.
Put a bit of that aggression into halls once more, but again the FPX players are just holding, watching. Defensive Viper Wall does obviously put a bit of a blockade, but a Haunt just to push back through it and take that space.
And this is going to be one of your most typical FPX defaults, taking a lot of people to hold the angles as somebody sets up on the top stairs.
Trademark gone, nade into the back of the side, don't have to worry too much, but tower. Snakebite was there, helps him out, and it does force that rendezvous, so site control is gained.
And PaperX gambled A very early on, so they are going to be retaking from a long way away with very poor weaponry.
Yeah.
Viper's pit dropped down, so Getsu gets spammed out of this one. Moving forwards, Ardis has to deal with this one. The risk being taken, teleports back. Moving forwards, though, to crossfire. Diligence being shown once more from them, and somehow Jing.
Jauh, oh kena bokong, gue kira sejauh itu
Now it's
anjir.
offered him his showstopper. Double satchel into the side, a flick to the back of the site. The rocket doesn't quite do the job. Zipper now answering again with one of his own, down to it. All the way to the wire. FPX eventually clawing it through.
Another dangerous eco round where PaperX maybe could have found
Udah,
something.
ini dah
The
FPX
push
tuan,
out of
dah
holes
wajib.
from Jing was amazing. Catching Ardis in the back. But that showstopper, anything but. The high sensitivity gamer, high APM, maybe just causing a problem as he shot the showstopper directly in the middle of his two targets.
Yeah. Just couldn't quite get that kill secured, honestly.
Well done.
It's a thing that's been carrying FPX, I think, all the way through their lower bracket run. If every obstacle that they faced, it's been that preparation, diligence, the crossfires, the trust in each other as teammates as well, to be able to hold each other's backs, and
Ke situ, Cok.
no one's really able to respond with that one.
Tapi
Jing still wants to hold
ngebanting
the angle up. When the door opens up, the double swing, it's a trade at the end of the day.
Really disciplined from FBX, shutting down Jing. Device going to go for another peek, and he has an answer as well.
Ya mati nih, main freak,
And it's
bener
just
kan?
feeling inevitable at this point. Up top,
syukur
Benkai
aja.
does grab 2 kills. Okay. Angel though anchoring up top now.
Tapi dari segi HP
Slice
kalah ya
start to
satu
go
orang.
down, but
Kalah.
Benkai is weak. Not a lot of utility.
Tapi masih ada apa sih 4 second?
Offer as well.
Tuh,
Forwards, fast lane has a
kebiasaan.
punish. Great timing with the swings. And now
Nginti-nginti, udah dibilang ini benar.
point for FPX.
Kelihatan, si Davai banyak bikin
Doing
kesalahan.
such a great job at shutting these players down. And I think we barely got to hear the comms at the end of the prior round. But I could hear Angel saying, I told you guys, don't be shy. And I think when you watch FPX challenging PaperX, like this swing here, just Angel, raw swinging out, trying to find a timing on Forsaken as he uses his wall. And it's perfect. Too often in this tournament, people have given PaperX all the respect because their players demand it. And yet, if you bring the pain to them, you can find openings.
A last-ditch effort though.
Kebiasaan trigger
Fast lane, the
disiplin
overdrive is all
anjing.
popped off to try and help Forsaken supplement it, and the kills this time going their way. Weapons not too good, squeezing it from the back of halls, but Sugetsu shuts it down, still Jing the satchel play, Sugetsu!
Kebiasaan, trigger disiplin.
What a monster! In the blink of an eye, the map secured, takes it away, and the advantage is theirs. FPX
bisa
setting the blood in the water.
Let me remind you as well, Brent, that
GG
was
banget
a
sih kalau FX
6-6
menang
first
Cok
half.
dari lower bracket.
PaperX won only 1 round on their defensive side. That is a level of battering that we saw on Bind as well. And that to me indicates a major problem for PaperX. When they're going for these
Dengan trigger
defensive
disiplin,
set
kena
plays,
kali trigger
that
disiplinnya.
style just doesn't work here. We thought they might get tripped up by Fnatic or by Optic with their heavy defaulting. But it's FPX
Langsung gamut aku Cok nontonnya Cok, sumpah.
relying on these rock solid
Asli
performances
langsung
out of
gamut
Shao
aku.
and Sugetsu to carry
Nontonnya.
them through and neutralize all of that defensive aggression.
They just are always on top of it. The final play that you're seeing here, the guy is just too clean with it. Sugetsu, his game sense is off the charts, and you can feel it. The emotions now are running high for these players, for these teams. You're seeing it, just the pop-off moments from all of them. And here it is, the advantage, Josh. FPX getting that 1 map lead now and heading into it. This is going to be it. This next map, an incredibly important one.
Yeah,
We're going to go to a short
udah deh.
break, and of course, our analyst desk breaking down all the action we've seen thus far. You know,
Tadi siapa attacker duluan? Ini ya, defender. Nah, defender mereka arogan juga udah sih. Pulang dengan kekalahan sih. Kalau cuma ketinggalan.
Aduh. Aduh. Aduh.
I'll send it back over to you.
Thank you very much. Golden Boy, gotta love hearing from Finesse there. Bit of a shame that he wasn't able to defend his title on this stage, but these two teams, they are delivering us the entertainment, the competition, and going into the next map, what are you guys expecting?
should we not? Can we not do expectations anymore? Can we stop? Because every
Isn't that
time I
half
do
our
it on
job?
this desk, I'm like, I set the
Yeah.
expectation, and then I'm like, why did I do that? Because they've proven it wrong. Icebox was such a wrench in my whole like thought process here from the map vetoes and how that went. I just sit here and I go, you know what? May the best team win, because I think there was a little bit of nerves map number 1. That sort of defied some of my expectations. I actually didn't think it would go that way. Things started to level out for both of these teams now, and Fracture, that was a banger. So I think we're in level playing ground now.
Yeah, I think, you know, talking about expectations, this is the map that I was like, this is maybe tough for FPX, just given how we've seen Paper X play on this map. There's multiple comps. We've only seen it one time so far here, and we don't really know exactly what they're going to throw out there. So it's tough to set expectations. You're right, but we know how FPX play, and we've seen them pull out some crazy moments. Just since Sugetsu has come here, we haven't seen it that much. So I'm really, really interested to see how they play, and I'm really looking forward to see Angel go crazy on this map, because there's so many good TPs and int spots.
Well, I think there's so much, especially like, I think this is the map where you're going to get into like that basically look towards the chambers. Like I feel like this is where we saw Forsaken like going in for those
split sama
crazy lurks
Asen
the
di
last time they played
ban.
this map. He was so impactful
Di ban.
getting in behind. But we've
Sisa
seen Zidane
happen
a few
berarti.
times in this series. We've definitely not seen his peak. On Haven is where he's an absolute machine.
Sure.
I mean, what a time it would be for him to step up as well for today. Again, this is match point for FPX. What do Paper X have to do? Because they have to win this if they want a chance at this trophy, Bola.
Well, this is a map where they can really abuse timings, really abuse rotations that FPX will go off of. So you have to see, are they going to be able to pull those rotations out of FPX? Are they going to be able to feint in certain directions? And are they going to get value out of the lurks as well? Divide tried a few times on Fracture, and it worked well in that first half. But second half, obviously, not able to do that much.
Last time Paper X played this, you're right, there was a bit of a smashing there, and I don't think they were necessarily tested. Sometimes winning by that much of a margin is a detriment for your next game on it, because you don't know what the weaknesses are in your strategy. So those lurks and everything that we're allowed time and time again, if you have a really diligent team like FPX shutting that down mid-round, are you prepared to be able to switch and go to a different pace, go to a different strategy?
Well, as you guys can see, the Prime Gaming Agent Select, it's been completed. We are going to get a Sage Getsu back as well on this map. And what do you make of the Agent Sage Select, Bola?
Yeah, I mean, these are the pretty standard comps from both sides. I look towards Forsaken, I look towards Mind Freak to really find space on an attacking side, and then on defense as well, Jing, Divide, that combination can be really, really strong.
I think the thing I like as well is with that Sage that you highlighted from Sagetsu, he's one of the rattiest players I've ever seen play Sage on this map. Like, you'll watch him continuously try and mind game opponents by putting down specific walls to almost bait them into thinking, okay, he can't push there, and then the next round he puts it down with the gap in so that he can try and sneak through it and kill you. Like, he is
I would never know. Yeah, I think all of those things have gone into this for both of the teams, especially for FPX. To find themselves here is just absurd. But heading into this pistol round, things are going to change. The style that Paper X plays on this map is so very different, and neither team pulling a breach out when that is, you know, the standard meta pick. Both of them moving away to that Sage, as the desk was discussing there.
Yeah, a bit of a unknown variable, I think, on the side of FPX as well. Using it to disrupt some of these hits coming through. Barlow was mentioning it, but there's the wall coming down. Prowler actually avoiding that close corner. And it's an immediate response to back away. How does Angel die to the nade there?
That was, I think that was a seize and a nade that they may have thrown together there. I'll have to take a look at that afterwards. But Paper X's mid-rounding has been fantastic on this map.
One over the top, Shaw's positioning, it is known still the angles. This crossfire FPX, absolutely elite at shutting down any of it, and the layers to the strategy. FPX will not be denied, not the pistol round, not this time.
And already the preparation coming through, in my opinion. You've got FPX pivoting there in a 4v5, recognizing that the vast majority of Paper X's mid-rounding ends B. So you just see players swarming towards them. This is Angel blinded by the Prowler into the slow and the nade. That's what that one was. But yeah, the way the Paper X play this, they're going to be doing fast, aggressive hits early on in the round and trying to condition their opponent to overreact, to over-rotate. And then they have Forsaken lurk into those holes in the defense. But first, you've got to create the holes.
Yeah, first you've got to try and condition them, but it looks like FPX are more than ready. A nade to the side, and the angle as well. More than watched. Angel with the ghost, 3 kills, 3 headshots.
Angel's just been monstrous so far this series, and towards the end of the playoff bracket, he shows no signs of slowing down. He's one of those players that only has the ghost in these rounds, and yet he's still able to come up with the goods.
Smoke to try and push it back, but Forsaken already taking all this space. Angel was low enough. Down to Sugetsu. His timing is everything with the plant coming through. He could have isolated a 1v1, but denied. A thrifty for Paper Rex, right back into it.
And Forsaken with 2 of the most important kills that they'll have all series. Great headshot onto Shao and then finishes off Angel. And Forsaken has been hard shut down in this series so far. He's been playing entry. He only has 160 ACS average over the course of the series, but now he's moved away from entry. He is the lurker in this, despite the fact he's playing the chamber, and that is going to open him up and facilitate him so much more.
Be able to follow up on a lot of that. It was coming through, Horn over the top. Jing not wasting any time, is he? All the way up close and personal to Caesar try and clear that corner, but at this kind of pace with the Boombot spotting the target, does he know up top? The answer is yes. Sees though, drops him and stops him for but a time. Still have to take these fights though. The weaponry still could get very dangerous for Paper Rex, but the plan is going to go down. It's not going to be stopped.
And it's a weird one. You have a Sage Wall on either side. Ardis couldn't get punished in short because of Sugetsu's wall, and now FPX are coming back in. The post-plant positions are so claustrophobic.
They're re-pushing this all the way through. Jing shut down. Divide catches that one down to that 1v1. And Zipan answers back.
Back-to-back thrifties.
You gotta be kidding.
In our 4th map of the Grand Finals. Neither team ready to give up an inch. Such a weird setup though.
It's so unusual.
With both barrier robes in play, with both Sage Walls up, you can't, as the attacking team, go and beat the short.
Last player.
And then when Jing pushes forwards, these angles, Zipan just finding and threading the needle.
Just the chunks being taken out of each team. Fracture was even on the first half, obviously a bit more one-sided when it got to the later portions of that map, but we'll see now. Money's a bit wonky. You see the Spectres in the hands of the Paper Rex players. They want to try and take that fight into mid-space straight away. It is again Relentless, the showstopper. Off to the back, and what a direct! Jing catches it, the nade. This guy not convinced yet, still. He backs away. Not lacking for confidence, but now the Prowler in his face wants to be inside this smoke. It dissipates at exactly the wrong time. The angle's being watched down, but Zipan is just being dealt with still. Showers there, Horn to try and help him out. The crosshair placement was broken for but a moment. Device still eager to take these fights, swinging back and forth. The precision, this guy is just elite. And all he's doing right now is buying time, the movement. The wide swing into it. Prowler not connecting. Sugetsu 1v3 time ticking. No more to work with. And a slide off angle. Gets the one, but with the post-plant situation, finding the kills, there is no time to secure it.
And sometimes it feels like that might be the only way to win clutches against Sugetsu or Shao. Just don't even give them the opportunity to fight. What a decision for Paper Rex to force there. They barely had the economy to do anything. And yet, with the kills that Jin had put online and the showstopper in his hands, he finds the opening. And they're able to play the post plants deep from mid.
Dubai is on an absolute heater.
Yeah.
Started the first half, a fracture, popping off. Now he's doing it again as well, leading his team for a lot of those kills in that round, so 3 of these obtained.
And now after the pistol, every team with the eco disadvantage has won.
See if that trend continues. Same plays being made, the Boombot up close and personal. The Stars laid down the Nightfall as well.
Nice.
Positioning revealed. The Paper Rex players always set up to succeed with this.
Zipan Sugetsu, they've got Vandals in their hands, but no chance in the round unless they can find an opener, perhaps 2.
And how many times has it happened for Forsaken with the
Ngeri
crosshair
banget.
placement,
Aduh.
locks it down. The kill onto Jing there, but it's just up to Angel and Sugetsu, and with the spam through the smoke. Not much more you can do other than skipping a hop away, just try and bait and take away these guns, but look
Odinnya
at that.
Dapai sih meresahkan
Finally,
banget ya dari
an
kemarin.
edge in this map.
Oh, Odin ya.
Drawn out by Paper X.
Ya,
Blood, sweat, and tears for any team.
gua
to
udah
try and
ngamut,
get
gua
an
main Halo
economic
anjing.
snowball.
Udah ngamut gua nontonnya serius.
FPX are going to be right back into it.
Bentar.
4 light armors. It's not looking fantastic. And they're going to take a time out to discuss.
Gua ngamut
how
tadi
they should be
sumpah.
defending here.
Ngelihat PRX
This round
anjing,
coming up is
arrogantnya.
going to be such a
Stop
swing.
lah.
You have FPX on the verge of being broken once more with a showstopper, a nightfall, big tools to be able to deny the plant.
Yep.
And yet Paper X, they've managed to get, I think, slightly into the heads of FPX's defense here. Paper X have been running a lot of early A aggression. At some point in this half, and normally it's about now, they're going to start running fake A aggression and then sending somebody in towards Garage. Sometimes that's going to be Forsaken, sometimes Mindfreak. But either way, they're going to try and weave through your defenses. We saw Paper X pull it off expertly against Optic, where they were smoking off Ye's trademarks, smoking off potential trademark positions all across the map early on.
And always catching that advantage. Just finding the holes, making sure that they fill them with the lurks,
And you can see the trademark from Artist being placed on B. One of the areas when Mindfreak enjoys just smoking that one off.
yeah, it's on the high ground, I think, as well. It's easy to avoid if you know where it is. See if it plays out that way, though. The weaponry is important. A full investment on the side of FPX. Artis, tour de force, obviously, whipped out, but that jiggle means that the information is gained now for Paper X. And look at this already. Starting to see echoes of what we were talking about before.
Sugetsu could easily get caught here with a slow orb in his hands. If Forsaken tries to get aggressive, you can see the same kind of thing again. 4-1 once Mindfreak connects with the rest of the team. And either the hit onto A works, or you have Forsaken as a mid-round option.
I think with a bit of a noise being made here. Setting it up, the stars dropped. That's going to be the timing for Forsaken, and look at that. Leave the wall in the hands of Sugetsu, just caught with a utility. On the other side of things, still being watched. FPX are dealing with this one adequately enough. The showstopper to force them out. Angel works his way into mid. He knows they're trying to pivot into that, even a B split. Whatever they can get their hands on.
And what a perfect read from FPX once more. Okay, sure, Sugetsu got overwhelmed, but the A site got stuck, and they collected the lurker.
30 seconds
Angel
left.
already in mid to meet Benkai. Can Mindfreak pull off another one of these ridiculous moments that powered Paper X through the upper bracket?
And with 20 seconds left, now they know that this is coming through the horn. Dealt with in the swing. Oh, the timing. It's too good for him. Divide, pressured from every single front. FPX getting a handle, getting a read on the way. The Paper X are liking to play this map now on our attack side.
And the desk was speaking about it too. If you have Angel able to read what you're up to, oh, you're in a world of trouble. Xiao shutting down the hit. And they had Zipan there reactively. Even if Xiao had died, Zipan was there with the showstopper ready to shut down the A push. And I think that's just the perfect read from FPX.
Yeah.
They have tools to deal with the site hit. They are in position to deal with the mid-round lurk play. And then they are still playing like a very drilled retake setup to stop Paper X from getting into those clutch moments.
Let's play.
This guy's always ready for it now. The layers on top. It's a need to push them back, and this deep open smoke does cause a couple of issues.
Look at Ardis playing Opping again on top of his trademark. He's never leaving the trademark alone on the map where it can get smoked off and abused. He's got his operator on top there. Sugetsu, in fact, has just chosen to use the wall for Garage. Diligent from Paper X to break it early enough, though, that could still be a threat.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time in this round. Anything to happen, and look at this re-clear. See Long, the contact push, doubling up, making sure that the players aren't alone when they're doing it. They're going to be able to get a lot of information off of it, but is it enough?
You still know the fight's coming. Shao sprays him down. Tries to take a little bit more out of him, but Mind Freak watching it, holding it. Jing now taking a bit of an approach. Side control's going to be his, and Artist forced. Try and make some moves here with the operator in his hand. The angle's not being there for him, and what a shot by Forsaken. Just the head being found.
One enemy remaining.
And Mind Freak cleans up the last two.
Clinical.
Forsaken is looking a lot better on the chamber than he has been able to showcase this series so far, playing entry. He's tried Yoru, he's tried Jet, he's tried Neon, but his chambers always look good, all tournament. Wow, that's a crazy spray down from Xiao. But PaperX still had the answer.
Bahasanya. Aku cakap gini. Guk. Halo Teh Uni. Ini lagi nobar PCT. Tante Uni, sini ayo.
Crowd want to see it. Let this go to map number 5, all the way, all the distance, and who can blame him? Another fast approach, a pull off to the back. Angel though, only working with the pistol. Not enough.
Bacot batrun.
Sometimes these anti-egos couldn't stop it for PaperX, but they've got sight control.
Ya maaf.
Is that a fake wall, a deliberate bad one?
It's an interesting one.
Something strange. Either way, FPX would have to hit some nasty shots to make this one close.
Now here's what they're trying to do. They're trying to follow up on this one with the Horde lineup in play. The player, Artist, was really the only one who could capitalize. He was shut down soon enough, and
Apa-apaan
the
anjing
weapons
kayak gitu.
just too much to overcome.
And PaperX, they grind out their 5th after an incredibly hard-fought opening to Haven. These big executes have been working for PaperX. The mid-rounding, not so much. But finding those opening kills has been pivotal to cracking the door, opening the defense of FPX. Artist has moved his operator this time over to A lobby, and it's exactly as PaperX moved themselves away, aiming for some kind of C-split, or at least early pressure in that direction.
Door being broken, making sure nobody's close and Nade in the slow up, but look at this timing. Forsaken, he's already so deep.
Aduh,
I don't know
timing
if they're going to
banget.
expect this one. Possibly a bit of a sound bait for slow up, but
Madepnya, aduh.
up close and personal with the wall. It's much more passive one from Sugetsu.
Forsaken and Jing love doing this. Even if you think you've caught the one lurker, the other's there to punish. And that Boombot sees nothing, knows nothing.
And Forsaken with a timing! Comes up with nothing. Zipan. Patience, the knowledge, knowing that they could have just walked their way past it, but now you can start to see this, at least the beginning of a hit coming through. There's not much pace behind it though, only a bit of utility being used. Now the wall, see if they can get themselves in. It's a distraction. They're trying to buy time for Mind Freak again to lurk through, but look at Jing into the back line. The kills are flooding
Aduh, flankernya Rick. Aduh, gua.
And what a
Aduh.
performance. Neither team willing to give up
Gak
an edge.
bisa nih kayak gini-gini nih.
Yeah, FPX with a really great
Panas
defensive
banget.
setup there. I mean, I think huge props to Zipan for this kill. They're not trusting their utility. And I think that's one of the biggest factors that has
Wallbangnya
FPX
cakep
in these
banget,
rounds from
ay.
defense.
Ay,
They're not trusting the trademark to lock off a map. They're not trusting the Boombot. You hear that from Zipan there as well. It was just a good timing. I was going to check B. But the fact that he was back so quickly into Garage made all the difference. And this time, Angel makes the play, moving himself up into Cubby.
Is this even going to get cleared? Boombot flashes onto Artist, has to back away, will break it in the end. And look, Patience being played! Spray down, not enough to claim 2, but at least just the 1. A 2 for 2. Jing has the positioning. Another nade to try and force them back away from those connectors. And Mind Freak, while you're trying to watch this lurk, the show stopping! Misses completely! Not a point of damage! The outplay, Mind Freak. Shots being found! Wraps the Vandal spray down, and all the players of FPX come tumbling once more. A 2-round lead now for PaperX.
That is a -8 if I've ever seen one. How did that one happen?
Might be getting some buffs at the end of this tournament.
I mean,
And it's
sure,
way off the mark.
Sure, that's not a kill, but no damage?
Yeah.
I mean, Zipan feels robbed there. You can see it in his face. So does the audience.
Sumpah.
Nevertheless, though, FPX still with
Panas
4 rounds to their name,
banget dah
have a chance of
mapnya.
making this half very reasonable.
Very dangerous, but still Xiao wants to take the fight. Disrespecting the utility, he really has no way to disengage here. The slow orb keeping him locked in the swing. Forsaken claims the kill, space for the resurrect as well. Angel's got a hefty task ahead of him. The Nightfall to cut across into their spawn. Do they know that Angel is here? The Boombot won't quite see him, and the crossfire! That is just perfection. The smoke up top, close to dissipating. FPX again. Bit of a chokehold that they've got on this one, and with the utility in Benkai's hand, he was not expecting that one.
Davai holding the angle, Artist gets the better end of it. And Sugetsu to finish. What a crossfire again. It's been the bread and butter for FPX.
Oh, yeah.
Holding angles, managing to just allow PaperX into their crosshairs.
Love the repositioning from it as well. I think when the Nightfall comes through from PaperX, they use it into their spawn, anticipating a lot of the players trying to play retake from back there. But Angel just gets positioning.
Alex is not happy about that one. But I think he should take some solace from the fact that Forsaken is really having a huge impact in this map, like we haven't seen before in the series. Both of the heavy hitters waking up.
Oh my word.
And this is the classic play, the smokes, get them in, trademark broken, Forsaken so deep in the first 10 seconds. And then he vanishes, like a whiff of smoke.
Starting to see the shades though of why this Sage was picked up by FPX. It's a later wall to just block off that one extra avenue, and Artist still watching for it. The jiggle peaks though, I mean, goodbye PaperX showing that discipline. Don't want to give away any easy kills, but again,
Paranoia retake of Garage, and Angel almost stepped into Forsaken sightlines. There's a lurk blade caught again, and the Nightfall into mid. FPX have no idea where their opponents are.
the
PaperX
information
are
being
so
cut.
far back.
It's all over the place. Lurks on lurks, Forsaken taking advantage, I think, of a bit of that chaos in the round, and with the war fading down, where are they leaning? PaperX running away through now. They've got that garage control, skipping it off, but they broke across their placement. Forsaken set up to succeed. Off to the side, Davai. What an angle.
And it's on Xiao and Zipan,
30 seconds
so
left.
far away from the action,
Planted.
to try and make this one another even half.
PaperX, PaperX, PaperX.
The reflag battle should happen in Garage here for the round.
Aduh.
Pressure is on, seeing if you can get that even round. Players work their way in, but FPX, such a difficult task. Right into the crosshair placement, the slow field lockdown. Xiao! 2 kills, expensive and Forsaken wins! Just not clutch enough.
Probably the best clutcher that we've had in the tournament,
Panas
and even he can't quite
banget.
get it done. PaperX take the lead, 7-5, looking for a rebuttal, looking to send this to a 5th. What a play from Forsaken. This chamber has just been awesome from him. He plays like this on 2 maps in the pool, on Ascent, which they banned despite being unbeaten in Stage 2, and here on Haven. What a performance.
Unreal scenes. We'll send it down to the analysts. Let's break it down so far. What are you guys making of this?
Unreal scenes indeed. Tom, you highlighted before that map. We got to look out for the chambers. How impressed are you with what Forsaken has been doing on this map?
That's the thing. I feel like there has been a bit of a chamber diff. Like, I don't think Artist was always in the right place at the right time, but it's again those lurks from Forsaken. He's just incredible in those moments where he's taken space in Garage almost every single round. So much so that normally you see like Saigetsu fighting that. He's like, I'm going to put my wall deep. They're not going to be able to get in. Instead, he had to fall into the C site, and they had to ultimately adapt around what he was doing, and he still caught them throughout the map.
And they did adapt, actually. They started putting that Sage Wall at the top of Garage, but it's so difficult. I mean, Artist in that last round, you could actually see Forsaken getting set up so well by Benkai, who's just bunny hopping across Long C, and it's that what leads Forsaken, and on top of some just great initiative on his own. This is consistently garage control, garage control, garage control. That's making it work for Paper X.
I mean, he drove straight into my heart with the sort of smooth criminal plays that he has all over the map. You could never, I think it was the second last round there of that half, the boys on the cast desk turn around, they're like, you just don't know where they are. Where are they hit? Where are they going to be on the map right now? Zippin had one moment where it looked like he could tell what was going on, where you could grab the round by the horns. Other than that, you know, Paper X has been really taking the driver's seat. The scoreline doesn't really look like it's dictating that way, but a lot of these rounds have been, you know, the pace has been dictated by Paper X so far. So I'm happy with what I'm seeing. Again, though, that second half, it's always a tricky one for Paper X.
But that's the thing. I feel like when the read was actually there for FPX, they were very good. Like the crossfires they had within, I think it was the A side, were absolutely nasty. The problem is, it is that factor. They did not have the read for the majority of that half, or at least they didn't have the read on Forsaken. They may have been able to work out where everybody else is, but then they get stabbed in the back.
They definitely made some adjustments. On the second half, though, this is where I really do expect Artist to be a little bit more in a spot where he can receive the aggression like we've consistently seen, like we saw on Fracture and like we saw on Bind. And that's a problem for Paper X because now they kind of have to slow down. They know that type of pace is not going to work.
Well, Paper X, they've given themselves a lifeline here, Saisho and Brent. Let's see if they can take us all the way to map 5.
Certainly is a tenuous advantage that they've earned themselves. Can they take it out one step further? Can they bring it to that map number 5? So everybody's wondering.
One of the things that's been going so well for FPX on their attack sides is that Paper X aggression. They don't tend to do as much of it on this map. They will occasionally, and it's a triple stack over by A early on here. Forsaken watching mid.
No way. The angle being watched! You are joking!
What a kill!
A rapid fire approach! Just unloading the headhunter to find Angel.
And already Jing posted up in A lobby off the back of all of that. Forsaken is going to be given space to take liberties here. The FPX default is going to be slow.
The reposition, what a punish!
Did he intend to do that? Was that just a crazy timing that Zipan caught?
I mean, he must have heard it, at least some sort of sound cue, I think, to try and take it, but they are just again taking liberties. The wall comes through, hopping up on top of the box, Jing! What a play to take out Artis. Bit of run and gun as well, just skirting in between the bullets. The nade on top of it pushes them back. And it is just so in chaos in the round. FPX just so uncertain of what the hell is going on.
I've never seen a Sage on Haven as creative as Benkai. That play is awesome. And Zipan should have been caught. Manages to squeak away with his life. Brings reinforcements.
On the top. Now they're going to be both of them on top of the wall still. Jing finding value, finding the kill and watching it. The horn sets them up. And a pistol round going away, Paper X.
Pushing that tenuous advantage just a little step further. Such an important round for them to find. And the early punish on Angel, then this play. I've never seen a play like that before.
Yeah.
The wall and a jump up to punish the players that are breaking it. Awesome stuff.
Just in the moment decision making. Instinctual plays a lot of the time is what it feels like.
And we saw all of that creativity from Benkai with his Sage on Haven when Paper X played against Optic. Although that was mostly on the other side of the map, but you can see that they've crafted stuff for both.
With the poorer weaponry, not enough damage to try and break portions of that wall, but there is enough of a gap.
Wangi, kagak dapet hit lagi
The wall was
serepnya.
bad, but it's an instant answer, a response. Long range angle.
Bad is subjective, the
Lumayan
wall is
free.
what you make of it. Artist though was very quick with the response, grabbing Divide down short. And FPX are going to want to try and punish this A lobby aggression. Here comes Forsaken again, trying to peek the same angle that Divide was on earlier in the round. And for FPX here, Angel's trying to find the timing past the Sage wall. When the wall breaks, the defenders have less information, and he's going to try and hit that into B.
Shots rattled, and the damage, look at that swing! Again, the thing that's carried FPX so far, that discipline, and the raw mechanics of Artis. But they're not done yet, Paper X. A nade into the corner just in case, but is he going to be watching for it? Yes, indeed. Flick of the wrist. And the players are cleaned up easily enough.
Mind freaking Jing making sure to put that one away. but it has taken some of the
Map
sting
5
out of this third
Israel
round.
anjing.
Forsaken looking like he wants to go for a Vandal. Is this an entire team buy?
Rick.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Forsaken's not close enough
Oh,
to
iya,
his tour de
apa?
force
Lu
to
sambil
make some
gawe kah?
kind of play for an
Tuh,
ultimate.
sambil main palu.
Ya
And so it's going to be 3
ampun.
Spectres,
Sumpah dah
2
gue bilang, gue
Vandals
nonton
that
sakit
Paper X
hati,
take into
cok.
round
Gue
15.
pengen main,
It's not a
gue
bonus
pengen main
anymore.
yang
They
bener-bener
need this
nge-hold tuh gimana ya?
Very impactful round.
Biar nggak agresif gitu loh. Apa
FPX
sih
to try
enaknya
and close
agresif
out
pas
this series.
defender?
It's gotta start here on this round.
Kalau udah di atas angin ya masih nggak
FPX
masalah.
must know that Jing occasionally goes on a wander down mid. Benkai is looking ready to break any
Bisa
kind
kok
of
dong, nggak gua tes nih.
Skor 5-9, Cok. Lagi naik banget Paper X
The
nih.
angle onto that haunt. It's being used a lot by FPX.
But Xiao's not in a position to try and clear Jing at the moment. And Xiao has also used both of his prowlers, or perhaps only brought 1, maybe 0 into the round. Using them as part of the default means that he doesn't have them to clear out mid. And now with a minute on the clock, it's been so slow. Jing made a noise, a footstep, a jump.
And Jing,
Timing timing
rare moment of patience, I think, as well. From him not to just commit into this one. A bit of a jiggle, a jump peek there from Forsaken. The information going to be gained. He knows now that A-Long is compromised, but Divide, oh, he's ready and waiting. Sitting up close and personal to Rendezvous. Positioning found the slow walk. Latching down to the feet of Artist still. Jing wants to fight this one. Zipan though, the angles and the weapons. Heads taken off, still finding it.
Kalah, Cok.
Players just pouring out into the site, trying to deny the plans.
Berapa skor? Siapa di atas?
Zipan and Xiao just been animals.
PRX
They're so
95
good at
skornya.
holding these angles down.
PRX
And it all
9.
comes down to Mind Freak, the player who entered
Berarti ini
these
nyari
grand
3 udah.
finals with the highest clutch percentage.
Nyari 3 kah?
But he's been quiet today.
Sisa 3.
Apa kayak sama-sama 3, habis itu penentuan?
Enggak, baru 21. Ih, riskan banget.
Isn't exactly great. The smoke to try and lurk his way in. A tap of it. Trying to bait out.
Sumpah baitnya. Wah, main freak. MVP, Cok. Ron ini sumpah. Clutch anjing. Damn. Spectre, bos. Spectre nih, bos. Anjir.
Didn't he play that one beautifully?
Sumpah, langsung
Breaking
time out
any kind of
FPX
crossfire that
time
would have been
out.
happening from graffiti over to hell or
Tap to
default.
bait the positioning.
Yep, tap. Not just baiting the position, but baits utility out.
Yeah.
So Xiao couldn't even shoot back.
Just elite.
He even got marked up.
Woi, Uni, mana Uni ya Allah? Ada di Uni gak sih? Ada kan?
Ini dari tadi gue di loading.
That's the kind of play
Oh,
that
lagi
Mind
download.
Freak has been
Iya.
bringing out over and over again through Paper X's journey in the upper
Namanya
bracket.
juga wifi
And he
kos-kosan.
hasn't really had those moments yet today, but what a time to do it.
Dari gue di Rooster, di RS, sampai gue di Paleto, lu belum masuk-masuk gue lihat-lihat.
FPX would have liked to get up.
Ya gimana ya?
Sepi ya, kota, Pok.
Oke, kabarin nanti ya. Kenapa? Drun?
Kota sepi ya?
Sepi nih, gak ada apa-apa nih, gue jalan-jalan doang nih.
Drun masuk, Drun. Ayo, Drun.
Nanti kelarin dulu nih.
Ya ilah.
Sengit banget tahu.
The fact of the matter is though, Brent,
Dobrak ini.
the loss bonus here for Paper X
Sabar
is
nih,
gonna
gue lagi
mean that
sambil
they
di in-game
have-
nih.
The loss bonus here for FPX is going to
Lu
mean
bawa
they
mobil
have
ya?
about the same amount
Iya.
of cash on either
Kok
side.
tahu nih?
Ah, gue
Might
stream
be
Set,
snap
some
nih.
set.
crazy
Set.
force going on.
Broto!
Or just a weaker buy overall.
Snap,
And here it is. There's the crazy force. 3 Guardians, light armor on everybody. FPX are not giving up, not giving in.
What's the play here? They're going to be trying to spam it
Ini
out.
aku ikutin tandamu loh.
Kiki masuk
Or maybe
Ki.
it was just the only order they could afford.
Drun.
Nanti lagi final nih.
Kemana-mana.
Making his way right down mid, but Devi also answering back, making sure that map control is lost. What a response! Angel tries to answer through, but you don't expect him this up close once more.
Aduh, rusak mobilnya
Jing
Broto
finding
nih.
huge value out of his deep mid position.
Gak apa-apa.
Xiao. Almost gifted one there.
Mana sih?
And Mind Freak would die to a single body shot as well.
Overthinking ya kawan-kawan.
Feeling the pressure on every
Kagak ada lagi Broto. Oh iya itu tuh.
Positioning honestly all over the place.
Yang belakang marah-marah.
He's giving him a weapon upgrade. Xiao now with a Vandal in hand.
And plenty of time on the clock as
Gue
well,
gendut
Josh.
tuh, maaf.
This could be slowed right down.
Sorry po, kalau gue berisik po. Lagi histeris banget anjir.
Gak apa-apa, gue yang berisik anjir. Gue lagi di kota ini.
Gue defend dulu.
Iya.
MVP candidates.
Santai aja, bos, santai aja.
How crucial he's been for FPX. And the time is not on his side. Less than 30 seconds as he starts to take the spike over to A. Nobody there. Benkai watching, listening for it.
Ayo Benkai.
Has to be diligent.
Timing.
Time running short. 10 seconds left to try and make the play. The horns drop down to ensure that there's nobody there, but with it destroyed now, you can see the pressure is on the wall up.
What a crazy wall. Benkai tried to deny the plant with that.
That is absolutely absurd, but now he's just got to wait. The timing. Xiao wants to force it down into the 1v1. At least he doesn't know where Jing is. But now he feels it. He hears it, the utility being used, the positioning's known. Benkai, he will fall. Xiao taken down into the 1v1.
Yes!
Showstopper the trade. What a play! Just outlandish scenes.
What an absurdly good clutch from Xiao. Every instinct in his body telling him to look in the right direction for Jing. And manages to beat this one out against a showstopper in his face.
Just ridiculous.
Sprayed down. And that is why he's an MVP candidate for this tournament.
Wow.
The impact has just been enormous.
Sumpah, nih mids anjing.
In this tournament, FPX weren't sure whether they would have Xiao or Sugetsu here. There was a thought that FPX might be starting in the groups with only 3 out of their 5 players.
Yeah. And they've had to battle past so many obstacles to even get the luxury of playing here in the grand finals. Playing with subs early on, going down to the lower bracket even in their groups. But they fought every single step of the way, tooth and nail. Rewarded the opportunity here to claim this title. PaperX looking to deny that. Bring this one to map 5 with the timing of this timeout. Tactical in its nature.
And it looks like FPX's journey, though, through that lower bracket, it doesn't appear to be getting much easier.
No.
They're still 4 rounds away from drawing this one level. Otherwise, we go to a map 5. FPX with a large financial advantage in this round, despite the fact that some of them are still working with light armor. The economy's been in tatters for both teams.
Space being gained by FPX. Working their way through now to Nightfall and the Paranoia. It's all comboed up, but it doesn't actually latch only onto Benkai, up top onto Heaven. The horns push them back and now the players swarming into the site. PaperX want to be denying this one, but a satchel play. Zipan again, up close, up top, and personal. Denying any opportunity for PaperX to get in there and shut down that spike plant.
Forsaken met with a 1v5, unable to have any impact in this round, despite his 20 kills, despite his carry performance in the first half. He just hasn't been able to find those moments.
This tour de force, a quick scope. A flick of the wrist, but only 2 bullets remaining. And too many targets to choose for. Only losing Angel. What a clean round for FPX. They found their foothold here, Josh.
That's exactly what they needed. That economy is now going to start to snowball a little. And what was this from Zipan? The jump up, back down, and goes for another bite of the apple? So much confidence exuding from Zipan here. And sure, look at the numbers. He's not winning the race head-to-head necessarily, but he's doing his job. He's finding those times to carry the rounds. And now you see both teams with full equipment in hand.
Disrespect being shown again. Into mid with the boombot, following up off onto it. And look at this, Angel teleporting up onto the high ground inside the smoke. And need to clear the back of it, but it is that full retake set up by PaperX.
And Forsaken's already come out the back of Garage.
No way.
Looking to get the fast wraparound. Smoke dissipates.
3 players looking for it, and it is being watched. Xiao He just about whipped the weapon around, watching that one angle, but still. Plant not in play. It's a bit of a tap.
And Angel has used his Omen ult, teleporting behind everybody, causing genuine paranoia in the mind of Jing. He has no idea if he's being flanked.
Every angle needs to be watched for. I think the setup from PaperX, look at this now, trying to make the plays happen. The showstopper to contend with Jing. Oh my goodness! Eventually shut down, but has he done enough damage? His teammates might think so. The Cosmic Divide cuts it up, and now the pressure is on. FPX have to play up close and personal. The horn broken, pushing through the wall, but how would you get through it? The barrage, the bullets laying down, and PaperX get their 11.
What a round from Jing. What a huge, monstrous performance from PaperX's star player. One of PaperX's star players, I should say. He collects the lurk on Ardis, which was a little early in the round, dodges a showstopper. After throwing his nade, he scatters the players on site and collects everyone.
Insane mechanics.
FPX's clean round, though, one prior, allows them to still buy into this one. They're going to make an attempt to stop PaperX from getting to map point.
There's a bit of an all-in. Angel TP, it's punished! But Zipan responds in kind! Comes through, how do you get 2 kills like that?
And if you had to tell me which team would you expect to use the utility combo and which Raze is just going to be swinging for 2, I think I would have had the names backwards. Mind Freak looking for the mid-round push.
What a risky play.
Ada yang tahu nggak kalau pas masker gimana sih?
Apa?
Pakai G0.
Iya, G0.
G0. Diketik.
Masker itu
pakai G0. Kan kacamata kan glasses kan, pakai G.
Pakai slash dulu ya?
Slash G0. Kalau masang lagi slash G1.
Aku belum tahu nih, lagi nunggu tukangnya.
Kalau mau masang lagi ntar slash G1.
Ya bener nih, G0, kalau mau pasang lagi G1.
Kalau buka HP, apaan buka HP?
P.
Bukannya dia mesti setting dulu ya itu?
Oh iya sih, beda.
Lo harus setting di 5M nih. Setting di 5M dulu. Keybind-nya keybind. Aku sih baru dapat kasarnya ya bro tuh.
Tapi intinya ntar nih kalau lu mau lepas helm,
bau banget kepiting dulu.
Pakai 0 dulu. Kalau mau masang ntar ada satunya belakangnya.
Iya enggak, ini yang HP terus
mana aja Mas Krebi.
Lupa sih gue kalau nggak lihat
iya musuhan aku IC-nya. Kalau gue sih pakai F2 ya.
F2 ya? Oh kayak biasa ya? Kalau buka tas?
Buka tas.
Gue tap.
Oh tap ya tap. Satu kotak. Iya itu rame banget tuh yang mancing di ujung sono. Ngumpul kayak
Pinged out and know exactly where it is. And one after the other. The advantage is just snowballing.
Udah lama gak main lo nih.
PaperX.
Oh iya, HGB Rooster berapa bang? Mumpung ada Broto itu. HGB itu apa sih?
Enggak tahu dah HGB.
Broto HGB itu apa Broto? Apa?
Map 5 Israel.
Emang itu buat apa Broto? Aku bodoh gak ngerti gituan. Broto pajakku berapa Broto? Aku belum pernah bayar pajak sumpah.
Mati gua kagak ada tap cok.
Gimana dulu? Siapa menang?
27 skornya. 4-1 Perek menang nih harusnya nih. Udah secure win harusnya ini udah. Ya, yes.
Berarti
map 5 Israel.
Berarti map 5
final udah penonton, map 5 udah.
Udah final nih. Berarti
udah
random harusnya.
Map terakhir udah habis ini.
Harusnya random nih ya. Enggak ada yang milih map ya.
Ya, random.
Gini nih. Anjing, kayak gini aku baru mau nonton. Sumpah sih.
Aduh, gue gerak ketawa.
Enggak, aku udah sebenarnya udah kecewa di awal sama map 3. Anjir.
And if we're going to talk about unusual things,
menang
how about the 5th map being Breeze?
I mean, just absurd, isn't it?
Absolute madness.
What are we going to see? The questions outlined here. map that both teams have been comfortable in the past playing.
Bait-nya cakep banget anjir si Aaron sama Jason.
Emot apaan, Cok? Emot?
Slash M.
Slash
M.
So what you're seeing from Paper
sama M ini.
Kalau mau nge-close emotnya slash sama dengan spasi C. Ya mau nge-cancel emotnya.
You're getting big rounds from Mine 3. Forsaken, finally online. They've got everything building for map 5.
Leading that way, man. It's leading that way. The players have turned up. We're going to send it to a short break. Our analyst desk, of course, breaking down all the action, but don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. It's the culmination of the grand finals.
Apa tadi? Cancel?
Slash T. Emang tuh lu di SOI?
Iya, gue lagi di SOI.
Slash T.
Slash apa?
Slash C.
C.
Iya,
Slash C
gitu.
doang.
Iya.
Kagak ada slash C.
Mau nge-cancel gimana ini?
Cancel emot.
Pas udah makai gitu.
Iya.
Coba pas udah makai slash C nih.
Nggak bisa.
Lah, lu nge-live tuh. Sabar gue.
Iya.
Sabar gue liatin. Mana sih YouTube lu?
Slash C doang kan?
Salah
kali lu, bukan slash C nggak?
Slash C. Mau batalin pas udah kepake kan?
Iya, nggak ada loh.
Iya, slash C. Bukan nggak ada, itu langsung ke cancel.
Iya, kagak bisa nih, tuh masih gerak.
Coba tekan jalan dulu kayak biasa.
Nggak bisa.
Slash EC, salah. Slash
Wah,
EC.
lu bener-bener lu.
sorry. Slash EC.
EC nggak bisa juga.
Hah?
Nggak bisa, weh. Weh, tolong, weh.
Coba ganti ini, slash emot lagi, slash den 1 gitu.
Slash?
Emot 1. Slash den apa gitu. Den 1, den 2. EC-nya sama
spasi. Langsung flash emot.
E-nya itu nih slash E spasi C nih.
Oh, lu kagak ngomong.
Udah dikasih tahu tadi.
EC doang dia, kagak pakai slash-slashan.
Kagak.
Kan kalau pakai F8 bisa.
Nah, pakai F8 bisa.
Gak usah pakai slash lagi kalau F8.
We are going to
Itu
get
udah bisa.
5 after what Paper X pulled off on Haven. I'm Yingsu and I'm
Udah
back
bisa
here
belum?
with Baller, Tom, and Jess. Did you guys think in the beginning of today that we were going to map 5?
HP tadi apa ya?
I don't know.
We wanted it.
There's no way. I don't think it's going to go to the distance. Every time we get in this situation, I think, oh, 2-map advantage. There's no way this goes the distance. And finally we get it. And it's a good go the distance.
Because you didn't believe. That's why.
I mean, he wanted the FPX win, then they were starting on bind, so maybe Bala had something there. Bala had the foresight. But I do want to talk a little bit
gue
about
jadi
what
lapar,
happened
gue
on
masakin Indomie, bodo
Haven.
amat. Lu main kan?
At one point, you know, maybe the fake comeback, it was coming in. Paper X, Bala, they take that timeout, and then they just close it out.
Durun
Yeah,
masak
I
mie
really
Durun.
think that there was good adjustments on both sides. I said at the beginning of the series, it's going to be hard for them to continue going super aggressive on that defensive side, given what we saw in
Durun
Bind,
masak mie
given
nggak,
what we
Durun?
saw in Fracture. They slowed it down. They really
Pak
did. It
Durun
was
masuk.
much more methodical. It
Durun.
was go up A lobby and wait there, hold for the positions that FPX are going to push in.
Durun.
And on the other
Halo,
side
halo,
of
halo.
FPX, it was really, really good as well. They started adjusting to go for executes. But there's so many moments here from Benkai too, who he pops up these walls that are so creative in comparison to the Sage on FPX's side of Sugetsu. It's nowhere near the creative.
Durun.
I mean, a reactive utility usage
Masak mie.
like that all comes instinctually.
Udah,
That's
udah
about game
jajan
sense,
gua.
positioning, understanding of the
Belum,
mid
gua
to
masak
late
mie dulu lah.
round, how
Ya,
you want to use
mumpung
it.
lagi ini
Sometimes
nih.
it's not a set play. You
Buruan
just
dah.
have it in your back pocket, ready to be able to be reactive. There was one time he tried to deny a plant on one one of the sides with the wall.
Imagine if that had worked.
I know.
Imagine if
That's
that had
creativity. That's great in this part of the series.
And you know how great that was. We're not talking about Sage Getsu. We're talking about Benkai on the other side.
You didn't have a pump for that one?
For Benkai? I have a really good one for Devai. So Devai, please can you pop off? Because I have a really good one for you. But the two players that did pop off, Tom, Saisho and Bram, were talking about them. Forsaken and Jing, the dynamic duo, they showed up to take down FPS.
But that's the thing, we've seen Jing throughout this series, and what I would say is the high level we expect from him. We hadn't seen peak Forsaken in this map we did. Both of these players popping off. I don't know if there's a duo in the world that could compete with them. There's plenty that have tried throughout the entirety of this tournament. You can go back and look at the likes of Durka and Alpha. They weren't able to match this duo, and in this map, they were insane.
It's maybe a little bit of copium, but it's crazy that FPX are able to put the rounds that they did on the board. But both of those guys have close to 200 ADR. That is ridiculously high. And they were delivering. I mean, many moments where they're shutting down the rounds. Jing specifically, finally his showstopper's connecting.
Yeah, it's not necessarily made of plastic there for the man, but I think the big thing as well is that whilst they might be the dynamic duo and they're moving around the map rapidly, they're not doing so in a way that I would say is untradeable. That was a big criticism I had in the earlier maps for the side of Paper X. Forsaken or maybe even Jing would just go off on his own little journey and no one's there to trade him. They're in the ability to have reminiscent of FPX having those crossfires, having those trade game, something they were lacking before. In this last map, that will be crucial for them. It's a big map. There is no room for error.
How do we feel about Jing Seiken?
No.
No? Back to the drawing board?
I love it too.
Okay. Yes, Baller gave me the pity love. But moving on to the last map. Okay, I'm going to... We've seen some shenanigans.
Right.
Benkai Phoenix, do you think we're going to get to that level of shenanigans?
No.
Please, God,
It worked.
He would go down in history as like the biggest memer of all time if he
But
decided.
imagine if they won on it.
Terus ngambil mobil di mana, Cok? Ini kok ada tandanya nggak sih?
Enggak,
say that on
di
the other
handphone
side
tapi
of
ada
things,
dia
you
nama
could
pakai
get
nama
your
jalan
own. I
gitu.
don't know. You know what I mean? Like legitimately.
Enggak, ini gua di ini loh, tempat apa sih? Apa dah namanya?
I'd rather see the shell jet than that, if I'm honest.
Gua di Alta Street itu loh.
Oh ya, apartemen kan?
Iya.
Ke bagian parkirannya ntar ada
I
F1.
think his confidence built when Angel was finally like,
F1.
okay, we'll stop.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't looked the best, especially the record, the results on this map hasn't been great.
Ada lucunya Garrett.
We heard it from Angel. He
Mana
does want to
nih?
kind of school Forsaken a little bit. He wants to show
F1
off a little
terus
bit.
dan
And I
Garrett
feel like
kagak ada.
when else is he going to give
Lu
them
ke
the
arah
opportunity
itunya
than
dulu
now?
nih, parkirannya yang bener.
The last comp that was run.
Nanti F1 baru
Perasaan
ada.
gua kagak tahu yang di mananya.
You look at the
Arah ini aja, parkiran lurus itu buat keluarin mobil pokoknya.
He enjoys that agent. I think it works a lot better when it comes
Iya,
to
maksudnya
Forsaken.
di mananya
And
sih?
having like both of them with the jet
Apa
as
yang
well,
lu
I
tanya
think
di
that's
mana
something
itu
they're
apa?
only gonna
Parkirannya itu
run when
boleh.
it comes to APAC. If
Coba
they
lu
run
mending
it
share
in
screen
here,
nih.
I don't know, I'm not feeling good
It
about that.
reminds me of the uncomfortability that Optic felt when they were trying to implement this map, right? They really didn't have somebody who could play the chamber and the jet at the same time. It was like kind of weird. So they were flexing, and
Mana
finally
kok?
they found a player who was
Bentar,
willing to
nanggung
do it.
ikan
But
gua
Sini,
satu
sini.
nih nanti
that
lepas.
speaks to them not
Ya itu
necessarily
depan,
being super happy,
lurus
super-
depan,
super
di situ,
comfortable with the
di
map.
bagian
Yeah, I
kotak
love the
kotaknya.
fact that Devai can just pick up. I
Ini.
mean, any weapon you put in this
Slim
man's
dulu.
hands
Ya, ya,
seems
ya,
to work.
ya.
It's the Odin, it's the tour
F1.
de force, it's the operator.
Ya.
And I'm like,
Itu kan ada
I can sit here and
vehicle
watch
list,
a montage of
vehicle
this
list.
all day.
Nah.
Itu bukan Garrett, Scotcha.
Ya juga ya, lu salah kasih
Ya,
tahu
maaf,
terus.
maaf.
Sort of shoehorning
Ya.
themselves into these roles,
Kok
into these
nggak ada
stages where,
itu gue sih?
I'm the only one that
Beli
can play
dulu.
chamber, I'm the only one that can play duelist,
Ada
for
gua.
example. These are being swapped around.
Berarti
in chamber.
berarti bukan di garis
Halo.
sono ditaruhnya.
Hai guys.
Coba cek handphone coba cek
Do we
ini.
see a Yoru though? That's my big question,
Handphone
and
terus?
I don't know where that's gonna go.
Yang
I will say, Tom, I think you're
itu
right. I
yang
think if they
gambar
are gonna
mobil
switch around
di
the
atas
chamber, I
pink.
don't want to see it on Jing.
No,
I
I
just
think
doesn't
that
make
limits
sense.
him. I
Yeah.
think that
Nggak,
that's the thing.
nggak ada
Forsaken
punya
has
mobil.
managed to almost
Coba
just
ke
hit
depot
that
ke
W
Impon.
gaming even on an agent where it doesn't really
Impon
add
itu di
too
kanan.
much in, but well, we are going to be getting into.
Nah, ya
We are
lurus
into the
lurus.
Prime Gaming Agent Select for the
Bentar,
last
sewa
time
sepeda
in
nggak
this
bisa lagi
tournament.
ya?
Keep your
Udah
eyes
tahu dah.
peeled on whether we are going to get a Yoru. I'm
Nggak ada.
quite vigilantly on Yoru watch right now,
Yeah.
and things are already shaking
Whoa.
up a little.
Coba
Oh,
lu
gua WA lu kagak masuk ya?
harus saling nge-WA dulu baru masuk
Okay,
di
You wanted
panci.
him to move, Baller. You wanted him to move, but did you
Kalau
want
yang
him to move?
kalau satu doang yang nge-WA, kalau nggak ada dari info nge-WA nggak bisa.
These guys right here! Neon Yoru, breach!
They got no Viper. They got no Viper. There's so much insanity here.
Di
I feel
kiri,
like when
di
you look
kiri
at
nih.
Breach as well, this was an agent that
Nah itu
pretty
bangunan
much day
seberang
one
lu tuh,
everyone
itu
went Yeah, you
depotnya.
probably don't want to play that when it comes to breach.
Ini biar
Way too
ganti
open map, you're not
jalan
getting
ini
set
gimana
up, and
sih?
they've just gone, yeah, you know that comp with Phoenix?
Slash
Kita mau
AM,
ganti jalan.
slash AM atau slash walk spasi apa gitu.
Some of the Fnatic guys were talking
M ya?
about that breach
Bukan,
being
ya
absolutely
itu
overpowered
walking
on
style.
breach.
Kalau mau shortcutnya tinggal slash walk spasi apa namanya gitu. Bebas.
I trust Mini, but on the side of FPX, I like the comfort picks of putting Sugetsu back on the Cypher.
Sini
This is
gimana?
like an OG Sugetsu
Di dalam
pick.
kiri.
Don't care. Don't care.
Depan ya kiri itu ada kan pintu tuh kiri lu.
This
Nah
is
itu.
Sabalas losing his
Masuk
mind.
dari
We
situ.
get to come back at halftime and rip
Ke meja
this
kiri.
apart. We get to work out
Nah itu
exactly
F1.
what it is they have up their sleeves, but you don't pick that without a plan.
Depot.
Okay, Vala, I know you're losing your mind, but just one thing you
vehicle.
want the people to keep an eye on. Only one.
I mean, Neon running up with
Gak ada ya?
breach flashes. I mean,
Gak ada berarti.
There's no
Berarti
Viper
memang
walls,
gak ada
so you can't
kendaraan
really
nih.
take that much space. It's gonna be like a caterpillar.
They got a lot of stunts.
Belum punya kendaraan
Yeah, they
berarti.
got loads of stunts.
Yeah, I think that's
hilang
gonna be fun.
anjir.
Stun gaming, from W gaming to stun gaming.
Yeah, there's so much to take it. I also think you have to look at the Astra here, like how they're actually going to utilize that without having a Viper.
Well, Bala is very hyped here on the desk. We are hyped. Copenhagen, I need you guys to make some noise for FPX and PaperX as we head into the final map of this grand finals.
At the end of this map, a new god is going to be born. We will have a new team on the throne with Masters Copenhagen. That is such a sick feeling that it's gone to map 5 and such bonkers compositions.
Kalau mau beli kendaraan gimana?
Just insanity.
Dealer.
Just a bit of pure pandemonium into
Dealer
it. And I mean,
biasa
this
kan?
crowd has been electric. The entire match has been electric. I would not have it any other way. Map 5 here in our grand finals. PaperX versus FPX.
Copenhagen, are you ready for map 5?
Cek duit dulu dah nih.
Bayarnya cash atau dari bank?
Harusnya dari bank bisa ya harusnya. Ya maksudnya duitnya ada apa enggak? Takutnya sayang kepake.
How do they cut off sight lines? How are they going to find value?
Apa daripada nggak ada
How
kendaraan
did the
aja?
Neon? I mean, I guess they're just running in.
And Jing just runs in and he finds the value to teleport. Breaking ankles, taking names, but Shao locks it down. He shuts it down.
Still
Gimana nih belinya di sini ya?
Mulai ya.
Ada stand-nya.
On the lurk here, looking for another one of those big rounds.
Terus apa?
What an opening to
Pencet
get.
apa?
Hard is taken out,
Ayo,
still the
coba.
fight being taken. Jing, the confidence, your solo, one shot will do it in Tipan. He collects
Aduh.
it easily enough.
Stand mana
Bit of
sih?
spam through the wall,
Oh, no
Mind
time
Freak
sih.
set up. No stars available. Knows where the spike is. Trailblazer broken, and the 1v2 face.
Stand yang mana, Cok?
FPX so
Bentar.
favored, but ultimately it all came down to Shao.
What an awesome way to begin this map. Already starting to see glimpses of what PaperX are going for there. They had a
Subscribe lagi nih.
flash, and then as Forsaken Gate crashed in, it was comboed with a fault line from Divide. It is such a bizarre way of playing, but it all got shut down by Shao. Wow. The recon dart, the spam kill onto Forsaken, a second one that he found.
Just unbelievable.
Itu yang meja depan coba.
Hitting the headshot there as well onto
ALT.
Mindfree. Ice cold.
Gak ada. Kiri.
Hitting the aim punch.
Kiri ke kiri.
What is
Ke
that?
kiri bukan meja.
PaperX
Ya
are
itu
not done though. They're
kanan.
going for force.
Forcing into this one.
Nah itu lurus kanan.
Again, a dangerous
Nah,
tempo,
pintu
dangerous
deket pintu
game
itu.
they're playing, but it's all on the line, why not?
Itu coklat.
It's gonna be the Prowler, it's gonna be removing a bit of the threats there.
Di kanan
Big
tuh.
crash into the back,
Nah
it's
itu.
gonna be a teleport and the dart. No targets
kanan.
being found.
Eh,
That is still
Klik kanan.
player lurking,
Nah, baru
waiting
view
at that
kata lo.
main approach, that one choke point angle, but the spike be planted.
Anjay.
No difficulties there. Post
Mahal
plant scenario is allowed for them.
Pakai
Obviously,
arrow
he took
kanan
so much
biasanya
damage trying to
setahu
get
gua.
out of there.
Forsaken, in fact, does not get out of there.
oh
As
nggak
his clone
cukup duit
dragging
gua
the safety.
bangsat.
Benkai's
Lu udah ngecek duit lu berapa?
Fight's being taken, the Bulldog ADS, they are going to be favored in this one,
Gua
but
mau
it's a
beli
trade
ini di
anyway.
mana sih?
Now,
Beli
the
sepeda.
flank timing the lurk. Mind Freak is down for him
Itu
to do some
bagian
damage to buy a bit of time.
cycle
Space
tuh ada
receiver
tuh atasnya.
now.
Kan
Look
itu
at this,
all.
running them down with the
Oh, ini.
ghost in play.
Yang
Doubled
cycle.
up. Divide and Mind Freak against the world. Sticking his
Sebelahnya
own
kalau mau
use the
itu
damage.
sepeda motor,
It's enough
kalau
to
mau
stop
sepeda
it.
biasa di
Nah,
kanan.
ini
Up
250
to him,
nih.
half online, and he has to swing wide. He has to hit the shots, but it's Shao again. And time just enough. They shut down the force buy.
Mending SK itu sih motornya.
And Shao has just been
yang mana?
so clean for
Yang tadi
FPX.
motorcycle
There have been other players
Ya,
obviously coming up huge
kanan.
time and again.
Kanan lagi.
Has always been a rock
Lewat, itu ya.
these late round kind of moments. Demonic in the clutch.
Duetnya pas-pasan anjing.
And that puts Paper X back down onto an eco round, just using these sheriffs. And listen,
Ini berarti masukin ke ini dulu ya.
Fall or fly, they're doing
Garasi dulu ya.
Apex
ke apartemen.
Oh yes. You could not get a better end to this series. It's the most EMEA comp you could come up with against the most APAC craziness.
Really is something that you'd find, honestly, just picked up in your ranked games. Paper X are a dangerous team, even when they've only got the
Langsung aja
sheriffs,
tembus
the
saya.
marshal, to whatever to work with. You can see that's why FPX are playing this with such discipline. This angle.
Masukinnya ke bagian kotak-kotak parkirnya itu ya, parkirnya. Terserah bebas kotak-kotak yang mana. Masih itu boleh turun.
F1.
Turun dulu dari motor. F1 lagi. F1 dulu. Nah, turun. F1.
Oke, terima kasih. Ini gue mau nguli dulu deh. Kerjaan yang enak apaan?
Kurang tahu kalau sekarang. Sama aja kalau menurut gue. Balance. Tapi kalau saran ya lu ini. Daging, ambil daging buat restoran.
Woi, Uni.
Po, lemparin po buat ngambil daging po.
Lempar RP po.
Lempar RP kemana?
Anjing. Gue masih ini nih belajar anjing.
Ya sudah kalian diajarin. Lu ketahuan instan ntar.
Iya sih, jangan mah. Belajar dulu nih. Pengen gue samperin pada. Bentar bro tuh.
Gue tuh ada nomor lu anjir.
Nggak, ajak aja ke
Emang lu ada nomor gua nih?
Ada, lu kan juga simpan nomor gua.
Masalahnya tadi gua barusan mau telepon lu, gua nggak ada nama lu Zidney kan?
Iya.
Coba lu call gua aja ya. Udah gua defend dulu, gua lagi live.
Sama, gua juga lagi live aja.
Kok mixing?
Enggak, kalau buat biar daripada stuck gitu ya kan, orang lagi sepi juga. Gak apa-apa lah harusnya ya kan.
Pinek. Enggak, masalah gini Run. Biar dia kayak nggak usah instan ini loh Run, nggak usah instan jadi roosternya, tapi main-main di rooster gitu ngeliat sambil ngobrol-ngobrol.
Enggak, maksud
gua kalah anjir, ya kali lo langsung masuk.
Enggak loh, maksudnya main di rooster aja.
Emang iya, emang gua kagak masuk langsung lah kocak.
Enggak, bukan masalah itu, maksudnya Uni kan sekarang jadinya bingung di kotak kan, nggak mau ngapain kagak.
Iya, gua lagi mau belajar dulu.
Maksudnya biar gimana caranya ketemu siapa gitu, maksud gua, bukan masalah roosternya.
Ini apa cok? Apa tuh buat mid from ini ya? Mau ini ya? Mau ngambil daging itu di mid from ini.
Iya. Tapi kalau bisa lu diantar sama si info aja.
Gak apa-apa, nanti gue jual daging ke dia.
Lu jangan, lu tahu kok dia rooster kan?
Udah. Kalian guide gue ya kalau gue nggak paham.
Ya, panggil aja. Terus jangan lupa lu kalau setiap mau nge-live share link stream lu.
Udah, gue udah share link tapi ke ini SOI doang.
Discord siapa gitu anak SOI.
Bantulah share link ke.
Goblok banget. Tahu namanya gue share link.
Laptop gue nggak bisa multitasking
Laptop lu. Temen kok udah ketemu orang lu defend ya, bilang.
This gate crash all the way back into spawn. Watching for it, and again the lurk is found. He's like a cat with a toy. He's just been pulled away from the action.
It's the advantage of running it as well. You have to at least dedicate some resources. A player watching the gate crash.
Just break it.
Off to the side, Artist looks to try and make a moment out of it. A bit of magic maybe to inject, but this retaken with the operator, never ideal. The timing for Forsaken with that swing. It's too clean. Utility in the hands of his opponents, and Artis not even allowed the luxury of saving that operator.
Dapat OP, Cuk.
And the post are looking fantastic for Paper X. Mind Freak doing his job perfectly.
Overthinking sih ini sih.
And I think that's going to be such a challenge for FPX to deal with.
How much do you dedicate of resources utility to try and shut down Mind Freak when he's
Thank you very much. Kalau kita mau ngasih apa tuh? Kita kan mau ngasih barang nih ke orang, itu buka inventory dulu ya?
Inventory. Kalau dulu kan kayak itemnya dideketin apa?
Ya, kalau sekarang
orang deketin. Itu enggak. Lu tinggal dropin aja ke bawah.
Oh,
atau enggak kalau mau lebih enak lu taruh di bagasi mobil orang gitu.
Nah, itu.
Oh, oke.
Kan ya kalau lu naruh barang tuh ada namanya animasi tasnya tuh nih. Kalau ada temen lu juga naruh deketan kayak gitu, ntar ngebug gak bisa dibuka.
Kan kadang tuh kita mau ngambil yang dari apa, kalau mau naruh kan misalkan ke rooster nih kan, ada nampannya gitu kan. Nah, kita mau taruh di situ tuh gimana caranya?
Segalanya kayak gitu pakai ALT.
Oke, biasa kita ngarahin gitu ya.
GG banget PRX anjim.
Tapi sayang, utility-nya keluar semua.
Iya sih.
The Breeze metagame.
Tapi why not lah buat secure point.
A seismic shift. But Paper X are playing this one beautifully. You can tell that this isn't just a comp that they've thrown together at the last moment. Or if it is, they're geniuses.
Player Asia main nembak tuh nggak pernah nggak jongkok.
How long does it take Angel to figure out that they're playing passive post? That's my big question. Once Angel starts to get a read.
Oh, berarti mereka kayaknya memang ngalahin 0 atau gini ya?
Kunci ini apaan, Cok? Kunci motor? L ya?
Might be the order of the day.
The way that Paper X are playing this Euro is so different to the way that FPX have played it in the past.
Kalau kita mau nge-mid itu harus ganti baju dulu nggak sih?
Mau apa? Enggak harus.
Farm.
Enggak kayak Soy dulu lah pokoknya. Gak ada yang beda banget.
Terus ini caranya gimana, Cok?
I think we might be seeing a repeat here of Icebox.
Gua baca kan bener kan ini?
You can see the pins now that both teams have rifles back in their hands.
Motor lu bawa ke dalam situ tempat lu lari.
Emang sekarang nggak ada ayam lagi ya?
Itu nggak tahu IC-nya gue. Oh, IC-nya juga nggak tahu.
Ya rusak dah ini.
Enggak, pelan-pelan aja.
Udah mimpok lah.
Nah, parkir aja situ, udah. Udah, turun. Jangan di depan situ, jangan.
We've seen that operator in buy. Of course, Artis has it, but he's in a completely different location. And now the Cosmic Divide and the fast lane. Any hopes of holding that angle
turun.
to the side?
Ke pintu yang kandang-kandang bukan belakang. Ya, lurus kiri.
Could be able to catch a player
bukan nih, seberangnya nih, seberang. Bukan seberang situ. Ya, lurus.
Surely Artis.
Bukan gitu nih. Belakang nih. Nah, tuh lurus. Kanan ke kanan, pintu-pintu bagian ini intinya. Nah, kanan lagi. Kanan terus. Terus. Nah, sini nih ALT.
Ini.
ALT sebelahnya kanan.
A flash to push them back. No one is on this one. In fact, look, still the star in play. A tap of it, a timing now. Alert comes through. Segetsu, he could be a difference maker. He at least gets two, but just down to Angel. And the time, the pressure just far too much.
And these Paper X
ngambilnya jangan sambil lari ya, takutnya ntar ngedemek.
Every plan that they
kalau udah tekan Eyok itu lu lepas shipnya, jangan lari.
After those first 3 rounds that FPX have put on the board, it's looked like they have no answer. They can't stop the site hits, and they can't win the retakes.
Ada pencetannya.
But everything has been on me.
Hati-hati nih, darah lu ngurang gara-gara gituan doang.
Emang
FBX
iya
are back onto an eco.
bisa ya?
Do Paper X
Praktik
go
aja
A?
damage-nya. Lumayan,
Certainly looks
nyicil.
like it. Oh yeah. Maybe
It's there, isn't it?
I wonder if Angel
Nah,
can
ngesennya
read
tuh
it
bisa
as
Gak
dapat.
dapet malah.
Iya, malah bisa kayak gitu. Emang kayak
Players
gitu.
are so deep into spawn here, when the
Kayak
fire
gacha
comes through,
jadinya.
it's a gate crash into the
Sabar
corner.
anjing.
This Viper wall does do a lot to try and slow down.
Ngambil daging tuh menguji kesabaran.
Obviously don't want to disrespect this one too much.
Ini kok dia nggak satu lagi di mana bangsat, jauh banget larinya.
Keluar dari kandang ya.
Case an example right here.
Keluar dia anjing.
Ente udah. Coba kalau bisa kejar.
Slowly accrue a bit of that space. What a shot. Divide drop down to 5 health, but not enough to secure that kill.
Anjing mana jauh
These
banget
players
lagi.
on site are struggling here.
So aggressive.
This A site hit. It's getting mopped up.
It's getting so sloppy as well. FBX.
Bangsat bisa
Heads being
keluar ya.
found, guns being gained, and it has to be the pivot.
Wah, nih kok kalah pas mereka di shaping ya?
Cok anjing kayak mana?
But there's a Viper's kit been dropped on A. 2 players still staying there.
Wah, mati sini. Jauh pula itu. Mati sini.
Wah.
Berapa?
5 health.
Yakin gua.
Bangsat.
They really have brought APAC, haven't they, to Copenhagen?
I love it.
Kind of plays, man.
Anjing nggak dapet pula.
You just can't
You
expect
can't prep.
Oi, Sydney.
Mind Freak's gonna start distracting now as he
Capek
starts
gua.
tapping the plan. Does this turn on? Does this go? A 3-1.
Timing on it. Then the kill is found. Still a 2v3 though.
Greget banget
Theory
anjing.
should be favored into this one.
And I love that Mind Freak goes for a pick
Bisa dia keluar-keluar
as he
gitu,
anticipates.
bangke.
Or Mind Freak, sorry, goes
Kadang
for a
bisa
peek
ngebak ya,
as he
keluar
anticipates everyone
kandang.
looking towards Divide. He knows that he'll have a little
Kagak,
less stress on his
mending keluar
shoulders
kandangnya
for just
deket
a
ya.
moment.
Jauh banget
And now the
lagi.
trap
Dia
is
larinya
up.
jauh.
Can Divide provide enough assistance here?
Was one of the players to tap onto
Udah
the spike as
ketahuan.
well, swinging through with damage. Oh, the gun just
Gua
not quite
lupa
good
di
enough.
mana.
5 HP
Ya.
window, does not expect this
Dia
one.
main
Angels
dari situ,
work his way
bukan dari
around,
main
but he's gonna
ternyata.
find positioning on the
Run,
side.
Gak apa-apa sih.
Mind Freak repositions. And the damage, the time, it's already been bled off the clock. Mind Freak, impeccable rotations.
Ngeron, cok.
These rounds somehow being saved
Lagi
by
wangi nih
Paper X,
Aaron ya.
mostly because of the gun advantage.
Lagi on fire ya nih.
Look at the replay here. Mind Freak, even before this actually, was taking mostly duels against players that had sheriffs.
Dia ngelepas keyboard loh kalau jiggle kiri kanannya. Lu gak lihat kah?
Nggak lihat.
The crowd seems firmly on the side of Paper X. A lot of cheers for these guys. How can you not love them?
I've heard the
Ya
FBX.
Time out lagi, time out
Don't
lagi.
you worry. Don't you worry. But at the moment, it has just all been APAC. Paper X winning 5 rounds in a row
Bang.
here, forcing an FBX timeout.
Bang Neben,
What
bang.
is the adjustment? I think from our point of view, Bren, there are clear
Nih kalau
things
masih ada
that
minum lu
FBX
mas
can
mau
try to
jadian lagi nggak sama dia?
Sure.
But the patterns are not as obvious when you
Pertanyaan
can't
gue
see
lagi
all the
live,
information.
cowok. Udah ya, jangan.
Oh,
And
astagfirullahaladzim.
for FBX right now, getting that read
Janganlah
on how
kalau kayak gitu,
Paper X
Dik.
are playing post plans, when they're hitting sites based on the
Oh,
economy
dia
of
udah
their
ngedipin, dia
opponents,
udah ngedipin.
all of these things would be crucial tools for FPX to have access to right now.
Tapi tadi
They
GG sih 2 lawan
themselves, working with
4.
a composition that they haven't
Walaupun
been
keculik
playing.
1 ya.
This is not their standard
Yang keculiknya
comp.
masalahnya
They've either
yang
been
low
running Shower
nggak
Jet,
no problem
or
lah.
they've been running the
Di
Yoru
mid di
themselves.
midsan sih
And
tadi
Forsaken
GG
has
banget.
decided
Si
to
ini
take
kagak
it
ngecek.
upon himself to prove to
Trigger
Angel
disiplinnya.
that he knows better.
Si ini. Caw, caw.
Against them. Tasted their own medicine.
What a way that
Trigger
would be to
disiplin.
win.
Kaget sih dia itu.
Also online for them. Obviously Divide this time.
Oh, drop and push.
It is an approach, a flash just to grab the orb.
Hanya
Cosmic
dilepas.
Divide online for Mind Freak.
Again, how has he got the Cosmic Divide online once
Drop
more?
and push. Oh enggak sih, balik dia.
And so this is the first time that Paper X start with a default. But it
Oh,
looks like they're gonna go
si ini pura-pura jadi
It's
clone.
been a B push every time in these rifle v rifle.
Oh, memang clone, cok, anjir. Sumpah buta mataku.
For either side.
They'll slow down for about a moment, but eventually the pace must resume.
Aduh,
There's the rolling thunder to get to it to the back of the side, but look at all the utility. Combat up, Angel somehow able to claim himself a snakebite kill, but Forsaken's happily able to just return fire once
Aduh,
more.
sayang
He
banget.
oversteps himself, utility
Ada
in his
ulti lo
hands, and his
padahal
hit
buat ngecek.
has gone skew.
It's the first time that FPX have decided to commit fully to it. Overstack
Balik
players
ya?
here.
Narik
And
ya
the problem with
mereka.
that is Mind Freak's always on the lurk. And he's
Oh,
managed to
Anya
find
dapat
the A
sama si
side.
Heron.
So much space being gained.
Anya dapat
The
sama Heron.
crucial thing here is for Mind Freak to not overstep himself. We've seen moments like this before where Paper X just too determined to get an extra kill.
Can't go down easily.
And Mind Freak's
Ziponnya kagak main tulis, Cok. Gantian.
Aduh, mati nih. Oh, enggak di drop.
And that's decent. That's decent information that he can pass over to Benkai.
Ngeplank lagi.
It's actually Devi again who becomes the lurker.
Jumpanya sama Xiao terus.
Aduh, dapai timing, dapai.
Tinggal lihat dia, Cok. Alah, anjing.
But now the race is on. Devi, the spike down, has to try and get in a position where he can play this post plant. And instead of running for the spike, he's going to try and get an angle onto it.
You've got to be joking me. You've got to be kidding me. Planted off to the side. He falls on the miss. Sticking it down. Already half onto it. The fault line to try and stun them up, but FPX, it's handed to them on a plate. A bit of an overheat moment once more.
And for one of the very rare times that Paper X is mid-rounding.
2 match dia terus ya bikin kesalahan itu.
Because
FPX players itu salah apa, gimana gue nggak tahu. Nggak berani menilai.
They contacted all the way through, even when the spike was down. Zepan did not make any noise. Contacted down into halls, picked up this kill. Hardest getting the one beforehand, it was all essential.
Cok, ini cara...
And maybe Mind Freak's death could have been avoidable, for sure.
Cara apa?
Cara biar kita tahu nomor HP orang gimana, dia udah ngasih.
Tekan P buat buka HP.
Ya, udah.
Di bagian kontak. Ada nggak?
Suges ya?
Iya. Ya itu, Jonas Murphy. Lu kasih nomor juga nih.
Caranya
F1 keluarin F1 keluarin HP. Keluarin HP lo, keluarin HP lo.
Terus cara ngasihnya gimana?
Ya, keluarin HP dulu, keluarin.
Terus
keluarin lagi. F1. F1. General. Tuh, provide kontak ya. Udah.
Nah, udah nggak Bang?
Udah.
Aku ikut abangnya, aku dari belakang deh.
Mati nih Benkai.
Rapi banget pakaiannya ke tempat ayam anjing.
The information play once more finding value for FPX. Benkai just gets the horn back online. Devi trying to see if he can get a targeting fault line, but Ardis dodged it.
What a shot still. The disrespect being shown into the aftershock almost goes down from it, but with the time down to just 20 seconds. Devi picks up the operator. It looks like it's going to be the safe play.
Overthinking, overdosis.
10 seconds, the clock ticking down. No hope for Paper X. And here come the FPX chants. I knew the fans were in the building. They just had no reason to be loud up until this point. Map 5, 5-5 the score. A knife's edge that separates these two teams. A massive difference in their approach to this, the decider, that puts someone on the throne. But Ardis played a masterclass in this round,
and so
disrespecting all of the utility to get picks.
30 seconds left.
Having immense value with the operator, but a similar scene being painted again. Last 3 maps, it feels like this first half of each of them has been so even. Back and forth, all the way down, but someone eventually grabbing control and grappling it away.
And Paper X haven't had very much success on A site. Even when they were running against the eco rounds.
Gak lolos dia di round awal, di fase grup udah gugur.
Enggak ini, enggak live. Oh, KD.
There are ways that you could make this composition work on an A hit. I think an A split where you take Halls control.
Nama cewek ini siapa sih? Yang live.
You doing a Hall split. You only need bridge smoke though coming from all of the other entrances.
KD apa gitu mungkin.
You don't necessarily need the Viper wall.
Just to highlight the stakes once more. In case it wasn't obvious here, map 5 in our grand finals to decide who will take away the title, the Masters 2 champion.
We heard it from Ardis earlier on in the day. He said, we came here as challengers, we're gonna leave as kings. And that is a bold claim that they've now gotten closer and closer to fulfilling. But there is a hair's breadth between these two teams.
Of course.
Definitely the 2 best teams that we have in the tournament. And they've both turned up on a dramatic level. This series, it's anyone's to take.
Both faced obstacles throughout this tournament. One would argue that FPX maybe with the harder task in terms of how they've been battling through the lower bracket, but it has forged them into something else entirely. The teleport into the back, they're ready for it.
Aduh.
Seen that play before. Angel's more than ready. And Artis as well returns fire. The angle locked down with the operator. The overdrive is denied. Every player toppling. But Jing returns again. Glides to the side. But eventually the shots finding him. Shutting him down.
Look how quickly FPX have 4 players onto the B site. Within moments of the initial pieces of utility being dropped, FPX are rotating players there instantly. Choosing the read is perfect from FPX, and their adaptation in the half is awesome.
Iya.
Just instantly,
Tele-telenya segala macam ditandain.
players on the site play to deny the plant going down.
Aku bilang dia jadi badut.
PaperX can't play post plants if they never have a plant.
Great adjustments. Looking at the final round of this first half. One's going to be broken. Artis, an aggressive angle, and why not pop the Blade Storm off? Feel the pressure being applied.
Forsaken's so deep. I don't see how Artis could read this.
So much to get through as well. All the way down into Horse. It's going to be a fast lane that Jing's been able to take all this positioning up. And it has injected that chaos into the round, but Zippany just contains it regardless.
If Jing hadn't used his fast lane, Forsaken would have had a free kill. But now he's getting droned out.
Go away!
Did you spot him?
Running around the side. The decoy play show still locks that angle. And it's up to Artis. He can feel the approach, the Blade Storm, the updraft, the heads not being found. But now Hunter's Fury, anything to help him out. It's the 1-4-1.
Angel spent the entire round inside his Viper's pit, over by A main. That means he's got a very quick flank here. And for PaperX, they've got to force the fight. They know that they're at a player disadvantage. They can't go for the back. The safe
Trailblazer misses. The dog is not going to be setting them up. And yet, the safe option, not an option. Angel's already flanked around. Benkai's positioning removed, taken out. Devi is known. He gets one, but he has a mighty task. 1v2, isolates it. Down the clutch, but Shao reigns supreme.
You just can't out-clutch Shao. He's been a monster this tournament. He's a great player online, but he's been a superstar here, offline. Winning round after round for FPX. What an attempt by Devi. What a great
Defend apa maksudnya?
Defend. Kan udah hub.
Oh, PRX defend. Gue kira defend apaan.
Sekarang defend.
Seeping in. But when it feels like there's a final boss on the other side that you just can never get through, you can realize why they might end up being frustrated.
Radiates through, doesn't it? That's going to be the first half here on our final map of the Grand Finals. Desk, take it away. What have you got for us?
Dua anjing, mau nonton begini ya.
Thank you very much, Bren and Sideshow. What a half that was. Probably the most entertaining half we've seen all day. Did you guys think we were going to get a 7-5 when PRX started to push the way they did onto those sides?
I mean, that's just such a ridiculous gamble that I was like, there's either they crush this or they get stomped. But we have an even game in our hands. This is ridiculous. The fact that FPX are able to adapt after PaperX took a really, really nice start.
Yeah, and it seemed like they had a lot of really cool ideas as well. Like, I like the fact that they're using that fast lane to sort of like mask some of the positions. I also think Mindfreak, with the way he was placing his smokes, it was very well planned. The thing is though, and the thing I always love about FPX, even though they're up against probably the maddest composition we've ever seen, they still always adapt, and they did towards the end of that half.
Some of the lurks from some of these players as well. Devi decided to join in on the fun down towards mid, get a little lurk in the corner there. I think the crowd, you guys helped out a little bit on that one. I heard you guys screaming when that came down, but the biggest thing as well to keep in mind is that Mindfreak has this complete understanding of the map, where he can be, where the rotates might come through. He's had a really good half.
He has indeed, but on the side of FPX as well, they managed to claw this back.
Yeah, I do think that they took way too long to actually realize that there's no Sentinel on the other side, right? The flanks were not coming through except in 2 rounds. I think Angel was able to get some value out of it.
Yeah, and looking ahead onto the next half, Jess, I know you wanted to give us a stat about the pistols.
You know I love to find the stupid little stats in the game, so let me give you something. Throughout this entire series, the team that has won the second pistol, and they have pretty well evened up on the winning of the pistols, but if you win the second pistol, they've won the map so far. That's for every map thus far, so whoever wins the very next round, statistically, if I've got everything here, according to the
Kalau
stats,
mereka
they
menang
should win
kali
not just
2
the
kali
map,
berturut-turut di map itu, dia bakal ngontrol kemenangan gitu. Kayak kemenangan itu 70% di dia.
Most important pistol round I've been a part of in the audience of. And Brandon Saisho, let's see who's going to get this
Semoga
important
aja
round.
Perek bisa balikin nih.
Very important round indeed. This pistol round, deciding a lot, of course, trying to snowball their way into the final half that we're going to see in this series between these two teams.
How much do PaperX have prepped with this
Dimajuin bah.
Both duelists look like they're trying to take a fight in cave early on. And Jing not going for his fast lane this time. Has a stun in hand with the ghost.
Already the disrespect being shown!
How does he get that?
Dart removed, he just wants to fight.
He's
over
swinging.
And over again.
He's swinging before he's even ready to shoot his second shot with the ghost. And yet he still finds Zipan's head. This guy's got such talent. But FBX are not going to let it rattle him.
No. Gotta stay calm. Situations like this, it's a huge advantage, of course, given to PaperX with that opening kill, but can easily turn it around.
But FBX might end up here being paralyzed by ignorance. They don't know what PaperX have planned. They've never played against a team comp like this. They don't know if Forsaken's going to be going aggressive with his teleports. They need to play spread and play slow to try and figure out what the game plan is. They just have to hope that when they finally figure it out, they have to hope it's not too late.
A close angle by Forsaken, I believe the drone earlier. Not quite catching him. The war going up. Slide off angle. How are they still finding these kills? Bit of a jiggle there with the movement. Shao eventually gets him. But on the other side of things, it was Jiang who managed to open it up. Hey, oh my word, PaperX. Spike's still going to be stuck down the fault line. Gives him a huge advantage into this one. Artisto now, all the pressure in the world. A prowler in his face, a flash, a tap at a Spike. He has to stick this one. He has to stick it or win this 1v1, and Dubai, all he needs to do is survive. A heroic effort. But at the end of the day, it's PaperX who win it out.
And they take one step
Sumpah ini sengit banget tuh. Anjir.
Winning the pistol is massive, but the manner in which they did it as well is going to start to scare FBX.
Dapat dia rupanya di mid-nya.
Dapat.
How did Jing get the kill through the wall?
Double door-nya.
Jing is just running around trying to take duel after duel.
And we are witnessing the championship mentality, I think, that you need to be able to perform.
Sumpah ini yang nonton di venue ini gak berasa rugi beli tiket anjing. Vibe-nya tuh berasa banget. Sengitnya itu. Ketahuan sih stepnya. Sabar banget Forsaken ini. Tapi ini kalau dapatnya mati, sudah lah teki-teki lah.
Aduh. Ya mati nih. Oh, tawan kok.
Info itu.
Positioning is known, but perhaps this indicates that FBX take positions like this in future rounds. PaperX aren't running a Sova, they're not running a Sky. They have some informational ability with Benkai, but they're mostly going to be pushing for their info.
And the off angle, well,
jangan dekat.
Seemed ready for it, wanted to clear it through, a bit of spam into the corner, the right click shot. Dodges the flash. The flash not finding any sort of quite value. Now down to 35 seconds in a round though.
Amin.
Time to work with.
Where's the Spike gonna end up?
Main A nih.
It's all about the kills. It's about being able to.
Main A, Cok. Main A. Lihat Spike-nya tuh sama si siapa namanya tuh?
Cyper.
Tahu.
That could be a scary prospect.
Smoke drop down there. That's trying to deny something. The shots again rattled off on either side of the map down to the final few seconds.
Lagi.
Looking like it could have potentially got dangerous, but Okay. Still not enough time in the
No
round.
time,
Hopefully going to be happy with the damage that he did to their economy.
I think he'd be
Time
happy
out
to die
gak
there,
sih?
actually. Didn't want to save a Spectre and no armor into the next. That's going to allow him to get Vandal full armor. And they did some serious damage over to the Paper X bonus. But now we get this question. Has Paper X got something crazy prepped for their defense side? And if so, can they make it work? Bind Fracture, that was one of the failures. But they've drawn the final map level.
Conversion at a bonus. Paper X be laughing all the way to the bank, wouldn't they? The fault line.
Wow. Stun, suck, comboed up to punish anybody that would be playing these passive positions.
Incredibly deep as well. Taking the space away from Shao. How much further back can you
parah.
get? Essentially
Yeah.
on the beachfront, but the spam, the spray down. The damage was found on the Forsaken, but eventually he does trade that kill.
So 4-4 right now, and FBX with less time to work with and more of the map to re-clear. These are the moments where Paper X were occasionally trying to get a bit too funky. Somebody else on the other side of the map trying to make a play happen. And Device coming in to try and reinforce this position with Forsaken. The two Flash agents over defending B.
The battle lines are drawn.
Indahnya pelangi nih.
Devi wants to hold this down off the first read, I think, of any sort of utility, maybe even a footstep. And there's the contact play.
The miss.
Fault line comes through. The damage is certainly done. Devi watching the angles. Forsaken now. It's going to get cleaned up. Not able to get too much done to get to Guardian. This guy's looking far too clean with it. And there's still enough time for him to try and get this plant down. The positioning is gained. Plant going to be stuck. Cage giving him just enough coverage. But a little bit of favor there. Mind Freak just has to zip away, but what a shot! Benkai to crosshair placement.
Yes. Udah 3 round nih mereka menang.
And they win out the bonus.
PR8 for the winner, bro. Asia Pacific.
Might be able to get the job
for
done
winner,
there.
for the winner.
What a pillar for FPX. But Paper X is so fast on these kind of decision-making moments. Devi grabbing a crucial one around the back. But the final moment there is all about Benkai. He sends a prowler forwards. So the rest of FPX think that
Itu Aaron lihat kaget kayak gitu anjing. Dapat
wraps through elbows so quickly to get around and backstab the post planters.
Aduh.
Now,
Ya, kena lagi masuk Odinnya.
time in the series, Paper X are thoroughly in control.
Udah full.
Oh, di-push nih.
A 2-round lead here in the
Full di ini nih.
Oh, enggak, whole angle.
Quick dodge there, the flash that comes down.
Ditarik mundur lagi gitu dibikin.
Oh, kena ya? Kena hit ya?
Kena.
Hopping away, dangerous.
Kena dapatnya.
The dog though, seeing if they can supplement it, any sort of approach to take the fight for the choke point. And shuts it down easily enough.
Udah sih nggak ada armor sih Jetnya.
Nggak, masih ada heal nih, Cok.
Ya, cuman kan nggak ada armor. Pala headshot udah pecah ya.
If Jin goes for some kind of info peek here, there is a potential to get punished.
Sumpah yang paling harus di-lock itu si Sao, Cok.
And you can see the way that Forsaken's put his gate crash over towards B. It's going to allow Benkai to get reinforcements if he's under pressure.
It all comes down to the timing.
Di mana tuh talinya tuh?
Does have an expiration date on
Di
it.
B ya?
Di
Oh iya di B tuh, di Benkai.
Playing the clock like they've been known to do. Could be brutal, but don't think he's too worried about
Aduh.
Artist round the side though. Bladestorm, that's going to be a good return. But the Prowler latches onto him.
Waduh, Benkai solo lagi.
Iya.
Decay as well.
Oh, udah kontrol.
Makan kau.
Udah ke kontrol itu.
Apa Asia Pasifik nih, bro? Udah.
Dangerous times
Secure win gak sih?
Jing has been a
2 orang
beast
half.
in this series so far. And it feels like whenever they need him most, he's able to just pop around a corner and hit a 3K. You see how much chaos Paper X inject into these rounds too. Ardis was entering and tried to break his own recon dart because he's just getting overwhelmed by all of the stuff that Paper X throws in.
Sumpah kita yang nonton kayak berasa banget ininya ini.
Looking to perhaps take some early mid control as the rest of Paper X floods out of B.
All the way through. 2 stars being used to try and block it off, but look at the approach again. This is FPX. Moving their way through the double doors. Ardis already going to be gaining all of this space right into the back of the site.
And how do PaperX play the retakes with this
Kok
composition?
dapat aja, Cok?
They have the dimensional
Dapat
drift to
lepas.
work with.
Oh, risk could be taken indeed.
Dapat sih. Kanan dong, jungkuk kanan dong.
And here's Forsaken looking to gain information. He can ping out positions on the map for this
Aduh,
target utility.
He finds
anjir aimnya.
a flash to find it, but FPX 2 kills. Looking clean in this post plant. Reaffirming the crossfire setups that they've got, the thing that has carried them so far in this tournament.
Mindfreak dodges the flash actually.
Tries to make a play to spray down. It's not the cleanest thing in the world. Still
Wow,
does the damage, but FPX, they win out the round. An important one at that. Ensuring the PaperX don't get that lead to run away with it.
They hit back. They hit hard. What a rare, fast round.
Woi, ngasih kunci gimana, woi?
What a sick
ALT ke mobilnya Gipki.
Finding that pick onto Jing neutralizes all of the aggression in the
Gipki.
retake.
ALT ke mobilnya, ALT ke mobilnya.
But also, what a switch up of tempo. Yeah. I think we could count on one
Nah,
hand
ada
the
nggak
amount of
Gipki?
times that
Nah.
FPX have gone for fast
Nah.
pushes in this series.
Makasih, brother.
Here comes Jing. Here comes Jing.
Yeah, speaking of the pace, speaking of the fast play, lets the stun ball rip right around the side again, and he knows the positioning, he knows to get to is isolated, but Ardis responds in kind.
Udah.
Holding down the staircase.
Udah Jing, ayo Jing.
Drive still in
Nggak
play.
bisa nih.
Tip tap of his feet, just trying to run around
Kiri
the
kau,
map,
Jing.
but the positioning, of course, is going to be known here, but he ends up slowing it down. Ardis,
Kan aku
great
hampir
crosshair placement. Shot to the cranium. Jing is shut down.
Ardis is saving the round for them at this point. Benkai's only got a stinger to work with. Can't even pick anything else up.
Woi, mati sih.
Shao catching his
Bukan.
angle. There's the kill.
Bantingannya.
Tahu banget aku pasti mati
In
tuh.
terms of who might be able to be winning that one, but
Dia stringer lagi.
by opting play back and
Ya,
save this
ketahuan.
one. Benkai obviously doesn't want to bring this stinger into
Wah.
the next round.
And he won't. He won't be
Saving
given
mau
the
nggak mau.
choice either way.
Mau nggak
What a
mau,
round for Ardis
OP
to turn
soalnya.
up. Getting two massively impactful kills after the rest of his team had been barreled over.
Yeah.
And you might have been fooled into believing that that was some kind of eco
Aduh
crazy
sumpah lu
push
lihat
coming
kayak
out
gini
from PaperX
gregetan
as
nggak
Jing
sih?
popped off his
Anjing.
ultimate, but that was them going for a force.
Yeah.
PaperX are now ceding control of the game
Ih, si Ardis
as
sakit
FPX tied the series up
sama
9-9
Saul.
with an economy
Tahu
advantage.
aja, Cok.
Ini Ardisnya juga sakit.
Ya, Ardis juga.
As well.
Jetnya
It feels like they've got that read.
lagi on fire.
I think
Padahal tadi mainnya chamber, mainnya kagak dulis anjir mainnya.
hardships,
Tiba-tiba main
obstacles,
dulis anjir.
the entire way.
Zipannya tuh tukeran jadi main inisiator.
Even when going up against the former champions
Mati
of
nih.
Optic, they earn their spot here, but Devi bites back the operator that he saved into that round.
That's another hurdle for FPX to overcome.
Oh, ketahuan ya dimajuin ya? Oh enggak ketahuan, Cok, enggak ketahuan.
Angel not looking to get aggressive on the hall slug. Mindfreak would be waiting for him. And FPX, whenever these rounds start going badly, they seem to lack the map control to send things back in their favor. FPX have got to be patient here. There's still 1:10 on the clock. They can group up, start to move over to another area of the map.
Ragu nih si
Angel that leads
Angel
the
ini.
way. There's two players ready to punish.
Aduh, dapat timing banget dah.
Main B nih, Cok.
Seekers in the mid round. That's a bit of information. See if there's any players holding close, and of course there were.
It's all just a fake.
A real hit starts to come down now onto B. A flash over the top for Forsaken.
Di hallnya kagak diliatin dah. Itu
This
dapat
might be
si.
implanted. Now he's going to try
Oh,
and
di
opt for this peak.
Kebiasaan.
Angle being watched. Sagetsu's covering his teammates back.
Jason sange
Fraction away.
kali, fokus
Fraction away
kali.
from being able to deny the plant and buy time for the rest of his team to rotate in, especially with the rolling thunder. That could have been everything.
Fight still being taken though, and mid locked down by Angel, ensuring that they can't get away with any mischief. Devi and Benkai up against this
Dua
one, but the
sniper
crossfire
lagi.
in the post plant setup. FPX more than favored.
Masa saving lagi sih?
Devi's just going to have to
Sakit
try and
ini
save this operator
perekonomian.
once again.
Iya, sakit banget.
And like we expected, FPX are going to try and take the lead here and hold on to
Ih,
it.
saving lagi, Cok.
Benkai making it a little more dangerous,
Dapai
a little
bundir.
more
Dapai
expensive.
Benkai.
Benkai.
But at the end of the day, it is FPX taking the
Biar
lead. The
perekonomian
first
dia
team
nggak
to get
rusak.
to double
nggak
digits
terlalu
in
rusak.
map 5.
How close are these teams, man?
Syukur dapat lo dia
They
satu. Lumayan.
started 3 players away from even being able to attend Reykjavik. They're now 3 rounds away from winning in Copenhagen. PaperX forced to take a timeout as they adjust to what FPX have thrown at them.
And you can feel it, Josh.
Sumpah.
The momentum of this map, it's been backwards and forwards, trading hands. The timeout, I think,
Gak bisa ngapa-ngapain, jadi badut Jason.
how they can deal with this. FPX's adjustments, the adaptations they've made, they've just been elite all series long, all tournament long.
Jason jadi badut.
FPX have done such an incredible job so far, and this one round could tip the entire balance in their favor.
Kenapa?
PaperX on the
Kenapa nggak hidup?
verge of being broken once more.
Enggak kok. Kabel powernya matiin. Malah kok ditekan hidup dia.
Try and find out what the game plan should be. PaperX must win this round to keep their dreams alive.
Pinang.
So important. In the past, PaperX are a team, they haven't let that
Saya
pressure
permainan
get to them.
terus,
They've come into tournaments, they've been playing a bit of fun. Their goal has always been in a distant future for champions. It's given them that edge, that bit of whimsy that they needed to often just better themselves against some very tough opponents.
They never have pressure on their shoulders. But when you're 1 map away, when you're 4 rounds away from lifting a trophy, maybe the dreams start to become a little more real. Maybe the pressure starts to become a little more real. FPX again moving the tempo up.
And you just don't expect this.
It was PaperX with the timeout, and FPX have decided you will not get to execute your plan. We are immediately taking B.
Making sure that they watch for a lot of these common angles. The spike is going to be planted. It's forced into that retake. Look at the flank angle approach. You can see that there's a gate crash all the way back into their spawn, but Jing trying to find his way up into the angle. Now the Hunter's Fury. Popping off right now for Shao to see if he can shut this one down. The kill's still flooding through. A dash and a glide. But Angel again comes out on top. Forsaken, he is into the back of their spawn. The positioning is just so far away. And FPX, what a critical round to just slowly obtain this lead. Forsaken, what can you even do in this situation?
Trying to get the punish onto
Ping
Angel.
lagi, Cok.
But at this point, the round's already lost.
It's done.
The barest of silver linings being that he can take a
Main
bundle into
cepatnya
the
ngeri
next.
banget
But
anjir.
FPX are 1 step closer.
And Josh, you mentioned it. FPX were denied the chance to attend Reykjavik. They were watching from the sidelines despite them being one of the top seeds this time around.
The best team in EMEA, forced to watch as other people defended the region's reputation and fought for the crown.
But they've earned their spot here this time around. More than enough.
One of the oldest cores that we have
di push
in
A-nya.
Valorant, formed in 2020, finally looking for that place to be seated on the throne. And it's another fast play. They're working. Why change it? Ardis is in.
Mindfreak just trying to work his way around the corner, but he's spotted out. He saw to see if he can find the timing. The trade is there. It's on the other extremities of the map, and the shot's still being found. Benkai, what a pick.
Ya, tiga
Not going to be able
bisa
to
nih.
watch that one for much longer.
Benkai dapat
Choke
weapon
point
dong,
has been
Benkai.
compromised. Shao forced to reposition and move back now to Nightfall. PaperX investing into this one. They know how important it is. But they need more on top of it. The Rolling Thunder, it scatters them. Utility Jing, what a timing! Moves to the side of Zipan again. Comes back around. An instantaneous trade. Half on the defuse. They're sticking it all away. Benkai, you're an absolute menace! But he's shut down, still down to the 1v1 to buy. Zipan forced to offload the Seekers. And he will not
Udah.
get it.
NT. Back win. Udah NT.
Enggak, masih belum, Cok.
Dan-
Masih belum, Cok. Masih bisa.
Udah, Cok. Udah FPX win, Cok.
Enggak. Masih bisa ya. PRX masih bisa, Cok.
Bantu.
Enemy remaining.
And just phenomenal plays by Zipan.
Udah. Pol senyum
The
bangsat.
rotations, the dodging, the juking, the weaving, moving around.
Respect kalau
Deserves
siapa
his team.
kalau FX win.
The final
respect.
stepping
Enggak
stone.
tahu memang kayak gini dia. Waktu riset.
And these
Anjay,
adaptations
waktu
have
ku
been
riset
awesome. The
anjay.
fast rounds have been excellently coordinated. And it feels like they're not afraid at all to mix up the tempo. They can feel the game is within their control. FPX's fate's in their own hands here.
Throwing forwards. Good info, but it's going to be tagged up now. And look at this horse control. Artist has already made the moves. Up into it, the horn spots him out, spam down. That's a crossfire setup from the side on the wall. Artist really nowhere to run, but it's an instantaneous pivot once more.
PaperX have read it.
Udah kedengeran.
Ready to collect this with a seize, a fault line.
They have to shut this down. They have to find value. The Paulie hears it with the footsteps. An opening kill going their way once more.
Panik gitu.
There's the pull. There's the fault line. PaperX holding on.
But Chow, one step closer, Josh. One step closer.
Ketarik gitu.
Through the choke point as well. This is where things start to get very dangerous.
Incredibly dangerous, but still Forsaken, performing under the pressure.
Aduh.
To get to
Aduh.
the reset. Absolutely ridiculous. And what a play. 4 kills for the final blow.
Udah GG FX, GG PRX, GG.
And Sugetsu finishes off an insane lower bracket run that began when he was allowed to play.
GG PRX, GG.
The rest of the team did their job getting this man onto the stage, into the playoffs, and Sugetsu delivers the killing blow, putting FPX onto the throne. An Angel could barely believe it. He's worked for so long, worked so
Sumpah,
hard to get here.
nge-scope-nya kayak gitu, Cuk. Dapat pala dua-duanya.
Disbelief, you can feel it. Incredible scenes. And FPX, a team, the core of them,
udah
been
ngontrol
waiting for
loh.
these opportunities to perform
Udah
on a
3
LAN
round
environment
betul-turut.
time and time again. But this time they
Aduh,
grasped
sedih
it,
banget
Josh,
sih
and
gua.
more.
Ente iya,
FPX
ente
being your
cuy.
Masters 2 Copenhagen champions.
Sumpah, aduh.
It is a brand new team put on the
Terotak
throne.
sih.
GG
A
PRX,
new
GG.
master, merciless in their run throughout the lower bracket, slaughtering
Udah GG
dreams
masuk final, Cuk.
left,
Asia
right, and
Pasifik udah bisa
center.
masuk final,
Knocked out
mantap
Japan,
udah GG.
stopped DRX from
GG
making
banget
top
aja.
3, killed every other EMEA team, gunning for that
Konsisten
trophy.
di upper bracket loh,
And have now
sampai
taken
final.
down the People's Champions, the most fun team we had in the tournament.
Aimnya, Cok. Memang si Xiaowi ini yang perlu di-lock.
Shutting down every single storyline. Winning the hearts of the crowd as well on either side.
Denying Optic from going to the back-to-back as well. And the streak continues. Every tournament,
Aduh, gue
there must
masih
be a new
gimana ya?
winner in Valorant. But for these kind of people, I mean, it's just more of the same.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anjing.
These teams have performed so well up to this one. What a finale, what a way to end it.
Tapi nice fight sih.
Udah ya, nice fight banget. GG banget fight-nya, sumpah. Sengit banget.
Nice fight sih. Di round pertamanya kena mental, Cok, asli.
An incredible match. Easily the best grand finals that we've had at a Masters event. And one of the most worthy winners.
Kalau juara 2 dapat hadiah juga ya? Enggak ya?
Dapat harusnya.
1, 2, 3 kan?
1, 2 doang kayaknya deh mungkin. Yang finalnya sama yang runner up doang kayaknya.
They've made their mark now and look forward into champions.
Soalnya nggak ada main yang lower bracket dari ini, nggak ada. Lower bracket yang cuman ngerobotin buat slot final doang.
I love the fact that PaperX went out their way. But at the end of the day,
Tuh kayak gitu, Cok. Updraftnya ngikutin pattern tunnel jadi malah hoki.
Zipan playing Sky, moving over to some classic informational Valorant, and that's how they get it done.
Ini sumpah GG parah Sugetsu, sumpah. Lu lihat nih, skopnya lihat. Aduh.
Just a ridiculous play towards the end. Look how much it means to them, man. Look how much it means to them.
That's FPX at their first international tournament.
Sumpah,
Imagine if they've been able to go to ones previously and think about what they'll be able to do in the future. What a team to finally sit at the top of the
Udah, Cok, udah nggak bisa, Cok. Tapi udah bagus sih. Tim baru yang langsung final VCT terkenal. Wah.
Last April, FPX had to sit back and watch Masters Reykjavik from the sidelines. Today, there are no more what-ifs. They overcame every single obstacle in their way, and every single piece fell right into place. Ladies and gentlemen, your Masters Copenhagen champions, Fun Plus Phoenix!
Oh, nggak ada deh runner-up-nya, nggak dapet apa-apa.
Gak ada, cuman
Gak ada, berarti finalisnya doang. Wah, sumpah. Naik harga permain, Cok. Naik harga pemain.
Pisaunya, Cok.
Biasa banget anjing ngangkatnya.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, FPX! An incredible run for this team. It started off in near tragedy, but here they stand today as your champions in Copenhagen. Can we get it one more time for FPX, ladies and gentlemen?
Gak ada gitu buat make some noise buat PRX gitu.
Congratulations, now we get to do this for real. Artist, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling fucking amazing, that's all I'm gonna say.
That's right, baby!
I want to say something. FPX! 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 Listen, we're taking over the world tonight.
They're taking over the world tonight, he says.
We found Copenhagen, we're going champions, and we're doing it again.
Doing it again, love it, man. Sugetsu, you had the final 2 kills. You weren't even here at the start of this tournament. How does it feel to just do it all?
To be honest, I have no words. I didn't even trust a few weeks ago that I will be here because of visa problems, you know. Also,
don't worry, they're saying Sue.
Yeah, Sue.
No booze, no booze. It's Sue.
Thank you, guys.
Get Sue.
But I also wanted to say thank you to Cider with Musket to help in our team. Also, they did too much.
That's right. Huge shout out to Cider. Zipan, my man, it used to be, you know, I just blown away every single time I see you play, and now you're here today, you're a champion. It must feel like you're on top of the world right now.
Muchas gracias para nosotros.
Love it. Angel, you and I stand on this stage, probably the oldest people here, but yet you are a champion, and I'm just some schmuck interviewing you.
I can describe what it means to me, and I want to say thank you to everyone who came here, and especially to a guy with Ukrainian flag.
There it is. There it is.
Oh, ada pemain dari UK.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Shout Show
United
is in
Kingdom,
full
ya.
effect. You are a madman. How do you do it? How do you continue to just clutch after clutch after clutch?
Guys, secret is like easier. I just
No,
wearing
no.
shorts
Peace
to
out.
the ground final.
He wears
like
shorts.
short buff, guys, nothing else.
The key to success is to show them legs, baby. Show them legs. And finally, our coach, Doom Bros, your first
It is
LAN,
still.
and you are a coach of champions. How does it feel, brother?
Tired, but good.
Are you gonna take a good nap tonight?
I think I'm gonna sleep for maybe 1 month or something like this.
1 month slumber, baby, but don't sleep too long. So you got champions to prepare for.
Thank
it.
everyone for
bulan
coming,
tidurnya
and
nyekai.
thank you Sliggy and Jarek for keeping me company after the matches.
And last thing, artists, I just want you to, just
Wah,
go ahead,
dapat
have
banyak
fun,
sponsor
play
sih.
with the crowd. Say something.
Lihatlah,
listen,
FPX
go
nggak
for
ada sponsor tuh kan.
Listen,
Iya sih, bener.
a big after
Dapat
party,
banyak
okay?
sponsor sih.
Message me on Twitter, boys. There's a big one going on.
Okay, and
Drinks it
artist
on
is
me.
paying.
Drinks it on me. Drinks it on me.
Artist is paying the whole
Tim
thing.
Eropa
baby.
juara.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Fun Plus Phoenix! Let's go ahead, send it right back over to the desk to break down that incredible grand final.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy EMEA on top, baby! I waited so long to say that again. So long.
I don't think it's been that long.
It's been a long time.
But hold on, at the
8 months.
Wasn't it Paper X? Wasn't that how it was?
I'm from EMEA, Ebola. No, I will say, I am also a very proud Paper girl. We got to celebrate FPX, but who knew that Paper X were going to take a team like FPX all the way to map 5 and do that?
That's an incredible matchup that we just had history. I sat here, it started map number 5, I
matchnya
turned you on, I said, what a
menakjubkan
pleasure
banget.
it is to sit here at the
Gak bisa
first
dipungkiri
audience,
emang
the first
matchnya
grand
emang
finals we've ever had with an
bener.
audience, and they bring us to a map 5, we go the half,
Cocok
and
lah
it
buat
goes
match
the distance, and I said to myself,
untuk
I couldn't ask for a
final
better
gitu ya
matchup.
kan.
That is two
Untuk
teams that
sebuah
will
final
take the
udah
tail
wah.
to be some of the best teams in the world.
And also, I gotta say, we heard that in the Verizon post-match interview with Golden Boy, just how much this all means to them and how much individually, differently. You know, Angel has won quite a few tournaments, but you can see there, this one meant a lot to someone as experienced as him.
Well, it takes a lot, I think, for an in-game leader to do something for so long, go into a game which has similarities but is completely different in the way you have to set up, the way you have to almost maneuver your team, bring in a load of youngsters and almost just mold them into the pieces he needed them to be, and then do it again after having so many problems in the past just to get to this point. The man has overcome everything.
Yeah, like we said at the beginning, we lost faith in FPX last year.
We did.
And finally, we have a reason to have faith in them again. Obviously, there were hurdles along the way, but this last map, man, they figured out how to play against a comp that has never been seen before on the fly, and they make it work.
And I mean, Artis had a bit of a quiet series up to that point. We hadn't really put him on any of the MVPs throughout those maps there. We didn't highlight him so much. We tried, and there were moments he had a few pop-off moments. But when they really needed the man to stand up, make the difference, he comes in on Breeze and he lights it up.
Yeah, man, he deserves to have all the arrogance in the world on stage after that, because he definitely turned up and in some rounds felt like he was really willing the team forward to continue to make and let Angel be able to work his magic.
He's a big game player, you know? And the first few maps, he's like, oh, I'm just kind of chilling a little bit. It's like, oh, guys, we could actually lose this one. All right, I'm just going to slam them back into the ground.
He had the after party in the back of his head.
Yeah,
he's like, I really want to go to that
already
after
there
party.
mentally. He's like, okay, guys, I guess I'll start playing.
Yeah, a lot of crazy things happen on that map and on that match as
Ih,
well. Let's
padahal udah
recap everything that you
ke-trigger
guys
apa?
saw
Udah
in today's
ngontrol
grand
si
final
Jaron
in the
loh waktu
Prime
vape tadi.
Gaming post-match highlights.
Gimana ya? Aduh.
Settle in, folks, because this is it. The grand finals, best of 5 between Paper X and FPX. It's
Coba
time to
lihat
crown
reaksi
our
abangnya.
Masters Copenhagen winners, and the
Abangnya si
action
Jason.
starts right now.
Sipping at the fountain of youth out of his Red Bull cup, it seems. This guy is just insane. It's all down. This guy's on fire. Nice. FPX, pure domination in map number 1.
Okay, boys, focus. It's not gonna be easy games. This map gonna be much harder.
And the confidence is there. Sky wants to claim the ace.
One enemy remaining.
Right into it, man. Let's go.
Pengalaman.
And the main guy, Paper X, they're ripping them to shreds.
And that puts Paper X back level in the series. Socks, shoes, get them back on.
You got a game to play, son.
FPX immediately rip back control into their camp. Oh, what is that shot?
Zagetsu! What a monster! In the blink of an eye, the map secured.
Paper X looking for a rebuttal, looking to send this to a fifth. Hey! Let's go, boys! Paper X are taking us to a fifth.
Boys, be less emotional, okay? Remember, mostly we're having fun. Yeah, let's go, guys.
Paper X
remaining.
Never letting their foot off the gas.
Right! Let's go! But at the end of the day, it is FPX taking the lead.
Enemy. Last player standing.
And what a play! 4 kills for the final blow.
And Sugetsu delivers the killing blow, putting FPX onto the throne.
Wow, the boys are still celebrating on stage. The fans are still here. I actually quite like the FPX in the TSM style. FPX. I know early on stage, they thanked Cider. They specifically called him out. Cider obviously helped them in this tournament. But I also want to thank Batty G as well, just in the beginning of this year. Because they gained enough points from that win to be able to qualify for champions in the end.
Is there a team ever in history, in Valorant history, that we've had to thank so many substitutes for a singular team in a singular year? That's an incredible feat. And I think Artis pointed out right at the beginning of the tournament, he said, even with subs, 1, 2 subs even, we are one of the best core teams in the world. Don't even forget it. And they have absolutely proven that.
Yeah, and I think even with Artis saying that, everybody still doubted this team, myself included. We saw the fact that they're playing with subs, and we said no, even though we had the evidence from before in Reykjavik, when they went through those qualifying runs and completely dominated that qualifier with subs.
I will say I've learned over the years that sometimes when you interview Angel, he's gonna throw you through a loop. You're gonna be misled along the way. What I have learned is I can always believe what Artis is gonna say, because that man predicted this from the very beginning, and then they've come through and won the tournament. So you know what?
I do also just want
Dia
motivational quotes from
kayak
Angel.
filter tapi sekalian gerem gitu loh.
Emotional.
Can you stop being so emotional?
Dapat banget feel gue, sumpah.
Wow, what a balance on the team, though, to have Angel on one side trying to force the Yoru into comms, and Artis being like, well, I need you to calm down a little bit. I like it. I like the composition of the team.
Yeah, and speaking of the team, we asked you guys to vote for final time for the in-zone player of the match in the grand finals. The polls have closed, and we have a winner. This MVP goes to Soigetsu. Again, I actually think he has a record in EMEA of how many MVPs he's gotten. He has the most out of everyone. And rightly, now he has won the most important one on the international stage.
Yeah, I think he's given a few people, CNED maybe, giving him a run for his money.
Yeah.
I feel like that man seems to win everything, but no, Soigetsu, honestly, this has to be one of the best transfers in the history of all of Valorant. Like, you look at FPX and what they've achieved since this man has come onto the roster, they were always good. And he was the one move that took them from good to fantastic.
And people doubted that. Remember when he first came in, everyone's like, I don't understand this.
Yeah?
Yeah, and they're real silent now.
I mean, you should line up for a photo right now, because this man has not only made history, but it might be, before we get to champions, whatnot, your only chance to snag that photo unless you're flying to Istanbul. So that's the big thing to crash now, yeah.
I think the funny thing about it all, too, is it comes full circle for him, because he's the one who knocked out FPX in their final attempt to go to a global tournament last year. And now he's with them.
Don't remind me of that game.
Nope.
Don't remind me of that game. Don't
There's so much
We've collectively wiped that out of our minds, I feel like, at this point.
Forever.
And we got to send off Paper X, I feel like, in an appropriate way. In the Paper X reflex of the day as well. I'm glad Divine popped up, because I wanted to use the Divine intervention here. With his...
So has he not suffered enough after losing this tournament?
Enggak
Now
deh,
he had to live
akun
through
gue
it.
lagi dipakai
This is an edge. This is like a
sama
small
temen gue
goodbye
yang
type
pro
situation.
player.
Last time, 4th place. This time, 2nd place.
Yeah, but there's a second place curse.
No, screw
There's
your
a second
curse.
place curse.
Screw your curse.
Nah, gue matiin streaming dulu aja deh.
Basically, if you won the second history on the map, right?
And guess what?
That
Turn it up.
BS. So let's ignore your one
That's
as well.
lie, it turns out.
Exactly. So
Gue ngeliat lagi, padahal gue memang niatnya pas di akhir tuh nggak mau ngeliat
I
loh.
would be okay with that. They wouldn't bother me.
They stole the hearts of everybody. I think that's the important thing, right? This team
Ntar ya,
comes
gue
in
mute dulu ya.
today, they go and get to that 4th.
Ya udah, thank you banget buat lo pada semua yang udah nemenin gue streaming hari ini ya. Kita mungkin siang nanti ketemu lagi di streaming ya, nanti siangnya. Thank you banget yang udah mampir, yang udah nge-subscribe, nge-share, nge-like, segala macam, yang nge-donate. Gua doain rezeki lu pada lancar terus, berkah terus, sehat terus ya. Buat lu pada juga jangan lupa support juga teman-teman PSO yang lain ya gitu. Ya udah, gitu aja. Gua thank you banget buat lu pada semua intinya. Thank you. Kita ketemu lagi nanti siang mungkin ya. Bye bye.